Hey, what up, everybody? Frog Snacks here. Nothing to say. It's financial advice, entertainment purposes only. Space call. Gonna get it loaded up here real quick. Trying to get it set up. Hold on, guys. Oh.
So as soon as you collect money from people, you now speak on their behalf. You now have an obligation to speak on their behalf. I will never do that here. I will always speak my mind, whether Bigums doesn't like it, whether Bob down the street doesn't like it. I don't care. I have the right and the privilege as a shareholder to say how I feel and speak on this platform that I've built and that you guys have helped me build to to share how you feel as well. So I cannot tell you the number of DMs, the number of thank yous for yesterday, for this weekend. Spence, your space yesterday, your live stream brought so many new people to Twitter, saying that they came from your YouTube live stream, saying that they've been seeking refuge. They've been looking for anyone to speak the truth on how they're feeling. So just know if you are feeling a certain way, you aren't alone. We're all here. We're all feeling it. You're not alone. No one's here to attack. No one's calling names. No one's saying bad things as it's being framed. We're asking simple questions and we're asking for answers. That's it. And everyone should be allowed to do that. And if you're not, you might be in a cult.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am so heated right now. I am just so tired of the BS. Like, I'm so tired of the people who want to string this along as long as they can, put out empty dates, put out empty promises, and then never admit that they're wrong. And I can tell you, one person has been wrong every single time he's done it. Every single time he's come here from the beginning. I remember because I was already here, I was already established. Had a pretty good following here when Bigum showed up and started talking about bonds. And he's more than welcome to come in here, by the way. I've invited him, I've DM'd him. Started talking about bonds and was completely wrong. Never admitted it. I mean, every single time he's come out with anything, please, if you have something, show me where he's gotten something right. Because so far, it's a big fat donut. Anyway, I love the hopium and I love the fact that he's able to drive traffic to his YouTube channel with all of these false premises and false notions that this is it, guys, this is going to do it. This is what's going to do it. And nothing ever comes of it. And we are absolutely tanking. I mean, our dividend is down 80%. Our CEO is not communicating with us any longer in regard to it. I mean, what more? Is it so much to ask for just a comment saying, I hear you guys? Anything.
I don't think it is. And I think we deserve it.
Absolutely. Yes, we do. We do. We've put in enough time, enough, I mean, of our money that's being completely drained. And I get it. People want to say the whole market's suffering. Absolutely, I hear you, and it is. But at the same time, CEOs need to communicate. You don't sit here on Twitter to communicate to push your narrative and then just go dark. That is not the way. Now, if he like had never talked to us before and wasn't hyping up the pounce and hyping up, eat crow and all of these things and checkmate, game over, our work here is done, this would be a whole different conversation. So this wasn't brought on by us. This was brought on by himself. When you hype something and hype something and hype something, you better hope it lives up to that hype. Because what happens when it doesn't?
That's my problem with this entire thing is it was hyped up to get retail to load into it, and market makers and funds had 2 weeks to front run the idea, which was way too much time. In this type of market, the only time this market works properly on supply and demand is when something is dropped without any notice, and or say retail just happens to load into one play on one day. That's why you see DWAC pump and then it was brought down. That's why you saw Revlon pump and it was brought back down. Back in June, AMC still had the element of surprise. Now, if there's one thing that just absolutely irks me about Adam Aaron's performance is failing to strike when the iron's hot. He always front runs any good catalyst with way too much warning out into the market. It's just really crazy because no one can come in here and tell me with a straight face and not lying that they are not questioning what he is doing right now in their minds. It's just some individuals are brave enough to speak out about it. You don't take an 80% loss on a preferred stock and say everything's fine. That's like the little meme of the dog sitting in the room
No, but he's
that's
not
on
even
fire.
saying everything's fine. He's literally silent. Nothing. Hey guys, want to come see me at a movie and shake my hand? Half the seats are open. Read the room. Literally read the room. Look at the seats that are left available. I mean, when he initially started these like touring around and meeting shareholders, those seats were taken. Like it was filled up instantly. Then an hour later, he has to tweet it again and 7 seats got sold. It's like you have to open up your eyes and read the room. Your shareholders are not happy. So what are you going to do about it?
I think the mechanics of his plan, the APE dividend, would have worked if it had more of an element of surprise. But he is continuously underestimating the amount of fraud that this market will commit. And I'm starting to think he's talking to the market. He's talking to people he knows in the industry, and he's saying, "I'm going to do this. Everybody's going to get a good cut. Everybody's going to be happy. Just work with me." And then consistently, they're undercutting him. The APE.
Can I ask a question?
As soon as I'm done talking, the APE dividend is something that would have worked phenomenally as long as retail understood that when it came out, the first thing they were going to do was start selling synthetics into the market. That's all that's happening right now. The market makers are selling endless shares of APE into the market. And by definition, from multiple SEC filings I've read and multiple market maker rulings and regulations, when what they call phantom shares are sold into the open market, it directly dilutes the stock price because there's no origination buying pressure from AMC to the market to begin with. APE is going to fulfill that buying pressure, but the problem is now there's been too much time to front run the play. The only cash in the stock market right now, the only liquidity is retail. When we buy synthetics from the market, we're giving them our cash. They're shoving it into the dark pool and using it against us. That is all that is happening right now.
And we're losing it. I mean, they're just taking it and they're using us for liquidity at this point, which is why I haven't bought a dime worth in the past since APE happened.
If you want to buy, my recommendation, if you want to continue to buy, stop buying APE and go buy AMC directly from ComputerShare. It can't be shorted. It can't be loaned out. You're going to contribute to direct exchange buying pressure. Your name's going to be registered on the book with the company, and it's going to help AMC greatly. But buying endless shares of APE, all we've been doing is buying and holding for 2 years. And this is where we are today. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again. Now, we have evidence that they are selling us synthetics and that they're wiping FTDs with limit buy order spoofing. We have the charges. Dave Lauer just posted them the other day. The FINRA charged these people with doing that. All we're
But when
doing,
the CEO still says they see no proof of that, they still see no proof of that happening, or nothing that would say that that's happening. So what then?
even with that, a basic Twitter poll running an 80 to 90% margin of error is still showing that we're over the legally issued outstanding.
Yeah, that's been
With a
going on for
90%
months.
margin of error.
That's been going on for years now. I mean, people have been doing those polls forever, and it's been blatant. You even had user of intellect do like an actual. I mean, obviously, none of it actually constitutes a share count. The only thing that I know of that really could have done that would have been, a blockchain dividend, something that would make every share trackable and traceable. But unfortunately, we got an APE dividend released on the NYSE with the same level of corruption, if not even more corruption, because it was announced, so much in advance that it seems that they already were prepared for how to handle it and how to halt it 13 times on day one of trading, get away with all these FTDs. It seems like one big issue that's gone on here is that the overseas apes don't have representation. Like, so when they're saying, we didn't get our shares, like, what's going on? There's no answers for them. We didn't get NFTs. Oh, sorry. Well, you guys don't get them. I mean, what? I don't understand. Anyone could get the I own AMC NFT, and then overseas apes couldn't. I mean, that's just wild to me. You didn't even have to be a shareholder. You literally didn't even have to be a shareholder.
You're correct about the overseas ape not having proper representation. That bugs the shit out of me because we're heavy in the UK and Germany, and we've even had people from Spain and Japan call into these calls. My question to everybody, and I'm just going to say this one time, I'm asking you a question.
Wait, really quick, Spence. I want to remind people really fast to share out the space, because a lot of times AMC spaces are hidden from the top bar. So sorry about that. Go for it.
I better share the space too.
Thanks.
Do you really believe that you're buying legitimate shares at this point in time from your brokerage when we just had charges drop on UBS and Barclays for selling phantom shares or synthetic shares? We are pushing money into these market makers through the brokers, and they're taking our money, they're throwing it in the dark pool, and they're using it against us at this point. And I'm saying the way around that, none of this buy lit exchange, none of this whatever else we've been doing for 2 years that has not produced any results. Go buy AMC shares directly from ComputerShare. All you have to do is go to computershare.com. It's the third or fourth button down. It says buy stock. When you make your first purchase, it's going to set your account up for you while you're filling things out. You don't have to register first. You buy stock, you place your order, and then it'll let you set your account up. And within 7 days, you'll get a response and an email that'll say activate your account. And then you can continue to buy on ComputerShare as much as you want. But buying from even Fidelity, buying from these brokers.
Bigum's blocked me. Oh, boo. I invited him to the space, and then he blocked me. Classic. That's really too bad. A conversation is a conversation. Like, I don't understand why it goes from 0 to 100. Like, we cannot talk like adults. It's honestly just baffling. It's honestly just baffling.
With me this week, she's doing this on purpose. But all I'm saying, if you want to continue to buy AMC from Computer Share across the board, you're gonna direct as soon as you buy it, it's DRS'd, and that's an end game. That is a reconciled share count. That is shares that can't be loaned or shorted, and it's fairly simple to do. That's literally the last thing I'm even gonna say about it. So.
My question
Really
was,
quick,
what's
I
the
just want to say, just a moment. I just want to say the interesting thing is I don't know. I saw a lot of people saying recently that one of Bigum's videos was removed from YouTube. A lot of people thought they were, he's framing it as, oh, they're going after Bigum's or whatever. No, they're not. Bigum stole content from someone else who put in the time and the effort to get interviews with Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne is the originator of the STO idea. Not Mark Cahotis, Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne was the CEO of Overstock. He's the one who set a precedent with doing a security token offering for a stock, which would have been a 1-to-1 dividend for AMC. Bigums, who stole the content and was all about this STO suddenly, was the same person who led a campaign fighting us on having Adam Aaron do the STO. So I just want to be very clear here. Just because it takes someone 6 months longer to understand a concept than others doesn't mean they should be standing in the way of getting real things done. And it's really unfortunate when I look back and I remember that Bigums was coming in, fighting us tooth and nail, making us out to be the bad guys for asking Adam if there was any way we could do this STO. Back then, we were trading around $36, you guys. When the STO idea came about, within a week, we were trading around $42. It gained that much traction just by the rumors of Adam even doing something like this. There were famous short sellers on record being interviewed saying they would close their short position on AMC and go long if this were to happen because they knew it would flush out every single synthetic share. Every single share would have to be spoken for because this dividend would have been released as a 1-to-1. Adam portrayed APE as being that, but unfortunately, APE trades on the same on the same NYSE that AMC does. Okay, Bigums had a full rundown. He had a full understanding, as far as I know, and fought against it. Adam came out and thought, oh, a bunch of people don't want it, was his excuse. A bunch of shareholders don't want it. And then months later, Bigums is stealing content from Al from Boston to put out there and say, yeah, this would be great. What are you doing? We already got our dividend and it's the wrong dividend because you fought against the right one. I honestly am just, my blood is boiling. I am so done with these people who don't know what they're doing. And they have literally twisted it around and said, I don't. I've been here in this fight a lot longer than Bigums. I remember when he showed up. Oh man, I could go into a lot of detail. The thing is please, someone, I'm still waiting for a DM with anything he's gotten right. Please, I would really love to have something with a date where he's done his charade, phase 6 and all these weird things that he's come up with, and it actually came to fruition. I would really love to see it if anyone has record of that. Thanks.
Here's the thing with T02 real quick, and then I'll let everybody else go. Somebody said, well, if they did that, they couldn't raise cash. Well, you can. Once you're on T0 and you have the security token, you can issue new allotments of that token to raise cash, just like any capital raise. This has all been done with Overstock. And the biggest problem in this community with the security token thing was Mark Cahode's delivery of it. People didn't like Mark because we have a lot of people.
No, that's not true. Because at the beginning, people loved Mark and they loved the idea until their leaders started coming out and saying bad things about Mark. Trey being one of them. Trey at first loved the idea. There's a video of him when the idea was first brought up. Trey loved it. He said, this is how it would work. He made a video breaking it down. Every single person, Lou, everyone loved the idea. Then it became all of these weird accounts started popping up and saying, but Mark's a bad guy. Mark this. Mark tried to do this. Mark's done this. And then a video came out by Trey saying, Mark's a notorious, what did he call him? Mark was so pissed because instead of calling him an activist short seller, he called him something else. Predatory short. That's the word that he used. And Mark was pissed. Mark has literally put people in prison because of the bad things they were doing as CEOs of companies in the medical industry, selling catheters that they knew were causing people to have blood vessels pop in their brains and kill people, and still pushing it along and pumping their stock. Mark put, I think his name's Pete Pettit, in prison for that. So just know when they framed Mark as this, horrible short seller, has Mark turned into a whole different monkey since I talked to him then? Yes. At the same time, Mark lost a lot of money on this play. Mark lost a lot of money. So I think anyone would be a bit salty. Am I making excuses? No. But had he not been attacked by all of these weirdos who came out, at first they loved the idea, and then all of a sudden it became about Mark and not about the idea. Last I checked, who cares about Mark? Who cares about who's bringing the idea forward? What we needed was the idea to happen. It doesn't matter whose idea it was. It doesn't matter who brought it. What matters is look where we're sitting now and thank yourselves. If you were part of the group that was against it, you can pin that on yourself. If you let bigums lead you down that path of, I'm going to fight this idea because I don't like Mark on a personal level, that is just sad. Like, there's no other word for it other than sad. Mark and I don't talk anymore. During that time, it was very hard for me because I got attacked up and down for being the person that talked to Mark and let Mark share his idea. I'll always be that person, and I don't care what anybody says here. You can attack me if you want. I host spaces where I talk to people. That's what I do. So, people are strange, and honestly, this whole thing with content from another YouTuber and acting like it's his idea after months. I mean, actually, it's been almost a year now. It was October last year. So it's been almost a year now. If we had done this a year ago, I just wonder where AMC stock would have gone. That's all. And I don't want to live in the past, but these are the same people who stood so strongly against the idea because it was brought forward by Mark and not themselves, because they wouldn't get all the credit and all the glory. These are the same people who sell you pipe dreams of phase 6. It's going to end everything. It's game over. Where are we? Oh, it's going to take another year. It just makes me cringe. Like, the whole thing, I'm so, I'm ready to go start YouTube and start collecting my super chats now. I remember the hate, calling Matt these horrible names, and I'm not defending Matt. Matt's been nothing but a jerk to me. But at the same time, you ran him out of town. So what, you could start collecting his super chats? Like, have some dignity. Like, please. Oh man, go ahead, PJ.
Why do you think everybody's been after me lately? I give away my fucking YouTube money and they hate that.
Exactly. Because it makes them look bad. When I'm sitting here speaking the truth, it makes people look bad. Why do you think they've wanted to shut me down for so long? Why do you think they've wanted me to be silenced? Block her. She's bad. Tara's bad. They've been telling you this for 2 years. They've been telling you I would be the first to turn on AMC. Now they're telling you I'm turning on AMC because I'm asking the CEO to please speak up to his shareholders. You cannot make this stuff up. Go ahead, PJ.
I was just going to say, in the end, everybody is going to, and it's not a matter of being right or wrong, but we have been so consistent, whether we're cheering or whether we're being critical of the play. We have been consistent, and I think this is the most important thing to give to the community of people that may be a little quiet, or as we all know, we have very large shareholders that are silent, the silent majority, and I think that it's important to them, that we are important to them, because we remain consistent in the play. Secondly, I just want to say this, even though, and for everybody that's listening, even though we may be critical at this moment, I'm sure Spence knows, Tara knows, I'm sure a lot of people know, but I just want to say that JP Morgan cut the price target for Cinemark today to $15. If we don't think that AMC could at least go to 15 plus, we're crazy, because it will at some point. So not everything is lost. It's not the end, but we just have to make our way through this puzzle of where we are now with APE. And I believe that we'll do that. And I believe that Adam Aaron is at some point going to say something, because his silence speaks volumes, and it is scaring off many, many people.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Poor Lana, what's up?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for letting me take some time. I'm sorry I wasn't able to stay on yesterday for the chat. I wanted to start off first by apologizing directly to Tara. I know you and I had a DM exchange the other day. I think I fell asleep on you. I apologize.
That's all right.
But it goes to the
I'm
original
just kidding.
point.
It's all right.
Sorry, sometimes the Ambien does manage to take me down eventually, but no, it goes to your original point, which is cult versus discussion group. And, we had a disagreement. We hashed it out, I hope, to your satisfaction via the DM chat. And you're right. It's the difference between just simply instant blocking and banning someone from, their circle of influence and having a dialogue. And I think that's important with all of what's going on, especially considering the amount of social media manipulation that's going on as a whole. Because it's not just happening to us. It's happening to a lot of different folks in a lot of different categories, and it doesn't necessarily relate to just stocks. I mean, it relates to pretty much anything that you see on social media. James Woods, to use an example, very popular Twitter account, tends to speak on conservative topics and conservative issues, and is especially critical of the media, and is constantly blocked and constantly has his account suspended for those views, even though nothing he says technically violates any of Twitter's rules. So just kind of, taking into thought as we're all having these discussions, that this is not, like we would like to think and hope it to be, a truly open and free platform. It's only as open as the people who moderate these conversations allow it to be. And even then, it still has the eyes and ears of Big Brother watching over it. So we need to kind of keep that in mind. I'm not going to be long-winded. I actually jotted down some notes, so I'm going to kind of touch on them real quick, and then I'll step back and let everyone discuss or ignore as they choose. Yesterday, the conversation kind of leaned a little bit towards advertising and marketing of AMC as a company to keep it viable. And one of the things that I think kind of brought it to the forefront was the SNL skit from a week previous, which I think was a hysterical skit, by the way. But in order to stay relevant in the 21st century, conventional advertising has got to give way to social media and viral marketing. And things like that are worth their weight in gold. I guarantee you that more attention was brought to AMC through that SNL skit going viral than any of Adam Aaron's tweets. I think that actors who have a lot of influence in Hollywood, like Tom Cruise, like Dwayne Johnson right now with Black Adam coming out, and their tweets recently about see you at the movies and going to the movies and their special things with popcorn and all of that stuff are the way of the future. And much like Instagram and TikTok and Twitter have influencers, that's going to be the way that we need to market or work towards marketing AMC to the masses, because that's how you're going to reach them these days in very focused, specialized, attention-seeking nuggets of time. to the counter that point, the issue that we were just talking about with like Bigham's and some of the others who are focusing on bringing traffic to their YouTube channels. And Spence pointed this out a few minutes ago. YouTube is a revenue generating platform, and it is not designed to be a voice of the people or to espouse an idea simply because I want to espouse an idea. You know, I have a YouTube channel. I've put probably 10 videos up there. Most of them are me in my car and going out to different waterfalls when I used to live in Tennessee and stuff like that. I don't use it to generate money. Those guys do, and they generate a lot of money, a lot of money. Just look at all of the idiot YouTubers driving around with Lamborghinis that wreck them into, walls and go street racing in the middle of Miami and all of that crap. There's a stupid amount of money being handed away, hand over fist, from making YouTube videos and getting clicks on them. So if you think that they're there solely for the benefit of their viewers, no. They're there for the benefit of their viewers staying viewers so that they can make money off of them. I used to watch Trey a year and a half ago, got tired of him putting down dates and stuff, and simply nothing what he said really came true, and I just stopped watching, along with a lot of the others. There's some education to be learned there, but once you get past that, it's nothing more than feeding them a couple pennies per view. I don't know what the current rate is, but Spence could probably talk a little bit more about that if he so chooses.
I was going to say, Spence puts up screenshots of all of the revenue he generates, which isn't from super chats, but is just from people watching his streams. I don't know. Are you streaming right now, Spence?
Yeah, just this month, it looks like just for the last 30 days, it looks like it's probably going to bring in $400. And I've probably posted, 15 videos. What Forlano's explaining and what I've said, these tubers start out with great messages at first and they're pure, but as soon as they start taking that money, they realize they have to make clickbait content to keep their cash flow coming in. You compromise yourself as soon as you put that money in your pocket. So I'm like, and this was all Tara and PJ and everybody in our group chat swinging them. I'm just going to give that free YouTube money out from the commercials into AMC gift cards because it helps my investment. I don't need the YouTube money. Mm-hmm. So if we can help pump the community a little bit with something good, from what people like to call influencers or whatever, then I'm all about it, man. So I totally agree with Forlano.
Yeah, and I remember at the beginning of the movement, there was a big push for people to donate money to Diane Fossey's campaign to save the gorillas in Africa. And, I think that's where attention also gets garnered because that became a story that I think Charles Payne picked up and a couple of the other news outlets picked up and so on. But yeah, the platforms that monetize their content are not your friends. Period. Full stop. They're there to make money. Just like the stock market folks are here to make money. Just like if you work a job, you're there to make money. They're not there to be your buddy. Plain and simple. Otherwise, they would do exactly what Spence is doing. Take every nickel they earn, donate it to a cause, give it back to the community.
He's giving it back to, he's literally buying AMC gift cards and giving them out to people who share out the spaces and are a part of these spaces. So, I told Spence this yesterday. Can you imagine if everyone who was earning money that way even took half or a quarter or even just 10% and did that and put it back into the company, how much that would have, helped all of us. And if they're holding the stock, help them too. That's the company we're talking about. That's who we're supposed to be supporting here.
Yep. I have 3 other quick points and then I'll hush up. So the first one was, I'm going to bring this up yesterday as well. We were talking about getting a list of, if we could only figure out the list of shareholders and who actually owns legitimate stock, right? Section 5 of the bylaws of AMC's Articles of Incorporation states, and I'm going to read it because it's fairly short, stockholder list. The officer having charge of the stock ledger of the corporation shall make at least 10 days before every meeting of the stockholders a complete list of the stockholders entitled to a vote at such meeting, arranged in alphabetical order, showing the address of each stockholder and the number of shares registered in their name of each stockholder. Such a list shall be open to examination by any stockholder for any purpose germane to the meeting during ordinary business hours for a period of at least 10 days prior to the meeting, either at a place within the city where the meeting is to be held, which place shall be specified in the notice of the meeting, or if not so specified, at the place where the meeting is to be held. The list shall also be produced and kept at a time and place of the meeting during the whole time thereof, and may be inspected by any stockholder who is present. So the question of who owns legitimate shares can be easily answered. They are required by law to provide a list 10 days before every meeting, stockholder before every meeting. So all that requires is somebody to show up and say, I'd like a copy of the list, please. And there you go.
The first
And
thing
that
you're
way
going to
you'll be able to
see
find
is
out who's got it.
DRS.
Yep. That ties into when APE was distributed and people talking about why Adam Aaron hasn't made a big deal about the distribution and so forth. AMC's fiscal responsibility as a corporation is to turn those shares over to their distributing agent, which was ComputerShare. Period. Once they have fulfilled that obligation, what happens from there, while morally should be their responsibility, is not legally their responsibility. They've done what they were supposed to do. They turned them over to ComputerShare. The focus should be on ComputerShare to say, hey, why hasn't Germany gotten their shares? Why hasn't so-and-so gotten their shares? What's going on, et cetera, and so forth. Just to kind of refocus everyone's attention onto that. The other way to get the board's attention, and remember, the board is more than just Adam Aaron, right? Adam Aaron is the chairman of the board, chief executive officer, but he's not the entire board. But another way to get the board's attention, aside from, buying direct shares through DRS and all of this good stuff and screaming at them on Twitter, is to start selling off shares. And I want you to listen before everyone jumps on me on this one. If we have a large enough block of people and each individual sold one share, just one, okay, but made it very public and loud, addressed via emails to the entire board, Mr. Board of Directors, my name being a shareholder of AMC and APE, want to make the following sentiment publicly known. I have transacted one of my shares. Here's the transaction history. It is my intention to sell the remainder of my shares if no action is being taken. Please respond. An email in that effort. So that way you're stating who you are. They can verify your name as a legitimate stockholder against the list. They have visual proof that you're not just somebody making noise because you sold one share. And you're stating what your intention is. And you can tell them, I own 1,800 shares or whatever. I've made no qualms about how many shares I own. I own 1,800 shares of each. And I have no problem saying, you want to watch your base go away? Keep leaving us in the dark. And watch how fast you get a response. Okay? Because that's where the pressure is going to come into play. If we truly are the majority stockholder of this company, like we think we are, the problem right now is no one person holds a voice big enough to be heard, but all of us together hold a voice big enough to be heard. It just needs to be coordinated. My final thought is I would like to ask everyone who is kind of in a tailspin right now because of the way stock performance is going to take a 50,000-foot step back and look at the entirety of the market. I've talked about this a couple times before. This is not specifically a focused attack on AMC to try and run the company out of business. This is not also a specific attack against retail to run retail out of the market. This is years of systemic problem that have caused the main brokerage groups to over leverage themselves into shorts because of their ease of liquidity. And now the markets are reacting because the liquidity is going away and it's causing everything to freak out. The Dow Jones lost 3% on Friday and it's down another percent as of the last time I checked it today. S&P is down. The NASDAQ is down. Oil is down. We just got, the U.S. just got nixed from Saudi Arabia and OPEC as far as oil production ramp-ups are concerned. I've talked about food shortages before. I've talked about water shortages before. Famine and droughts have already started in Africa. You have to dig deeper in the news because you're not going to see them on CNN or Fox News, but the stories are in there. This is a global problem. I know Michael Burry has talked about it. I know Doomberg has talked about it. I know there are others who have talked about it. We are heading into an actual global recession that will probably be as bad as the Great Depression in the 30s. And it's going to affect everyone. Call me a naysayer, a doom and gloomer, whatever you want. But if you look at everything across the board, it's funny when we post those pictures of the red maps, the heat maps of stocks, and everything is red. But there's been an awful lot of them, and they cover all sectors, and they cover the entire globe, and they're not getting any better. And so we have to remember that, yes, we need to put attention to the SEC and the Fed and the Department of Justice. And I've said this before, you need to contact your local attorney general's office, because when you trade your stocks, you trade them in the state in which you live. And they have jurisdiction over the stock exchange operating in your state. You're not going to New York to trade your stocks. I live in Florida. I'm in Florida trading my stocks, and the Florida Attorney General's office has dominion over those. So yes, you can talk about impaneling a citizens grand jury and all of those other things that were talked about yesterday. But if you want to start grabbing people's attentions, get your state attorney general's office involved. But that's where you're going to start seeing action from a legal standpoint on these things. Because I got news for you. You start looking at this in a very broad picture, it's not pretty. It isn't. Just, I'm letting people know right now. Massive layoffs are coming. Unemployment is going to skyrocket. The price of everything is going to go through the roof if you don't think it has already. I am 54 years old. I just moved back to Florida, and I'm living with my parents because I can't buy a house. I make more than $100,000 a year, and I can't buy a house. And that's because every house in Central Florida, I live outside of Orlando, to get what used to be called a starter house, when you first got married and you were getting ready to start a family and you're going to buy your first house, a 1,500 square foot house, is almost $500,000 here. And I'm not going to spend $3,000 a month for 1,500 square feet. It's ridiculous. So
The same thing is
I'm going to
happening
pause
to
there.
me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to turn it back to the community and let you guys kind of chew on that stuff.
Forlano, you should get with me, because the same thing is happening on my side, and we just got hit with the hurricane, and people are putting up apartments for $3,000-$4,000 a month to people without homes. It's incredible. People who lost their homes. Incredible.
I moved down here in February of 22, in February of 21. So I've been here about a year and a half. And I went to go look at an apartment that was about $1,600 a month in the south side of Orlando. I said, okay, this is where I want to live. I want an apartment on the first floor, and I want one that backs up to the lake. I'm willing to pay a premium for that. And in the 3 weeks from the time that I went to their office to the time that one came available, it went up to $2,100 in 3 weeks. And they've been hovering between $2,300 and $2,600 a month since for an 1,100 square foot apartment.
You guys should see the Albuquerque housing market. It's a freaking disaster.
Well, I know you were mentioning that there's a lot of foreclosures going on out there. I have a funny story about Albuquerque. I'll tell you some other time.
They're foreclosing at like prime prices, though. It's insane.
Yeah, it's because everybody understands that if you've got enough, going back to liquidity, if you've got enough liquidity, you can buy those houses, sit on them, wait for the disaster that is coming to happen, and now you have physical gold, for lack of a better term. I've said this before too. The things you should buy are land, seeds, guns, and ammo, because those are the 4 things that will ensure your survival. Everything else is transient. But they know that if they hold on to them and they have the liquidity to do so, that land will be worth money in 5 years after the economic depression starts to recover again.
Here's just to clarify something from earlier in the call. I want to ask PJ and Forlano this question, and just answer honestly. Is the big name actors in the stock market, Citadel, all them guys, Barclays, whatever, Credit Suisse, would you consider them as of this point to be over-levered?
In my opinion, some of them are, some of them aren't. Credit Suisse right now has a 25% chance of failure.
Yep.
They stated it on television this morning. So when you have that large of a bank in that kind of position, there's a problem, because you can't hide that number. Barclays can hide it, and Chase can hide it. The largest institutions, Chase will do fine. they've got too much money diversified in too many different things. They've got so many different, holdings. It's not even funny. They'll
Would you agree there's an over leverage problem though in the markets?
Oh yes, in general,
Okay.
absolutely.
So the markets are over levered.
Mm-hmm.
Where do these people get liquidity from if they're over levered and all the hedge funds are over levered and all the banks are doing bad? Where do you think they generate liquidity from?
So we all know the name Citadel, and we all know Susquehanna, and we all know a couple of others, right? There are hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of hedge funds and small corporate housing firms out there that have your money. And what they do is it's filter down economics. The banks send off their bad debts to the big ones, who swap it out to smaller banks to get better ones so that the smaller banks have the shittier ones. The smaller banks send them out to the smaller hedge funds, who swap them out to the lowest of the low. And then that's where the dominoes start to fall. And the hopes are that once the dominoes get to a certain point, someone is able to snatch a domino out by way of a rescue plan to keep them from toppling over the rest. You want to see an example of it? Look at 2008.
Who would you
want to
say?
see another example of it? Hang on one second. You want to see another example of it? Go look at the Bank of England bailing out half of England last week. Go ahead, Spence.
Where would you say the only unlevered cash in the market is coming from right now?
Unleveraged cash?
Yep. Straight cash, no leverage, no margin, just straight cash in the market. Who do you think, where do you think that is coming from right now?
35% of all real estate in the United States is owned outright, which means every time that gets sold to somebody else, that creates a pure mortgage. And that pure mortgage is held on land that the bank will own because the original owner who is selling that property is cashed out. Those people who have cashed out, and I think a lot of them did as the price of housing has gone insane over the last 12 months, 18 months, are taking that money and putting it into what would have been considered 6 months ago solid investment with banks. Your retirement accounts, your bonds, your CDs, stuff like that to protect it from taxation. I think that's where it's coming from.
Let's say in the stock market, where's the only unlevered cash in the stock market right now?
Jeez.
Who's the only one buying stocks on cash that's not levered?
It's retail.
Retail.
It's but retail is a very small percentage. I mean, if you're talking about who's buying it, yes, it's retail. If you're talking about to what percentage of the market's transactions, it's very small. I would be surprised if retail represents 10% of the transactions overall.
Still, a minimum retail is at least $1 trillion. It's a big part of what they've considered to be why we inflated after the pandemic. So my biggest question right now is if the market's over levered and retail's the only ones really with cash, and we're seeing banks go out of business, the market's crashing, even specific stocks where demand is extremely high and people are buying, and they're still going down, down, down. There's really only one explanation to what's going on the stocks that retail likes. If institutions are not selling it and retail is not selling it, which we can see by the low volume, then how is the stock price continuously going down if we're continuing to buy week after week?
Because there's no buying pressure on it.
If we're buying and there's no buying pressure, if we know we are buying and you can see it in the feed, you can see the sentiment, and it's all-time low prices at $1.89 right now on APE,
right? And
people are buying. How come we're not seeing buying pressure on it?
Because we're not buying it in enough volume to be substantially significant. So where are we at today? Let me look up real quick today's volume. So today's volume I'm just going to use AMC for the sake of argument. 16.6 million as of right now.
Do failure to delivers, are they considered in the buying volume?
No, more than likely not. This is just straight up transactional. So really you're looking at 16 million. When we were in our heyday last year and a half ago, well, hell, I remember, let's see when I had my surgery a month ago. So I remember about 2 months ago, I was having lunch with a buddy of mine and we were watching it during one of the run-up days. And we had crossed 50 million by lunchtime. We were kind of joking about the over under 50 million at noon. Who's going to pay for the pizza? So comparatively, this is a very small day. And this includes not just retail buying, but it's everybody buying, transacting back and forth. You know, the turnover is 110 million. So it's just shy of 10 times the amount of volume. And that should tell you what the story right there. If turnover is 10 times the volume, I'm going to round the number up just to make the math easy. If it's 10 times the volume, what that means is the same two transaction houses are going back and forth, 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 every time a share is sold. So how do they make money on that? We talked about this yesterday too, a fraction of a penny at a time. Because if you look at your pricing on whatever platform you choose to look at, your price is not $6.34. Your price is 6.349, 6.345, 6.342. Those hundredths of a cent, when you do millions of transactions a day times thousands of stocks a day times 270 some odd days a year of trading, equals a fuck ton of money.
So what I'm saying, sentiment in retail right now is buy, 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 buy. We've been doing it for 2 years. People are buying the shit out of this thing. Failure to delivers are through the roof. And then we get word on the UBS Barclays issue from FINRA that they're actually spoofing failure to delivers off the lists by setting limit buy orders and then not fulfilling them. So all that's happening right now is retail is putting liquidity into a fraudulent market by buying securities that are being manipulated.
Yep.
And at some point in time, the failure to delivers that they're spoofing off the market, they're just throwing our money in the dark pool and they're using it against us. And that's why I keep telling people.
They're stealing it away from you. They're stealing it away from 10 at a time.
It's so obvious. And that's why I'm telling people, I think buying APE right now is an absolute disaster. I say fulfill your position, get to where you want to be, and then move to buying AMC directly from ComputerShare, and it will freaking destroy these guys. We're the last bit of liquidity they're cleaning onto before they crash.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I think that is how you help stem, and you got to play this out though long term, right? So we have to stop buying on stocks that are oversold like AMC. Okay, because there's no question in anybody's mind that AMC is oversold, right? When Adam releases the next bunch of APE shares, then yeah, go buy them. But right now, all you're doing is you're buying a fake, synthetic, naked share that has nothing behind it. And I guarantee you what the market is hoping for is a crash. So they can go insolvent. They can take the LLC books. Everything drops to zero. And then the same officers of that company go start a new one under a different name and start the game all over again. Okay. If anyone here plays poker at a casino, they know what a rake is. And just to give you an idea what a rake is, when you have a pot of money, you have 10 players in a pot and they all throw in their dollar, a casino takes a dime from every player for quote unquote operating expenses. That's the rake. They're going to make their money regardless of whether you win or he wins or Spence wins or Tara wins. They're going to make their money. You don't build giant palaces in the middle of the desert where there is no water and put giant fountains in front of them by losing money. And the same thing happens in finance. Wall Street is not built out of marble and stone, out of the kindness and good nature of people's hearts.
It's pretty crazy times because there's a lot of people in the community that are understand and agree with what I'm saying. And there's some people that are just like, nah, man, bye. You're just you got your position. And I'm just telling you guys, man, the only liquidity in the U.S. stock market right now, the only unmargined cash in the market is retail. And yes, it's great to buy the dip. We've been buying the dip for 2 years. But I mean, we're sitting at $1.90 on APE right now. It's because everybody's been buying the living crap out of it. Now, if we're buying it and we're oversold, it's because we're buying shares that never had the originating buying pressure straight from the company. That's what APE is going to do, is try to fill that. That's why I think there's big options activity on the call side and selling puts on October 21st. Our max pain is sitting at $10. So my theory is that the APE share offering will have results before November 7th, which is when the bonds are callable and Adam Aaron can buy them back, which is probably why he's being quiet. But the problem is there's ways to tweet to the community that you hyped up into buying the crap out of your stock with Checkmate and Endgame and Eat Crow. You can say something to the effect to let us know and just recognize, yes, it looks bad. There's things you can do. That's the problem I'm having right now is it feels like the leader walked off the field and we're sitting here,
No, the leader's doing a victory lap. He's literally doing a victory lap. It's not even walking off the field. It's like gallivanting and saying, we won, as we are literally getting our asses handed to us. I can't imagine a coach running around a football field as they're down, 100-0 and gallivanting and parading around and shaking everyone's hands in the stands like they won. Is this some kind of sick joke? I don't even know what to think of it at this point. And I'm going to say one more thing. Well, I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to just shut up because I'm way too heated right now.
Now, here's one thing to that point, though. I don't know if you're a football person or not. I'm not a huge football fan, but they just fired the head coach of the Carolina Panthers today, after their abysmal performance yesterday. So eventually your winning coach will get fired. Okay. They got to do enough to piss off the people who, finance the club. But once they do, they'll fire you in a heartbeat. And right now, we own the club. And this is why I said earlier in my chat, the way to get the owner's attention is to make it known that we're not going to sit here and wait for a tweet anymore. We bought the stock in your company and we saved your company. And by God, we'll kill your company if you don't listen to us. And if that means everybody here, how many people are on this call right now? A couple hundred? A couple hundred individuals.
There's
sell
about
one
500.
share.
And also, really quick, since you mentioned it, Forlano, if you guys haven't done so, if you could tweet out the space, that would be amazing, just so other people see it, so they can come in and have a conversation. And I don't care if you don't like our approach, come up and talk. We can have an adult conversation. You can share your opinion on what you think would be a better approach, what you think, is the way. We're not going to shut people out because they have a different opinion.
Yep. So to that point, if there's 500 people in this space right now, and if every one of us took one share, sold it, took a screenshot of the record, and emailed it to the board and said, it is my intention to liquidate my entire holdings in AMC until I get a conversation with the board as to what you intend to do, that will get their attention. If it doesn't, then you know what the problem is? It's the board. And the board can also be replaced because they get voted on every year. So
now you're going to get called a shill and told how bad you are. You want to know something funny about this whole drama scene going on with Bigums, who I remember when he first came here and was talking about the bonds, and I wanted to hear him out. And Rocket wanted me to kick him out of the space and called him a shill and all this. And I wanted to hear what he had to say. And then the whole David group just started attacking him up and down, dragging him, saying, who is this guy, calling him a shill, doing the whole bit. And it was just a nightmare. And I was the only person who stood up for Bigums and said, hold on, you guys, like maybe he has something important to share. Maybe he has something important to say. Boy, do I regret that now, seeing some of the things that are coming out of that account, some of the things that he's saying about me while having me blocked, where I can't even defend myself, all because I mentioned super chats. So it really puts things in perspective for me. What outweighs what? What's more important than what? That's why I changed the title to When Did Super Chats Become Greater Than the Squeeze?
Right. And see, that's my thing. I've had my Twitter account for 14 years. I didn't really use it until this year because this is where the conversation has not naturally migrated to. For the AMC stocks, I used to follow Reddit until Reddit became just a bunch of screaming lunatics pasting corn dog memes all over the place, right? So no meaningful, real discussion going on over there. This is meaningful conversation. But as far as being told I'm a shill and all of that good stuff, I honestly don't care. because I'm not in this to make money off of the social media platform. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't monetize anything. My opinions are my own. They're not financial advice. However, if anyone thinks that what I had to say is worthwhile, I welcome the conversation. If you think I'm wrong, I also welcome the conversation.
That's why I'm sitting up here doing what I'm doing, and people want to claim that I'm doing it to gain followers. I've literally lost followers. I don't care. It's okay if people disagree with me. It's okay if they don't like, me expressing my opinions and unfollow me. That is perfectly fine, and that is their, choice. So at the end of the day, if I was here for followers, I'd probably sit silent, or I'd probably just, tweet once in a while about the play, not really contribute. I'm sitting here with all of you because I am holding this thing. And like Spence said so eloquently, Adam hyped this up big time. I mean, he was the hype man of all hype men. And now we're at $1.80 something. I mean, if everyone is seeing it and it's blatant, and then the silence is what's getting me. Like, why should other people and shareholders and YouTubers be holding things together while you're out shaking hands? You know what I'm saying? Like flying around to London and all that. I get it. You have a life, but at the same time, you're tweeting about 4-day work weeks. You could easily use your platform to tweet about what is actually going on, or that what's going on, or that you're aware and you hear our voices. That's it.
So so remember this real quick, and I do have to jump because I have a work call coming up here, but and I'll come back on. But real quick, just remember this too. It's been less than 60 days since APE has hit the market, right? You can't do anything from a legal standpoint in 60 days. The court system simply isn't designed to work that quickly. And if you've got a court case being built by lawyers that are going to go up against the FINRAs and the SECs and the SEC and all of that, it needs to be airtight and it needs to be solid. And you're not going to do that in 50 days. So I would be willing to bet, and I am willing to bet because I haven't sold any of my shares, but I'd be willing to bet that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that no one is legally allowed to talk about or even hint at.
I just disagree. I 100. That's so simple. Like that is so simple.
Well, I agree, and I think that goes back to my second point about using social media as a marketing tool. I absolutely 100% agree there. And I think that whoever's in charge of marketing for AMC needs to do a better job with it. AMC is a company, and Dwayne Johnson, and they should be talking with the Netflixes and the Disneys of the world and hyping the shit out of this. If for no other reason than to let people know that, we're just not going to sit here on our laurels. We know Q3 is going to be shitty for movies, but I'm with you there. I'm just saying that there are certain things that they are obligated to do. And one of them is to not talk about active legal matters. But I agree with you, they should be doing something else. And I'm going to leave it there. I know PJ was going to come up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I totally forgot what I was going to say, but I agree with you guys 100%. I'm hiding.
There's one thing Forlano said that I agree with, that I think everybody should take into account, is that the true viral sensationalism of AMC came from retail, and it came from, I don't like TikTok, but YouTube, TikTok, Low Motive, all that. When people go to the movies, we need to identify some type of new trend to start doing. Like when you go to AMC, we need everybody to start some kind of challenge or trend or something like that. I think that's literally the single best way to promote AMC theaters is through retail social media. The branding alone makes AMC absolute powerhouse. So Like, look what happened with the Minions trend, man. Those kids were out running around in suits. That went viral. That was huge. What's up, Al?
Yeah, and then theaters were shutting them down and making it not allowed. I thought that was so stupid. Like, why would you not be inviting that? I get that some of them apparently were like throwing bananas or something, but honestly, like, I feel like I would be with theaters as much as they have been suffering. Like, I would be welcoming that with open arms. Like, yes, you can wear your suits. Yes, you can come to the theater. Like, bring all your friends, you know. It's crazy. They should totally be capitalizing on stuff like that. Busy Brand, what's going on?
Hey fellas, hey Tara, Spence, what's up, Devil Dog? I don't know. Today I woke up to cucumbers, OnlyFans, and super chat, so it was pretty exciting to see.
Sweet.
But anyways, I hate to see all this infighting, but I gotta give you credit where credit's due, Tara. I believe that you're saying a lot of stuff out loud, which people are actually keeping inside because they don't want to be called a shill or FUD. But I do agree this has gone on way too far. Um, the CEO has a fiduciary duty to step up to the plate, and we're basically being robbed blind. Nobody's whining here. A lot of us had stuck together for months. For me, over 2 years, and something needs to be done because you can't have APE go down all the way to $1.90 and still stay silent. I understand that there's some legal issues, blah 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 blah, but he needs to come out and say something. His name is. Sorry if I mispronounced it, but he's absolutely right. Something needs to be done. We need to make some kind of noise and tell the CEO, listen, this silence that you're having is not good enough for us. We're stuck here together. We've seen our account. As for me, I for the bigger goal, right? To make a point. I just hate to see a lot of the YouTubers and space callers and good people infighting like if we were in high school. But sometimes we need to express our voice, like you're saying, Tara. You're expressing your voice, and I don't think people should come out against you because you're expressing your feelings. I think people should actually recognize and bring up the fact that yes, we know AMC Bigums. He puts out a lot of good DD, but
Does he?
he
Does
he
he?
he, he
Does
does
he?
put out a lot of
He
good
steals a
DD.
lot
He
of good
definitely does.
DD. Yeah.
Well,
Does he?
Hey,
What
everybody,
actually,
everybody.
I honestly, I've been asking everyone in the room, please let me know what he's actually done, what he's actually said that's come. Feeling Al's, clip with Patrick Byrne, which was removed, and then claiming that the $100 directly after it was released.
What I'm trying to say, Tara, is like everybody has their own either opinions or DD.
Yeah,
I
and
love
my
watching.
opinion is his DD sucks ass, and you can tell him I
Well,
said
there
that.
you go. So either
Well,
somebody
everyone's
respects
DD
you for
sucks
that,
ass,
or
if
somebody
you ask
doesn't
me.
respect you for that. They could either
Someone
not
else is
follow you or
talking, so
follow
mute
you.
yourself, please. Thank you.
Me? Mute
No,
myself?
the other
Oh,
person who was talking
oh.
over you. Go for it.
So,
That was you,
what
Tara.
the point I'm trying to make is that I think that everybody shouldn't be persecuted for their different point of views. And I think we should save this energy fighting the true enemy, like the tweet that I just put out, which is the hedge funds. And where I believe we're really close to a whole entire market collapse. And yes, I don't agree with what AMC Bigum said about Al. And he knows I stood up for him. He's my fellow devil dog. But at the same time, it's like I hate to see this fighting. I love you all. I said my piece. I'll still follow everybody and stay in the background, just watching and holding for you, holding for the people that don't have that many shares, holding for the people that have a whole bunch of shares. I'm here for the long haul, and I'm here to to create wealth, but at the same time send a message. But I agree with you 100%. The CEO is way too silent on all of this. A lot of people have seen their account diminished, and he's staying silent the way he is, and I don't believe that he should stay fully silent. There's some things that yes he cannot say, but I believe that he should come out and speak up and calm everybody down.
You know who loves his silence? You know who benefits the most from his silence? People who are putting out false information and false narratives and claiming that this is what's going on behind the scenes. And a response, like, we would like to know what's going on, because carrying on, and they're not. Please give me the answers, please give me the answers, whoever you are, and I'll pay you all the super chats in the world if you tell me what I want to hear. It's a direct conflict of interest for someone to sit there and collect hundreds of dollars in super chats while simultaneously the answers for you. Well, of course you do.
I do agree with you with the super chats. I believe that
It wouldn't bother me so much. Excuse me, really quick. It wouldn't bother me so much if it wasn't the same person who drove other YouTubers out of town because of them collecting super chats. It wouldn't bother me at all. As a matter of fact, I don't care who collects what money and who pays them. You go for it. Like, you do you, boo. It doesn't bother me until you're the actual person who bullied other people, called people derogatory, horrible names, and then are doing exactly what you called them out for. So what does that tell you?
And that's one thing that I was talking to one of my buddies, because he was asking me what's up with the drama with Al and AMC Biggins, and I said, listen, the guy's gonna use a clip of Al, and then he calls him a clown. It's like, why do you think Al did that? And I hit up Al, and I mean, just don't call him
He's
a clown.
trashed Al. He's trashed
Yeah.
me. He's trashed other people. And then he steals clips, and then he cries like a little 2-year-old when his clip gets removed. At least give credit. At least give credit for all the stuff you're stealing from other people. Instead, he goes and blocks people and says that they're doing it to him. No one's stealing anything from you because you get everything wrong. I mean, it's like copying off of a kid on a math test who doesn't know how to do math. Like, why would you do that? You're going to steal from someone who actually knows what they're talking about, if anything. So that's why he's stealing from Al, because Al actually knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, I said my piece. I love you guys all. I'll get off and listen, but I just hope all right.
I love you too, and I'm
All right.
so fired up. I'm sorry, but I can't deal with the kumbaya right now. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous because I invited him in here to have a conversation like grown-ups should do, but instead you're going to when your account's locked, you're not allowed to tweet, but okay.
But you're a fighter. That's what makes you different. And some other females won't stand up for them.
That's why they're scared.
And just keep fighting. I mean, that's nothing
why
wrong.
they fear me.
I love a strong woman. I mean, my wife is the same way. That's why we bump heads. But hey, my little daughter's the same way, and that's how you don't get taken over and get fucked over. But anyways, I'll get off and let you guys
Not
talk.
by a CEO and not by a super chat YouTuber. That's for damn sure. Anyway, yeah, thank you for coming. Appreciate and value what that person brings to the movement or brings to the table. Awesome, cool. Right now, I'm heated. Right now, I'm getting completely attacked and people are in support of it. And it's something that's happened to me multiple times. The harassment with people on that level, it's just, I can't imagine if it was someone's like sister or daughter or, someone related to you. Like, I can't imagine people standing by and being cool with it. And that's what makes me absolutely sick is the double standards that people have. Anyway, I think we had, was it Raymond next or Al? Is it Raymond or Ramon?
It's Ramon.
Ramon, my
Hey,
bad.
Tara. I, I just wanted to say I'm going to be real quick. I don't want to take up too much time here. But first of all, Team Tara, 100%. If I wasn't before, I damn sure am now. I really appreciate how you're starting to question things that are off, and that to me is a bigger proof of your authenticity than anything else, because it's not it's only natural when things start to smell kind of fishy. You don't sit there and you keep gaslighting people and telling them, hey, that's not fish, that's crapples and shitterman or whatever. We're
Hey,
getting
come to my
crapped on.
YouTube channel and I'll tell you what that smell is. And while you're at it, pay me and I'll give you a shout out. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
But yeah, no, we're getting crapped on, and I agree. But I just wanted to say something that it might be a little bit contrarian. I also want to thank Ethan and Spencer because of your content. I've really enjoyed it a lot. I didn't want to leave here without saying that. But what I wanted to say about it's gonna sound contrarian, but it's the honest to goodness truth, and I'm not getting paid. I refuse all money on social media just because my own station in life. So this is just 100% my own opinion, but it's the reason why I'm still holding, and I just want. It was during the last conference call. Magic words M&A, mergers and acquisition, and I don't. I mean, this is just hope springs eternal. I really hope that at some point AMC can make a move like that because that would absolutely, catapult the stock. But that's one reason that I'm holding is just because I'm hoping that something like that can happen. I'm not saying that that's what's going on behind the scenes or anything, but if it is, they're not going to be talking about it. We got the breadcrumb, and that's probably all we're going to get until it happens. And it would also explain if you take a minute and Google something called buyout theft. You'll see that it isn't the first time something like this happens where a company's about to get bought out and the shares just plummet because they want the shares. They don't want retail to get money off of this. They want them. Whoever's involved, the big players, are going to try to steal those shares. So I'm holding a small amount, but I'm holding for the apes, and I've been an ape from the beginning. Um, those are the reasons that I'm holding, and I just wanted to give again huge shout out, much respect, 100% respect to you, Tara, for all you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And sometimes it becomes extremely difficult to become this sort of like human shield to say things that everyone's thinking and to not everyone, obviously, but to say things that a lot of people have come to me with, a lot of people are thinking, a lot of people are feeling. It does get hard and it does get, draining when all of a sudden you're getting attacked for literally just asking a question. I'm literally asking, not even asking, just please say something in regard to the fact that you hear what we're saying, you hear what we've pointed out, or you see what we've pointed out. I want to let you guys know I have received some really great DMs too. I got one first thing when I woke up this morning, the very first DM that I opened on Twitter said, "Good to hear you getting fired up about AA being silent. Everyone I know in this feels exactly the same way. Appreciate you, and the space calls are awesome." So I just want to remind people you aren't alone, but it is high time that the silent majority step up. Like, don't be silent and don't be afraid. I'm sorry, but if people block you, it's their loss. Like, at the end of the day, if they cannot hear, a question, if they cannot hear you out, it's probably not your people anyway. So that's where I'm at with it. If people unfollow, if people block, they're probably not my people anyway. They're probably not contributing to spaces. They're probably not, contributing to my tweets at all. It's not important to hold on to excess baggage here. I don't care if you're not willing to have a conversation. I don't care if you have to go your separate ways. Like, that's fine. I'll live. I will survive. I promise. Another DM I got. Let's see. Last night I received this one. It says, Tara, I listened to the entire call today on Spence's YouTube channel, which if you're not subscribed to Spence, you guys should be. As he's already expressed here multiple times, he donates 100% of the revenue earned just from people watching back to AMC gift cards and back to you guys, which I think is just amazing. This person said, just wanted to thank you for your passion and devotion. I have been here since March last year and have over 5,000 APE and AMC. My wife and I, excuse me, my screen turned off. My wife and I have been patient, but truly wonder about AA as well. Just doesn't seem right. Again, thank you for your professionalism and know you're an impressive person to many. Take care, ma'am. And I thought that was really kind. And honestly, it's the kind people who are reaching out and saying, this is how I'm feeling. You are talking from, my perspective and how I feel. I appreciate you guys because again, getting attacked and berated for questions, I can't imagine like having any sort of an opinion in this without getting completely just, decimated, which is an awful movement. Like that's an awful community of people. If you ask questions and they just attack you and decimate you, that is not your people. So, yeah, anyway, I appreciate the people who are here. I appreciate the people who do show support. I appreciate you guys, the people who retweet the calls, send nice messages. You just know you're not overlooked. It does mean a lot. And yeah, I owe you big time after the squeeze.
Tara, here's the mentality of this community. There's way more positive things in the chat than there is negative, but certain YouTubers' followings come into the chat to specifically go, mute Tara, blah, blah, blah. And then you got people like vote for Tara. The people who are in my chat going, mute Tara, leave the fucking space call. Leave the stream. You don't have to sit here and listen. But that's the type of mentality they have. These YouTubers will tell their
Tara
following.
in her own space call. I'm the only one with that power. Yeah, if you don't like it, you can get the hell out of here. I want to go. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
They'll tell their following to come to my channel to bomb my chat to try to defame you, and it's absolutely freaking pathetic. I mean, it's what is it, Taco Tuesday morning, and they're in my chat. What are they doing all day? It's just crazy. My biggest thing is if this community, if everybody put their real face and their real name on their profiles, like me, Tara, PJ, and Al do, this entire community would be cleaned out of the nonsense within a day. People need to verify who they are. If you really hold shares, your name and address is on the AMC ledger anyways, and anybody that holds shares can go see it during the meetings. But these Ape for Life or AMC Ape with a monkey profile in their picture are the ones who always come in and bomb the community with nonsense and cause this insane division. It's stupid at this point. Sorry, I'm a little ranty.
Can I just rant 1 second? I just had some guy tell me.
No, we're not ranting today, PJ.
I just had some. It's funny. It's funny rants. I just had some guy tell me that I've done nothing for the community. Where have I been? And I'm like, okay, what have you done? And he was like, I made AMC Day. Seriously? Okay.
He started his profile in September of 2022. And to all the haters in the chat, by the way, thank you. You're just adding to the revenue to my channel, which I'm going to give to people who have real profile pictures that actually post themselves going to AMC theaters.
All right, Al, you're up. Hit it out of the park.
I want to first recognize one person out of the Michigan area whose beloved wife wrote up and drafted and finalized our FOIA request. It's very extensive. It's all encompassing. I just received it a few minutes ago. I will send it over to those relevant parties that we've been talking with. I've also spoken with Ethan and a few other folks. We've got the first half of the first phase of our mission completed, and it's auspicious to me because we have got a wide-reaching, all-encompassing document that I'm really thrilled about. But that person in Michigan is a former Marine himself and a former Chicago cop, And I was really touched the fact that he was able to do this pro bono and use his poor wife who's on her day off. And I want to recognize that person. Thank you. If you're, I know you're in this chat because I saw you earlier. I recognize you, and I'm very grateful for what you've done for this community and this movement. Okay, that being done and said, I will start disseminating that document in the next 24 hours. You'll get a copy of it. Here's the way to do this. You have a copy of it if you're an active duty guy or if you're a veteran that have the resources to execute on your own behalf, self-behalf, then I will send it to you. If you don't, then I can't send it to you. I need to get your name. I need to put your name on a ledger, a private ledger, on a document. That way we keep tabs of everything. It's going to be coordinated in terms of the lawyers and what district that we're going to in terms of federal courts. That being said, if that's something you want to involve yourself in, you're an active duty or a veteran or somebody with means to do this, or has a lawyer friend that can execute a FOIA request on your behalf, please reach out to me. Al from Boston. I'm sorry, Al from DC 202 at Gmail. It's on my YouTube channel. It's in the About section where you can learn about me and my email address. You can reach out to me. I will send you a copy of it, and you can file it, and you can get a copy of it. After that, right now I'm working with another lawyer who is going to help me file the documentation we need. Once that is done, all right. Once that is, and I'm in midterms right now. I am in law school. Keep in mind, so I have to do kind of a balancing act to where I can memo, create the document, file the writ, and then democratize it to everybody in the mission. And as soon as we do that, we'll be able to file this thing. And I think we can get that done within close to 2-3 weeks. There's a lot of the big thing about this document is the legalese that goes into it. When you're filing a legal document, there's a lot of nuance that goes into it. We have to make sure that everything is encompassed, right? Every facet of this is encompassed. Everything that we've seen, we've witnessed, and the fact that the SEC hasn't done anything. Now, when we file this writ, we have to make sure that every avenue of approach is covered. So we give the no means of defending himself. And one of the things that we are doing is ensuring that when we have our day in court, in federal court, we're asking for an actual oral meeting on Zoom. So in other words, we'll try to broadcast it via Zoom, but I don't know how federal jurisdiction feels about. I'm sorry, not federal. The federal court feels about us broadcasting it. But if we have documents that we can present afterwards of the writ of mandamus being filed and the judge okaying it, our request for relief, then we will share it. Obviously, we'll make sure that gets out immediately, and we'll see how that thing goes. I'm excited at the possibilities of this thing because I think we can actually have a meaningful that's going to help us get this thing off the ground. The chief problem, as I see it, is not the fact that the DTC is corrupt, or the fact that the Citadel is corrupt. They're doing what it's in their nature. Their nature is to be corrupt. They're thieves. They're thieving bastards. I've always said that. The fact of the matter is we have a Securities and Exchange Commission that is either colluding or is inept. And we've got enough evidence accumulated to the fact that, we can prove that they're just not answering phone calls, not answering emails, not returning phone calls, not returning letters, dismissing things, and probably deleting files regarding transactions in terms of sending people, when people go to the SEC's website, sending complaints letters. We're requesting all that stuff. We're getting a full and accurate account of everything. So we're not giving them any avenue of approach to come back at us and say, these guys don't know what they're talking about, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. The SEC cannot resist a federal court order, right? They can try to appeal it, but in order for us to get relief, that we can have it expedited and so on. It's a 24-hour turnaround. The judge okays it. It gets sent off to the SEC, the DTCC, the Citadel, who's going to be the main culprit in this whole thing, and of course the New York Stock Exchange. I said this yesterday on the call, and I'll say it again. One of the things that we absolutely must ensure, all right, on our filing, is that the limit up, limit down feature of the New York Stock Exchange is taken off, because we want to find the natural equilibrium, the natural state of that stock. Where is it supposed to be resting if it wasn't going through these ATS systems, destroying the price action and the price discovery? That is a big thing for us, because that is going to be part and parcel to get us those numbers that we want. My goal has never been just to get the squeeze, is to ensure that nobody is interfering with the squeeze. That's why I've been pushing for the New York Stock Exchange to be taken out of the equation, to have the limit up, limit down feature taken off this particular stock. And I've got enough evidence accumulated to show that a stock like the Chinese stock HKD that literally went to 1,000 within a few minutes. It had no limit up, limit down feature. It just ripped and tore through the market. Is available. That's something that is doable. Now that we've discovered that, we've got video of it and we've got evidence of it. The fact that it rose so quickly, we can tell the judge, hey, they can take it off and on at any time they want. It's not even a question of volatility at this moment. It's a question of where does the stock's natural price reside. And we have found two great market makers to replace Citadel with. Both of them have no affiliations with any of the investment banks or the folks over at Wall Street. They're independent market makers. They have no, like they just do market making and that's it. It's a small market, two small market makers. Either one of them can handle it, and they have no connections to Citadel or any of the big banks. They're just market makers. They're much smaller, but they could handle the volume. They have enough to handle the volume, which is what we need. And we'll request it. We're giving the judge two options on this. We're giving him one or the other, and I think he'll recommend that to happen. And more importantly, it's the fact that the Securities and Exchange Commission will be able to expose them for who they are, right? Which is complicit or inept, one or the other. They can't say we don't have the money to investigate this thing, or they have these stupid things that they say, like, well, there's an open and active investigation. Well, I've done enough evidence, and once again, thank God for the Marine Corps. I found guys that work at the SEC who I've been reaching out through a LinkedIn thing, asking them questions and getting answers from them. As it turns out, when you have an active investigation, right, you have to actively be monitoring and maintaining and writing up things that are in an active investigation. The digital entries. It's not like it when we were in the military where we were writing hand entries into a little green notebook. It's not like that. Everything's digital. And now, if they say to us, "Well, we have an active investigation against Citadel right now," we wouldn't be able to give that to you. We can ask the judge to verify this investigation through digital book entries. Now, you can't fake those, you guys. You cannot fake those. Those digital entries have watermarks. They have a ledger system. And I'll give you a quick history lesson. After 9/11, we have a data center that's backed up our entire financial network, our entire financial system, including the stock market, out in McLean, Virginia. It's owned by Verizon. They have all that stuff there. Every time you send an email, a note, a complaint, everything's backed up onto that email, that server over in that data center. And it's backed up. I mean, the contract's there for 100 years. It's an old as dirt. It's not old as dirt, but it's fairly new. It was built after 9/11. So they have all that stuff. They can't fake that stuff because everything's replicated through this module. And without getting too technical, everything the SEC does in the financial system in terms of the stock market and the way it moves and patterns and everything else is recorded in this data center. So we could subpoena that. We're covering every base. We're covering every avenue of approach. We're not giving them an inch. We're not giving them any quarter. We're going to try to slam this home. But let me tell you something. This is something you get to understand. If the judge okays this, right, and within 24 hours, this thing is enacted and it's codified, you have to be ready, for whatever your brackets are, and whatever your thing is, because it will rip. I'm a fervent believer in this theory that this thing is so suppressed that the second they take off the ATS system and they take off the limit up, limit down feature from Citadel, and they go to this new market maker, the market maker is just going to be like, all right, let's just turn it on and see what happens. And this thing is just going to rip through. I think we'll just go to crazy numbers very quickly. And if that's the case, be ready, because if you miss out on it, I don't know what to tell you, but this is happening, and we're getting the court involved in this, and these guys work fast to do these sorts of things. These things get executed. And unless there's an executive order from the president, I don't know any other way that can stop this. Even Gary Gensler doesn't have the authority over the courts to do this. He can try to go to the president, and we got people in the White House. We got Chanel over there at OAN News, and if they have a discussion or a meeting regarding this, we'll know about it, and then we'll know that Joe's in on it as well. I know a lot of you guys remember that Nancy Pelosi's husband has got a massive position in AMC, so we are keeping an eye on that as well. We have one guy monitoring his portfolio at all times to see if there's been any changes with AMC. There haven't been, but we are keeping an eye on him. So, yeah, that's really about it. I'll send those documents out a little later. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, Tara and Spence. I got one thing for you. Do you remember that show, The Great Escape, or where the hell it was, where they go out and like find a treasure or whatever? Right? You remember that?
Say that one more time, man.
Show on NBC. It was like The Great Escape or some kind of show where you worked in pairs, teams, and you decipher little things. And it's like a treasure hunt almost. Do you remember that show?
Yeah, I think I do.
Well, one of the things I talked to a friend of mine a while ago who's in marketing, and I said to him, "Hey, you know, how do we take a company like this? He's got so many locations globally, and create some good positive events or marketing events. Do that." And one of the coworkers he worked with said you could do like some kind of giveaway, like a cash giveaway, if you're a frequent moviegoer and you get like I don't know some kind of code in front of every movie, and you decipher the code, and you go to another movie theater in your state or your wherever, and you give them like $1 million or something, and it gets people in the door, and you get to decipher code, and it's really difficult to decipher it. Things like that. The sweepstakes thing doesn't really work, but the treasure hunt thing, because there's money involved or some kind of movie related. You get a lifetime pass to AMC. You get to watch any movie anytime, as many times as you want every month. Two tickets of those.
They were doing stuff like that for a while, where like Batman had QR codes and we had free comics, and people were in like you could download little games at certain movies. And then it feels like it just kind of fell off. Like we haven't had any really big new things. We got the popcorn containers and stuff, but every movie I've went to in the past like 3 months for AMC, there hasn't been really any pre-movie preview like engagement with the crowd. And people love that at Batman. The Batman was amazing. Everybody had their phones out. They were engaging with the thing, and that spread virally. And I'm not quite sure why this kind of initiative has fallen off, because NCMI, National Cinemedia, is the one who makes that content for those preview stuff, and AMC owns 6 million shares of that. So I don't know. I feel like the hard push in engagement with movie NFTs and certain items in theaters has kind of fallen off lately. I'm not really sure why that's happening.
Money in terms of cash, that'll get people up. People will pay attention. If you can put out some crazy amount of money, if you say, "Hey, we'll give you $1 million if you can discover this prize," and do like a treasure hunt. You go from place to place and you document it. You make a little web series out of it. We have a fucking production company.
I think it's better than giving Nicole Kidman $25 million, and you could make it a year-long event. Across every AMC globally.
You say, "Hey, there's $1 million on the line. All you have to do is decipher these movie. You show up to the movies, you watch a movie, you decipher the code, you take a photograph with your phone, and you go on to the next thing. You figure it out, you go to the next thing, and eventually you get this treasure." There was a guy that did this. He had all of his wealth in a treasure, and he made like a treasure hunt, and some guy found it, and it was worth millions of dollars. You could do something like that, get people in the door, like I don't know, some kind of a Goonies type of treasure map or something. I don't know, something to that effect. Though I think that has value in there, because you put up a cash sum, especially in a market like this. Anytime there's free money, you have to at least get your attention. $1 million, that's a lot. That might get people in the door, and might get people interested, and get people to start looking. $1 million talks. $1 million talks, not like 50,000 or 10,000. $1 million talks, and you make the thing difficult enough, or you make it challenging enough to where some smart person who watches movies and deciphers movies and understands it figures it out, and boom, there it is. It's an event. We can tweet the shit out of it.
That's definitely something to send to email to AMC Investor Relations for sure. Just do like, hey, AMC Theaters globally is doing a special event, $1 million giveaway, and hell, make it for John Wick 4 or something. And you do the QR codes, and somebody's got to solve this incredibly hard puzzle to solve, and people go to the movies, and if somebody gets it, they win $1 million. It's a huge advertising push. Other companies do stuff like that. McDonald's has their Monopoly game and such. I dig it, man. I'd send it directly to AMC Investor Relations personally.
Weather, because John will tell us if we have the revenue of the capital to do something like that. And it's worth looking into, at least pursue. Just horrible people. I'm not going to name them. I don't even give them the credit to even disclose their names. I just ignore them because it's easier that way. I can focus more on AMC and what we're doing in terms of getting the squeeze actually to fruition, rather than give them I don't even acknowledge them. There's no point. All they can do is talk, And I realized something one day. I was with one of my buddies, and I was like, I did 2 tours in Iraq as a rifleman, and I shot and killed better men than some of these people that talk shit about me. And that was it. And I realized that those people stood for something. They weren't just shit talkers. They at least had a cause, and it was a worthwhile cause. And I realize that now. And it just goes to show you that people within this community that do this sort of thing, they just don't know any better. They were raised a certain way. They don't know any better. And there's nothing you can do to stop them. Just ignore them and move on and keep your prerogative straight and forward, and that's it. So thank you so much, Spence. Terry, you're the best. I love you. Jess, you're the best. And Froggy and all these other guys that are in here. Eaton and Dave, of course, and Tarek, who I met yesterday. Great meeting you guys. And thank you for everything, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, seriously. For all the work that you've put in on your end and withstanding the hate. And I know we've had our conversations and kind of, found obviously you're over the target. Obviously you're onto something. Thank you for your service, Al, and thank you for your efforts here. It doesn't go unnoticed. You are appreciated, and I think underappreciated in my opinion, but so are a lot of other people who I see in this space right now, who I see on Twitter often doing their thing. And just know I see you guys, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Al, for coming in and sharing with everybody here.
I have breaking news real quick for all the military members. There is now a lawsuit against Texas Pete as a man found out that it is made in North Carolina and not Texas. So anybody in the military, DM me about that if you've been frauded by Texas Pete hot sauce.
Can I blend something in since I had the hand?
That's huge right there. That's like Camp Lejeune water, huge.
Yeah, go for it, Guy. What's up?
Well, it's really good that Al ended with this, because this is where I wanted to go. So I want to make a point here.
Go ahead, Guy.
I'm muted.
I can't bring you guys due diligence, and it's weird to follow Al because I'm so much less serious than him. But what I have here is team leadership stuff and morale stuff. And I feel like we're in a tough place from a morale point of view and from a team management point of view. But I got a question for you, Al, right now. It's an important one, right? Did guys in your unit fight? Did you have fights? I bet you did, because guys on my hockey team in practice fight, and guys on my fire crew fight, and sometimes my fire crew fought with the next fire crew over the fence. We had a 2-fence system of 2 different crews, and we had a rivalry with them. And sometimes hot shots fight with smoke jumpers. But you know what? At the end of the day, when it all zooms out, it makes us stronger, because what we are is we're fighters. We're in a fight. At this point in this thing, the only people left are fighters. And so we're people that are passionate, right? And I'm holding the way I hold, and you hold the way you hold. And sometimes that stuff is going to come into conflict. And we're stubborn, nasty, holding ass people, right? And so I just want to make sure that everyone down below, and especially the short sellers or the people in the news or whatever who are trying to figure out our sentiment, don't mistake the fact that we're having a little family squabble with what we are, because we're holders. And like, we got one side of us that's like, well, we're holding like hell and we don't question the CEO. And we got another side that says we're holding like hell and we're going to make sure the CEO does right by us. But you know what? We came to here to do two things: chew bubblegum and hold the stock. And you know what? We're a little low on bubblegum, so I guess I'm going to hold. And that's where we're at. And I want it to be clear, because that's really where this is. We're gonna be together on what's important eventually, even though there's momentary problems here. There's no problem in the big picture. The big picture is we're strong as hell.
The only problem I see in the big picture is people who roadblock ideas that would cause a squeeze in order to maintain this level of viewership, this level of sponsorship, I guess, super chats or whatever it may be. So that's where I have an issue, because I actually do hold a ton of shares. I would love to see this thing squeeze higher than it did before. And anyone who's standing in the way and fighting against that is not someone who's playing on my team. And I don't care if you see it otherwise. That's fine. If you're not here for a squeeze, that's fine too. I didn't buy AMC for anything else other than a squeeze. I've held for other reasons along with the squeeze play, but I'm here for a squeeze. That's what got me here. I didn't buy because I liked the CEO. I didn't even know who the hell the CEO was. I didn't buy because I thought, anything else other than, well, I did think, coming out of a pandemic that movie theaters would be on fire. And I think I was pretty right about that. I think we all were. But I bought for a squeeze. I bought for, a next level squeeze, something to really hurt the people who tried to hurt the company that, was going through hard times. So at the end of the day, it's very frustrating when I've come forward with things that have been completely roadblocked by the same people who are collecting off of the movement. They can claim that I do, but I don't. I don't have super follows on Twitter, which is something that, you can sign up for and you can do. I don't. And I don't do it for a reason. I don't want to become a talking piece. I don't want to become someone who delays things in order to continue collecting, this income off of it. I don't have a paid for Discord. I don't do any of that. And I'm not trying to, compare apples to oranges. But at the same time, if you're someone who ran other people with large platforms out of the movement with next level hate and effectively got them to quit talking about the stock, and then all the while you turn around and do the exact same things that you were claiming that they were doing that were wrong, you're just as much a part of the problem. And then to be that person, to have a platform and stand against things that would actually move things forward, that would actually flush out synthetic shares, that would actually, contribute to an accurate share count. It's just extremely, extremely disheartening. I lose all trust in people who, behave that way. There's just zero integrity there.
I just hope in the end of this, it's going to make us stronger overall. And I know that's I'm confident that that's where we'll get.
I agree. I see people having an active argument on here. Today is just such a crazy day. And I knew this week was going to be a crazy week. I knew that, I would catch a certain level of backlash from the people who don't want to question anything because they view it as FUD. At the same time, you have to respect the people that do have questions, the people who do want answers, including myself, people who are shareholders, who, value this company, who value this stock, and are down, 80% on this dividend that was supposed to be the checkmate. You have to understand that people are at their wits' end, and I understand it because I'm feeling it. It doesn't mean I'm selling. I'm definitely not selling. It doesn't mean I want Adam Aaron replaced. I never said that. If anything, I think he's on his way to retirement regardless. Who he'll be replaced with, I don't know when that day comes. Hopefully we've all, moved on and the squeeze is done and we're just hanging on to whatever we're hanging on to in the company because we love the company. But for now, my opinions are that Adam should be speaking to shareholders. If he's able to tweet about, going to the movies, about 4-day work weeks, he should be able to say something along the lines of, hearing our voices. He did say it in the annual piece of APE. So that was regarding the AMC, FTDs. So, and maybe he's waiting for an update on that. I don't know. I can't speak on that. But at the end of the day, you can't just hype this whole ape thing as some, pounce, and then it completely flop and not say a word. Like, you have to at least say you're doing something, say you're attempting to do something, say you hear our voices, anything. And I don't think it's so much to ask for.
Yeah, bring your passion. Bring your passion. Fight it hard.
Real quick.
Fighting.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just wondering if anybody knows why the SPY started to pump. If there's any news out there.
No idea.
There was
Thanks for having me.
a DDoS attack on all the airports this morning from the Russians.
Thank you so much, Guy, and I appreciate what you shared, because honestly, it makes a lot of sense, and it does kind of, convey what's going on here to an extent. So thank you. Sorry, I'll go for it.
So this morning, the Russians had a cyber attack at a number of U.S. airports. ABC was the first one to report this, but basically, the attack came in from Russian Federation cyberspace, I guess, and they confirmed that the nation's largest airport was targeted by a cyber attack on Monday morning. Importantly, the system targeted does not handle air traffic control, internal airline communications and coordination, or transportation security. It's an inconvenience. It's just kind of a way of saying, hey, don't poke with us, But basically, they did that. It was a denial of public access to public-facing web domains, and basically hacking a website and doing what's called denial of service. And it was by Killnet, which is a pro-Russian hacker group, is behind the attack, supposedly. They went after LaGuardia. They went after, I think it was, they went after Atlanta International, Des Moines International, LAX, Chicago O'Hara. They were all impacted Monday morning. So this has something to do with the what happened over with the bridge in Crimea. And the Russians destroyed a bunch of Kiev's universities this morning. They have this really sophisticated cruise missile. It's really, really impressive, and they shot like a bunch of them directly into Kiev, and they destroyed some of their targets, their cultural targets.
My Marine buddy, former Marine buddy, sent me a video of it this morning. It's pretty fucked up. They're literally dropping missiles. There's two things. There's war, and then there's civilian targeting. They're literally targeting civilian populations at this point in time, regardless of who's right and wrong. That's a direct violation of multiple wartime rulings, Geneva Convention. You do not target civilians.
So, long story short, the Russians have this thing called the Kinzhal. It's a hypersonic missile. It's just uber sophisticated, and it's conventional air to conventional ballistic missile, and it's fucking fast. So you drop this out of like a MiG or whatever their fighter is that they're using, and within minutes, this missile is at its target, and it does. I mean, it's next to impossible to shoot down. And once this thing is locked on, it's nearly impossible to avoid, because we're talking about getting out of the way in like minutes. So it is what it is. But a hypersonic missile is nothing to mess with. It's being used right now. We're seeing it. Very sad stuff over there in the Ukraine. I will say this much: it's only going to get worse from here on out. It's only going to get worse. I don't see this getting any better. Nobody's trying to intervene. We keep exasperating the situation by sending more money. We spent billions of dollars. The Russians are sending off their conscripts from all the old former Soviet USSR countries. They're donating people. They're stealing people. They're Shanghaiing people. And they're doing all the things that the Russians are known for. But it tells me one thing: our enemies, right? They're not as unsophisticated as we think they are, and we've been complacent as a nation in the last couple of years in terms of our technology, our research and development, and this does affect, not even tangentially, but pretty effectively, our stock. Because if this thing really escalates, and let's say Putin drops a piece of nuclear ordnance somewhere in Ukraine, whether it be underwater in some lake, just to show hey, this is what we can do, and you're just going to keep exasperating us. It could lead to something much more kinetic, and I use that word deliberately, kinetic, because you cross a certain threshold, it's just going to get really, really bad. Horrible stuff happens here. That's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Al. Yeah, I did see Germany's looking at sending some ground-based air defense over there too. So hopefully we get to some type of conclusion within the next couple months or a year, whatever is going on. This endless global war we're in is getting really freaking disgusting to general people. I'll say it once again: poor people don't start wars. It's always elites. It's always some elite agenda, some self-fulfilling prophecy, or some type of energy crisis. That's why we need energy independence in this country. Thyra, what's up, man? You've had your hand up for a while.
What's up, Spence? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
It's been a minute since I've been on here, to be honest with you. Been so stressed out lately. I thought I'd leave AMC and the whole stock market alone just to kind of recharge the batteries. So I'm back. Just real quick, I just need like 30 seconds. I just urge everyone on the space call to take 5 minutes out of your day and just look into direct registering your shares, and you'll find how important and how detrimental share lending has been, especially if you're on margin accounts. A lot of retail, I know, Spence, you mentioned earlier that a lot of retail is on cash accounts, but to be fair, a lot of retail is also on margin accounts. And so if you're on margin, that allows share lending. And so the importance of direct registering your shares is to essentially log the flow, as you mentioned many times in your post, Spence. And that doesn't allow share lending to be lent out into the market to be shorted. And this is why AMC is where it's at pretty much. You'll find that share lending is a massive, massive problem. And if you just take 5 minutes out of your day and just look into it and see what you see, and then once you agree with direct registering your shares, start spreading the word out there on Twitter and get people more involved in DRSing your shares. And the second thing I wanted to say is, I'm sure Tara and Spence and many of you guys that have a pretty big following have received backlash on questioning Adam Aaron and through these tough times, and I've done the same. But I'm doing it not necessarily to criticize Adam Aaron as a CEO. I don't care who our CEO is, to be honest with you. I just want someone to be there to do what's best for the company, which I think Adam Aaron is. My whole issue is I just wanted to bring awareness to the 43 million FTDs and the blatant manipulation that has been going on in our stock market. And so the only person I can pretty much blame is CEO Adam Aaron. I'm targeting him because I know that there's a lot of people watching, and I know the board is reading the messages. So I just want to bring awareness, and it's not necessarily to criticize the board or any of them because they don't really control the stock market.
They were the same people who said Adam was the same person who said he doesn't see evidence of naked shorting. So, of course, we want to show him the evidence. So, I mean, if your CEO is telling you, I don't have proof, I don't have evidence, hint, hint, but then everyone is saying, just sit back and wait. Wait for what? He literally has said there's no proof. So, when we're saying, look, Adam, day one of APE trading, there were 43 million failure to delivers, and then it took weeks for the overseas apes to even get their shares, their dividend shares of ape. You know what? It's there you go. That's enough proof. I mean, do something or say something. People are screaming it from the rooftops, and there's literally just silence. So
And we
you're right. You're right.
publicly predicted it, Tara. We came out the day that they said they're going to delay APE. I said that the share count's ruined, and now they're going to fail to deliver. And August 22nd, 24th, whenever the FTDs came out at the end of the month, boom, 43 million FTDs. I mean, we predicted it. So my thing is, here's the thing that drives me nuts. With computer share, your shares cannot be lent out. They cannot be shorted. Period. Bottom line, end of story. So at this point in time, when we know we're buying shares of APE that do not exist, which is proof through the FTDs that are being cleared without any buying pressure, meaning they're spoofing them, the most bullish thing to do right now is buy AMC directly from computer share, because not only do you log more of the float, your shares cannot be lent out and shorted. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think it matters if you have cash or margin account anymore. Because if you're buying a synthetic, they are going to borrow your synthetic shares to create naked short positions in the stock. So now you have a non-originated share sold into the market, non-originated from AMC with no initial buying pressure. Then they're loaning it out and creating naked shorts, which is why our stock price is in the dirt. I mean, it's not even a question anymore. We have proof. They just charge Barclays and they just charge UBS for doing exactly what I'm freaking telling you guys. In a year or two from now, they're going to come out with more charges on different brokerages and different market makers, and you're going to see the ticker symbol AMC and APE in there. Right now, and there's people still out there going, buy an APE is more bullish. I get that APE is super cheap and you're excited to load up a bunch of shares. But if we buy it down to 50 cents, you're losing your money. It's just, at this point in time, I think the best thing for people to do is just consider DRS. And the most fudded thing that has happened since the security token offering, the most fudded thing across multiple communities is nameless, faceless Twitter accounts telling us that DRS is owned by Citadel and it's bad, with no logical explanation why. You literally have this wonderful platform sitting right in front of you, and all you got to do is take 10 minutes to look at the website, click buy shares. When you buy, if you don't have an account, you don't register first. You click right on the front of the webpage, buy shares or buy stock. And your first purchase allows you to set up your new account. Your shares cannot be lent out and shorted if they're in computer share. I personally think the biggest problem with this entire community is a good 70% of the people who say they're apes are lazy. They do not want to go research computer share. They want to follow hopium. They don't want to buy shares properly off lit exchanges. They don't want to move their money out of big banks. And they're still on freaking Robinhood, man. There's so many people. Adam Aaron tweeted it out himself. He said, all 4 of my brokerages did the right thing. He's alluding that certain brokerages are not doing the right things, which is Robinhood, Webull, probably Moomoo. We know Publix gave us trouble, and almost every single brokerage over in Europe has given us trouble. But we know for sure computer share is cash only. You're buying direct. They pull the shares away from the DTCC until the float's logged. I just don't understand how people are still confused about this. Maybe I'm grumpy. I don't know.
Hey, Spence, and just to add real quick, I went to another space call I don't want to mention any names, but they have a pretty big following. And I honestly, I thought, space calls were there just to kind of share your ideas and what have you. And I did bring up the topic of DRS, and I swear to God, Spence and Tara, I literally just brought it up. Like I just said DRS, and I had so many people attack me on it.
So you were in APE radio.
Like, yeah, that was one of them. It was just ridiculous. And I was just trying to explain to them pretty much what you said. And I said, hey, dude, this is a massive problem. And I think, and until people realize, like, this is huge, just take 5 damn minutes out of your day and just look into it. Just look into it. You have money invested in this company. You have to do your due diligence. If you don't, then why are you even invested?
If you're unsure, go make your first purchase and keep your shares in your brokerage. Go make your first purchase on ComputerShare of AMC and set your account up. At least then you will have access to a secondary platform that is not going to be affected by solvency issues if this market completely collapses. Because I will tell you right now, if everything goes to shit, anything you own in Robinhood is gone. Anything you own in Webull, which is Chinese owned, CCP owned, is gone. They are backed up by nothing, and they are selling you synthetic shares. It's all a massive Ponzi scheme. All you literally have to do, okay, ComputerShare is scary. I don't know what I'm doing. I've heard all this FUD. You go to computershare.com, click stock purchase, make a small one-time stock purchase, say of like 5 or 10 shares, right? And you set up your account while you're doing it. 7 days from now, your account will be set up. You can log in and you're going to go, wow, this is pretty cool. It's not that hard. And I know my shares can't be lent out. And then during the earnings call and annual meetings, your name is in the book at AMC showing exactly how many shares you have. That is a reconciled share count for free. You're buying anyways, so buy legitimate shares. And every share you buy from DRS, they pull that from the DTCC. It says right in your portfolio, share removed from DTCC transferred to ComputerShare, which is AMC official transfer agent.
That's what I was going to say. I think a lot of people downplay and don't recognize the fact that ComputerShare is literally listed right on AMC's website as their official transfer agent. So this isn't just some rando thing like Spence is coming up with. There has been so much DD done on this by the GameStop crowd. They were effectively able to get a ton of people to DRS their shares, which is obviously, done better for them versus what we have going on. But that's exactly what I'm talking about, Thyra, with this whole thing where, there are literally people who will put up a roadblock to stop things from happening within this community that make me question what they're really even doing here, because this is something that would help everyone, including themselves, if they're shareholders. So why would you want to not talk about it, shut it down, call people shills if they talk about it? It's bizarre to me. It's not adding up for me.
Here's 2 questions from the YouTube on DRS. One guy said, how are we buying real shares through DRS if there's no more shares left? Here's the problem. All the shares of AMC are purchased and being held right now, but if they're not registered, they won't be confirmed as a real share. By buying through ComputerShare, you are pulling a share off the market into ComputerShare to register it. Say there's 5 billion shares. The first 516 million people who register their shares have legitimate on the book registered AMC shares. The rest of the shares still need to be paid for. You'll have value in that, but we would force the market makers to go, oh, we can't sell any more shares because it's all logged in ComputerShare, giving Adam Aaron massive ammunition legally. He could go, how is the market selling more of our stock than exists? The market makers would have to shut down sales, and it would force a squeeze because we would know that demand has fulfilled all available supply. That's the problem here, is supply and demand. If they can sell unlimited shares out in the open market away from ComputerShare, then supply will always be above demand, no matter how many apes they are, which causes the dilution and devaluing of what you're buying. It's very simple. The second thing is they said, oh, well, E-Trade told me in an email that they are not loaning out my shares. Let me be perfectly clear. The first 3 letters in the word broker are bro. The next 5 letters is broke. No broker in the US stock exchange is telling you the truth right now. If they were, this would all be over. I don't care which broker it is. Now, Fidelity seems to be the best in my personal opinion because it stays away from payment for order flow, except on options. But a 100% surefire way to know that you have a legal AMC share is to transfer your shares from your broker to ComputerShare or buy AMC directly on ComputerShare. There is a reason ComputerShare is not selling APE directly. And it's because of what's about to happen in Adam Aron's plan. So the most bullish thing you could possibly do right now is buy AMC directly from ComputerShare because you're pulling a share away from the DTCC and putting it into a safe where it can't be lent out and it can't be shorted. And I don't understand how people don't comprehend what that means. It drives me nuts. That's the last I'll talk about ComputerShare.
Thanks for having me on, Spence and Tara. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, thanks for coming up, man. Thanks for bringing up direct registration. I think it's super important. So,
Thank you guys. Thank you.
yeah, the FUD, the old FUD that's already been debunked being recycled in certain space calls and by certain accounts is insane. And it's always from people with fake profile pictures, and they do it so they can't be held accountable. Accounts with fake profile pictures and fake names come out and say whatever they want, and they stir up a bunch of drama and a bunch of false allegations against people. And then suddenly, or they make memes, and then suddenly they just disappear if anybody figures out who they actually are. It's just crazy.
Hey, Spence, have you done a tutorial video on ComputerShare?
Like 50 of them. Let me link one.
Awesome. Thank you. Serge, if you can check out Spence's link, he's got it for you.
I'll post it to the top here in a couple minutes.
How difficult do you think it would be if we invited somebody from DRS ComputerShare to explain and do like a Q&A, Spence?
So I did that, and they said they would get back to me. But I will say, and I don't care if whoever likes Super Stonks or doesn't, on YouTube, Super Stonks did an AMA with Paul Kahn, who's the global manager for ComputerShare, right? Big time guy. They asked and answered every single question that they had from the GME community, and this was years ago. It's a phenomenal video. It's out there on YouTube. Just type AMA Super Stonks, and it'll ComputerShare, and it'll pop up. It was a phenomenal interview with Paul Kahn. I mean, even this, people who have doubts about ComputerShare because it was fudded out by certain individuals who do not want us to log the float. That's why Robinhood bought Saytech. All you have to do is go log in and buy 5 shares just to see how it works. And when you realize that actually pulls a share out of the DTCC hands and locks it in a safe with AMC, you'll be blown away. That's all you have to do. It takes 10 minutes. You know what, Al? I emailed them or I DM'd them on Twitter and I didn't get a response. Maybe you'll have more success with that if you hit up ComputerShare on Twitter and ask them.
So there is a ComputerShare office, a couple of towns. It's actually in the city. I could try to send a note out to them in their corporate office. ComputerShare has offices everywhere in the U.S., which is interesting to me. But maybe I could send a note, maybe an interview. We can try something like that, maybe.
Yeah, and to people who have been investing for a while, they know what brokers used to be like, where you bought shares, and maybe even the older guys who used to get paper physical certificates. ComputerShare is basically the digital version of that. When you buy a stock through ComputerShare, the share goes directly registered into the account of ComputerShare in cash and registered to AMC, meaning you have a physical, well, now digital, but normally back in the day, you would have your physical certificate sent to your house. This is just the digital version of it. That's all it is.
So I just found out that the AMC short interest is 32%. I put it up at the top of the space if anybody wants to go retweet that, but that's crazy. And that's why I tell people, like, people say, oh, you want to question the CEO, sell your shares. No, I'm not going to sell my shares just because I don't think that the CEO is doing, enough for his shareholders at the moment. I still am here for a squeeze, so I'm not selling, but thanks anyway.
Just because you question the CEO, that actually just shows me that you care more for the company and the shareholder base. I'm here for AMC. Adam Aaron's cool. He's done some good things, but I'm not going to worship anybody who's got my money in their hands. I'm going to question them every step of the way. When you pay someone to do a landscaping job at your house, do you just walk away and let them do whatever they want? No, you tell them what you want them to do. And if it's wrong, you question them on it. It's like paying a builder to build a house and walking away for 6 months and coming back and your house is pink and has freaking, I don't even know, like a driveway that's swirled in a circle, and then being okay with it. Questioning the CEO respectfully is, in my mind, the most bullish thing you can do, because it's you taking care of the company and your fellow shareholders.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. What's up, Lucas? How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Tara. Hey, Spence, PJ. It's nice to see the original three still rocking out despite all the freaking hate and goddamn foolery that's been going on the past couple of days. It's, it's sad, but it is funny. But I completely agree with y'all. I mean, it is our duty as shareholders to question the CEO of the company we're invested in. I mean, that's literally it. That's our job as shareholders. And back when this all first started, it was fun to be a fanboy and a fangirl and just spread the memes and spread the fun, the positivity. But like, it's crunch time. Like, this isn't playtime anymore. Like, we've been here almost 2 years now, these spaces, and I've talked every now and again, but a lot of people are just holding this stock and hoping that it goes up, right? And this is crunch time. This isn't time to be fanboying the CEO or the board of directors or the bondholders, anybody. Like, we need to be always asking these questions. How can you lead your follower base and hype up an event that has literally dropped the stock over half, 50%? I mean, you can't hype up your follower base and then just come out and like your own tweets. I don't get that. I mean, I don't understand. So frankly, anybody who's not questioning his position in all of this right now, I mean, you have to be a fool, because this is, your money is there, right? Like, anybody who's invested in the company, your money's there. That's where it is. You've placed your bet. You can't not question management because you've placed your bet. It's your job to question management. I mean, if anybody even, there's been a lot of controversy with Mark lately, but anybody that saw that video of him questioning the CEO, Parker Pettit or whatever his name was, that's a real job. Like, that's our job, to go out and do that to our CEOs. Like, he was actively short the company. Yeah, he may have held shares, but like, that's a job that we have to do to Adam. Yeah, we have to light a flame under his ass. Maybe we do.
Well, his son's out there actively talking about stock market crashes on LinkedIn, which is, in my personal opinion, at this point in time, kind of a huge conflict of interest. It's crazy. But most importantly, what I realize, and I'll say this one time, and it's gonna resonate with everyone. Most of the accounts on Twitter that say they're apes have a picture of an ape, an AMC ape 801 or some crap like that. They're the ones that are trying to attack you into being silent. If I was a hedge fund shorting AMC, I would want all of you to stay ignorant and quiet. I wouldn't want you questioning Adam Aaron, because then he's not going to do what needs to be done based on his shareholder sentiment. That's just my opinion on it. These profile pictures with all these fake pictures and all these fake names on them are always the ones that come out and trigger attacks, because you can't hold them accountable for anything they do.
I literally, oh, sorry, PJ. No, I mean,
that's okay.
I couldn't agree more, Spence. I mean, I put out a tweet a while ago. It may have been at the beginning of the year, but I actively check. I mean, I have a small account, right? I only have like 500 following. This was like my personal high school account back in the day, but I actively check my following. If I come into these space calls and I get any weird random followers with even no profile picture and a bunch of numbers, I've fully stated, like, I'm not going to be following you back and you're probably just going to be blocked immediately. Like, this is a personal account, right? My face is here. You could probably get the company I used to work for off the t-shirt I'm wearing in my picture. Like, I'm out there. I don't care. Like, I'm a person. I have a voice. I don't need to hide behind a wall, and I'm not going to allow like bots to come into my profile and start to rile me up when they only have one clear objective in mind, which is to play with my money and my emotions. And that's just, you can't let people do that online.
If you guys think all these hedge funds that have been closed and are closing do not have fake ape profiles in here trying to get you to stay quiet, you've missed the entire past 2 years. PJ, you go. You were trying to talk, and we keep interrupting you. PJ.
Oops, I'm sorry. I don't think at this point Adam Aaron is even behind his tweeting anymore. I think it's his kid, and I think that's why he's not saying anything at this point. I don't know. I just have this feeling that it's his son, because remember, son that alerted him to what was happening on Twitter. And yeah, I think he made a couple of tweets in the beginning, but I'm just not 100% sure it's still him. And I'd love to hear if anybody feels that way.
I don't know. I thought he came out and publicly said that he runs his own. I could be thinking of someone else, though.
No, he did.
I don't
He
know.
did in the beginning. He absolutely did in the beginning. And I just have to wonder. I mean, some of the tweets would lead me to believe it was an older man that wrote it, and some of the tweets, not really. So I don't know. I got my eye open for that, too.
Sometimes I wish it was his son, because I think, honestly, the inability to read the room is a little bit of a tell. Anyway, I see Bold Barbies up here with something to say. Go for it.
Hi, Tara. Hi, Spence. Hi, PJ. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to come on. I wasn't sure the gentleman that was speaking, like maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. Like, I've been listening all morning or for like an hour or two. And it was the last person that was talking about computer share. I think it's called DRS, I think.
Spence, I think, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, if that was him, he finally convinced me to do this, because I've had so many people. They're like, I'm sorry, my phone.
That's all right.
Phone's going off. I've had even like my sister-in-law, Debbie, she's the one that told me all about the AMC GameStop like last year, which is what got me into it. She was one of the lucky ones that made money before Robinhood cut everybody out and all that. So she made a lot of money, so that's why I started doing it, until I realized that, obviously it's a movement now. But even Debbie, she texted me the other day. She's like, Jill, you really need to do this DSR or computer share. And, I'm like, I don't know what you mean. And she sent me something on Reddit, and I still didn't understand. And then every blue moon I'll hear about it. But like, I know, really, honestly, to be vulnerable here, I don't know much about stocks or anything. I'm just, getting my feet wet last year with this. But Spence, if that was you, like, the way you spoke and articulated all of that was like amazing. And I'm definitely going to tell my sister, me and her do this together. Like, we have a little account that we should kind of share, even though her name's on it. And we're going to do that. Like, even for our GameStop shares, like this, we have both of those. So GameStop and AMC. So I want to thank you and tell you you're super cool, and everyone else is. And Tara, I heard you talking earlier, Tara, and I think you're super cool too.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. And yeah, Spence, I appreciate you sharing the DRS information. I think it's extremely important, just to, especially when people aren't even allowed to talk about it in other spaces. And Computer Share is AMC's official transfer agent. You can see it right on AMC's website. If it weren't, then it wouldn't even be something we would be, discussing. But it is a way of having an accurate share count. I mean, if every single shareholder DRS their shares, we would know exactly how many shares are out there.
Probably, honestly, if every shareholder, if we do have 4 million DRS 10 to 20% of their shares, either by transfer or buying new shares, I think that's all it would take. I mean, look at the polls we've been running. We know there's billions of shares, meaning everybody's holding a pretty high average. So if there's 4 million people and Adam Aaron says, what, 100, 120 million shares for an 80% hold, all we need to do is register. If there are 4 million people, you register 200 shares, the game's over. But either way, even if we never get to the full amount, every share registered is one that's pulled off the market that they cannot manipulate. It's that simple. And like I said, if you're unsure about it, the first thing you should do is go to their website, and the first thing you do is you click buy stock. And in that first purchase, just buy a couple shares. In that first purchase, you will set your account up and you will go through the process, and then your learning of the platform will start. It's the simplest platform out there. It's easier to learn than your brokerage.
Can I ask another question, or can I ask Spence a question?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I've had a question. Like I've learned all about everything going on with the movement, and then the rehypothecated shares and the phantom shares, and what you were just saying about, at least if they're in the DSR, everything is counted for. But I heard something last night on a space call regarding silver, and the person, I'm like completely paraphrasing, which I shouldn't do, I guess, but he was speaking of silver and how, it's one of the best things to do right now because everything, is going on with the world and the banks. But he made it sound almost similar to this. He made it sound like whoever's issuing silver certificates, there's not enough silver now, and that's gonna implode one day.
They're correct.
Okay.
JP Morgan's been manipulating the silver market for years, and what they're doing is there's only so much physical silver, but they've created a market where they're trading that on paper. So there's a huge deficit in physical silver right now compared to what's...
Me?
Yeah.
So, could I just ask you then? I know this might sound silly, but can you buy silver on something called the DSR computer share, or that would be somewhere else?
I don't, as far as I know, I don't think you can buy physical silver on computer share and get a certificate. But I know
wonder something's going on with the call. Can you hear me?
I know that you can buy physical silver from the Sprott Physical Trust. That's actually what he does, and he's a big proponent of fighting against naked short selling and such things like that. I'm not sure. I know PJ couldn't hear me speaking, but I seen some people just drop off the call. Tara, are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, I dropped her down and re-invited her up, so hopefully it works. I don't know what was going on.
I'll tell you, one of the biggest things that's about to happen in silver is going to be with Highcroft Mine. When they open their online store to buy silver directly from them, that is going to be one of the hottest things in the market as far as precious metals. I hold Highcroft, but I plan on buying a lot of physical silver. As soon as APE reappreciates and AMC reappreciates to some sustainable, respectful price level, I plan on moving some money into buying physical silver, because once interest rates start being lowered, you're going to see precious metals rise. And if you zoom out and look at gold and silver over a period of, say, 30 years, it's pretty obvious that it's going to gain in value. And that's why I want Adam Aaron to do a dividend specifically to APE, because they can issue a dividend to APE without issuing it to AMC common stock. And it's going to be in the form of a physical silver certificate, serial numbered. They're going to buy the silver from Highcroft. They're going to hold it with Sprott. Sprott will issue physical silver certificates by serial number back to computer share that will be distributed as a dividend. Because what will happen is the DTCC will come out and say, we don't have enough of these certificates to issue to all the AMC or the APE shareholders. And that is a reconciled share count in itself immediately. And it's a done deal. And then you have a dividend that will appreciate in value over time. And it's something that would draw massive amounts of institutional investors to the bullish side of AMC. Imagine an annual physical silver dividend for holding AMC stock. Within a period of 5 to 10 years, you're going to be sitting there with precious metals piling up at your house in certificate form that you can redeem, gaining in value. So your shareholders are consistently gaining in value. The company AMC is invested in is earning cash, and your investing partner, Sprott, is facilitating that earning money too by doing the physical trust. I don't know why it's not happening already. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Spence. I was looking, it says a bunch of people are connecting. I didn't drop them, so I think that this space is probably rugging, which really sucks. So I don't know what's going on, but hopefully if you guys can hear me, if you got dropped down a listener, if you want to request and come back up. I saw Ethan was up here, I guess, with his hand up. I don't know. And I don't know. It looks like he got dropped back down. Also, you guys, if you're not following Spence, I highly recommend you do so. He also is streaming a lot of these spaces on YouTube. You can go there and, there's a live chat and discussion over there. It's pretty awesome. It's really cool. If you are on YouTube, he's taking all of the watch hours and revenue earned that way and giving it back to the community, donating gift cards, which I think is just so cool. What's up, Ani? What's going on?
Oh, wait, hey, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
yeah. Hey, what's going on? For the whole thing, I'm just here listening. And again, Tara, I know we kind of, message back and forth yesterday. Like, I want to know, I don't lost any respect for you guys. Like, when I meant sell, it's like, if we don't trust Adam Aaron, I'm all for questioning Adam Aaron. Like, it's kind of goes back to what you guys were saying, when somebody was saying he wears a wig and it's tagging him personally. I have no fucking problem with saying, hey, dude, what the fuck is going on? It doesn't take.
The personal attacks are not okay, and I was the first to say it. So yes, I get what you're saying. But if people have questions and people want to know why he's gone dark on us as far as APE, after all of the hype, all of the pounce talk, the eat crow talk, and the checkmate talk, they have every right to ask without being told sell. It's like if the Niners hype up their team this year and they do a horrible job, I'm going to be wanting a new coach, wanting a new management. You know what I mean? We need better players. It's we have the right to say these things as shareholders. We literally have a stake in the company, even more so than I do in my being a fan of the 49ers. I don't have some sort of investment in them. I'm not literally paying to support the company. Does that make sense?
1000%. Yeah. And then I guess I just came across, I honestly didn't, I don't want you guys to go anywhere. I appreciate you guys being here. I honestly meant it in if you honestly don't trust this fucking guy, I honestly meant that.
I don't need to trust the CEO. I didn't know who the hell the CEO of AMC was when I bought AMC stock for a squeeze play. So I don't need to trust the CEO to be in this play and believe in the squeeze. At the end of the day, if I don't think he's doing a good enough job, or if other shareholders don't, or if they don't feel like he's being on the up and up, that's up to us to raise our voices and say something about it, which is exactly what we're doing. So, bashing, harassing, being out and out mean, no. Discussing, talking about our options, relaying information, and going on, from there. Yes, we are adults. We don't need to sit in an echo chamber. We don't need to sit here and say, no, we're not allowed to talk about that. No, we're not allowed to talk about that. Yes, we are allowed to talk about whatever we want to talk about. Even if we weren't shareholders, even if we were outsiders looking in and saying, what I'm interested in this company. Maybe I want to invest in this company. What is going on? What value is there? those kinds of things. So do I believe in the squeeze play? Yes, I still do.
Ani, you know what I would say to everything everybody said in here today is the tweet I just pinned up top. And if everybody can go look and retweet it if you feel so inclined, you can question the CEO and remain respectful. Tara stuck up for him when they put out personal attacks about his hair and this and that. And we ended up turning it into something decent where we raised a lot of money for St. Jude's. And then he came out and had AMC do a cancer charity event too. So I don't think that stuff bugs him, but we did stick up for him. Now, I think respectfully questioning the CEO about what is happening and why we're at an 80% devalue on APE is, if not logical, if you're not doing it, you might be crazy. Like I said, giving someone your money to build a house and then walking away without telling them what you want is like going to be a disaster no matter what. So if you guys could check that tweet out and retweet it, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Ani.
I just want to say this to end because I am like hanging out with my daughter and like we're just at the park. Like I do appreciate you guys and I do understand. Like I'm fucking pissed. It's annoying as fuck. There is one thing that, and I said it in another tweet. He could easily just come out and be like, "Hey man, I fucking see the fucking frustration, and I'm here with you guys." Like it takes 3 words. So people who say that he doesn't have time to do that, it's a joke. I mean, you can say things that you can't say. I guess I agree with Tara. Like it is like what you can and cannot say to a company you own on like the NYSE or SEC shit is just fucking weird.
I also just want to chime in for a second. How many other stocks do we own, maybe that we've traded or that we've held for a long time, where we think we know the CEO inside and out? I can tell you I'm trading for 20 years, and the only thing that ever mattered to me were fundamentals and technical analysis, not who the CEO was. So, I mean, to think that we're trading and we're holding based on a CEO is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and I get the whole idea of like not, oh my gosh, we don't want people to see our dirty laundry, like if other people are interested in investing or whatever. But at the same time, we also don't want to see, people making fun of the entire thing that we were backing so wholeheartedly, believing in what Adam was saying, the checkmate and all of that he had been announcing for, some time. And, seeing it down 80%, and a lot of people had told us that they weren't on board with it in the first place. It's very disheartening. So to have just complete silence is where I'm bothered. If you go from like hype man to just silence, it feels like something nefarious, and I don't even want to say, but I get that people see it as like, oh my gosh, if you guys are bringing this out in public, then it's going to hurt the play. If you haven't noticed, the play is already being hurt, and it's not by us.
Have any respect for anybody else? I mean, I just, it's mind blowing. Anyway.
How y'all doing, Tara and Spence? I got a question. Look, I respect a lot of the things y'all do and everything y'all say, and I'm not here to about down anybody or anything, but Spence, I just want I understand what you're trying to do, and
What
I feel.
is he trying to do? I'm asking. I just want to know. What are you referring to?
Well, I was thinking on a case where he was talking about getting everybody to. I listened to some of y'all call yesterday, and getting everybody to get the brokers to send them a paper documenting how many shares they had and everything else, and then sending it to AMC. Correct?
Yeah, everybody gets an official statement from the broker showing how many shares they have for October, and they mail it directly to investor relations and ask them to file it in a folder called share count.
Okay, so my question with this is, I mean, look, we don't trust them anyway, right? Or a lot of people don't trust what is going on. So, in a sense, why would you send that to them, knowing that they could defraud you with that anyway? You know, if it would be one general person that would collect all the information and then show that, okay, we have 1 billion synthetics or 2 billion synthetics, and then you send that to AMC.
Oh, you're talking like having a moderator that like a legally licensed, like, hey, we're going to send you these documents. We're going to put you on contract to maintain our information safely.
Yeah, because
count it up, file it, and then send it to AMC.
Yeah, because I mean, if you send it to them, they could do whatever they want with it anyway, right?
I kind of agree with that.
So I mean, really, that would be defeating your purpose. You know what I'm saying?
How about Christensen? Why don't we all just send those? Say, hey, we're gonna mail you how many shares we own of AMC on paper, proven by our broker. Can you count them up and let us know what the total is?
There you go. I mean, that, you know, to me, that seems like you stepping more forward with something like that, and then you at no point can anybody go and say, okay, we don't have them shares.
I'm going to work on that. I'm going to call him this week. Thank you. That's a wonderful idea, because basically them wanting to put share intel at AMC would do the same thing, except this way we do an analog and there's no denying it.
Right. Exactly.
Not a bad idea, man. I'm digging it.
Okay.
I'll work on that.
Later.
I like that a lot. Say we contract Rich Christensen. Say we're going to send you paper copies from our brokers showing you how many shares each of us own. It's going to cost you 50 cents to mail it. He'll count them up. Hell, I'll pay the freaking cost. He counts them all up and files an official document saying, okay, there's apparently, you say 2 billion AMC shares out there. That's proof. That's reliable evidence. I'll call him tomorrow. I'll see what he says.
I think that's a great idea. And he could even stop at 516 million shares.
I love it.
He doesn't even have to count them all.
I know Al's over there thinking in the background right now, too. I'll do it. I'll try to get a hold of him.
If you get anything meaningful out of it, let me know, man.
I will. It's simple. It's a hey, broker, how many shares do I own? Okay, here's your official paper document. And then you put an envelope and a stamp and we mail it to his legal office. And if he needs a little upfront money for this process, I mean, I'll chip in and pay it myself. And hell, I'll use the YouTube money for it. And then if he comes back out a month later and says, we had 100,000 people send us their brokerage allotments of AMC and APE, and we're already at 600 million shares, the game's over.
We don't even have to call the broker. We can just print out the first page of our portfolio.
I would think it would work better if the broker send you a statement in the mail, because there could be an issue where people say they Photoshop a statement or something. But if you get one in the mail from your broker saying this is the fidelity rep, blah, 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 here's your ref number, here's your account number, your number of shares, and then put it in an envelope with a stamp and mail it to Texas to Christensen, he would count them all up. And then he would go, hey, guess what, guys? 150,000 apes just logged the entire float.
Spence, couldn't you just print up your own statement?
I think there might be a small conflict there if people were photoshopping and sending in stuff. Your broker should be able to mail you something, no problem. All you got to do is call and say, hey, would you mail me a receipt of how many AMC APE shares I have? And that way there's no question about it.
So what we would have to do in that aspect is take it right from our mailbox, don't open it, and send it right to West Christian.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly. Even if you did open it, you're still sending a paper copy directly from your brokerage, so the data would be more accurate. And
yeah, but you could still jack with it like that, right? Either way, it's a great idea.
Because you wouldn't know what, unless it was marked on the front of the envelope, you wouldn't know exactly what was in it. You know what I'm saying? Let me try the process myself. I'm going to call Rich. I'm going to see what he says. Then I'm going to get a statement from Fidelity and I'm going to mail it to him. And if it's successful and he likes it, I'll see how much, if there's going to be a cost to it, I'll be willing to pay. I can't imagine it would cost a lot, but if it's a successful transaction between me, Fidelity, and him, and he says it's legal to do, then I'll come back and let everybody know how it worked.
And don't forget about the face call on Thursday, or the possibility of the space call on Thursday with Wes. I think he did say, okay. So we're just waiting on confirmation for that.
Yeah. As soon as I get off here, I'll tell you what, tomorrow or this evening, I'll call because he's an hour behind. I'll see what he says. If he says no, game over. If he says yes, then I'll try it, see how it works. If he does say no, maybe we can facilitate another entity to do this, or maybe ComputerShare would do it. But I think Christensen would be the right way.
Could I ask you, Spencer, if you get your way, you prove that there's too many shares, what are we going to do then? Because I get all your motivation to that point. I think we can prove that. But the market makers and Adam know there's illegal shares, there's too many shares, and the FCC and the DOJ are not doing anything about it. So who are you going to sue?
No, they don't.
Who are you going to sue?
I mean, Adam has come out and said that he doesn't see evidence of illegal naked shorting or synthetic shares.
He can't say it, even though he's seen billions of value.
He did say it. He said that he has not seen evidence. So that's why they're not going to do anything. If they're saying there's no evidence of it, why would anyone step in to do anything?
This is what I would do, Troy. I would send a certified letter to the board of directors and Adam Aaron saying, I have verifiable evidence that there are more shares out past the legally issued float than there should be being sold in the open market, and request a response. Then I would go to my state investor protection agency, file a complaint, and I would hire a lawyer to specifically represent me in this case, where I would more than likely file at a federal level against the SEC, the NYSE, the DTCC. If Adam Aaron and the board did not respond to proof of synthetic naked short selling on the company that we provided them, then unfortunately what you do is you sue for action. And I know everybody's going to come back on me. You're going to sue Adam Aaron. Well, guess what? Adam Aaron is currently under a lawsuit that is being settled in November for almost this exact reason. When they issued a special dividend, they did some funky stuff with Wanda. A bunch of people, a bunch of the board directors made millions of dollars, and the stock price took a dump. They're trying to settle that lawsuit for $17.5 million coming up here in the next probably 30 days. The point is, you can sue the board of directors for action on behalf of the AMC company. So when this is settled, the things that they did that caused them to settle a lawsuit for $17.5 million is going to pay AMC theaters back $17.5 million. But if we have verifiable proof that the market is creating synthetics of AMC and APE, and it's logged properly with registration numbers from your brokerage, with a world famous lawyer, not to mention, I mean, we got Al sitting up here and Ethan sitting up here who've been talking about filing with civil courts and federal courts and different things this whole week. We have enough power and we have enough manpower and possibility to hold somebody's feet to the fire on this. It's a super simple process. Not only that, that would open up ability to file class actions against the brokers who are facilitating the payment for order flow process of us getting IOUs. That would be huge.
I want to make a quick correction, if I may.
It's super hard to hear you, Zero.
Can I make a quick correction? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you try to speak up as much as you can. It's really quiet.
All right. I just want to make a quick correction. Adam didn't say there's no evidence. He said a specific word. There's no reliable information out there or evidence, which are two totally different things. Unreliable evidence and reliable evidence is still evidence nonetheless. So
100%.
I just want to correct Tara a little bit and just bring that point out there.
So let's give them some reliable evidence. Individually, everybody can request their brokerage to mail them a statement of how many APE and AMC they own. You take it, and I'll ask Rich Law Firm if he's willing to do this, and if they are, and they have no legal issue with it, everybody can. I'll put the address up. Everybody can mail the statements, and I almost guarantee you, probably 500,000 to 700,000 investors, which honestly we probably have in the U.S. alone, would be able to log the float.
Can I ask a quick question? If you're the CEO of a company and your shareholders are telling you that they believe that this is happening with synthetic shares, and you have been, given plenty of information to go off of, to even ask to hire a company, who is it up to hire a company like Share Intel, for example, to do an accurate share count for a company like AMC? Is it up to us, the shareholders, or is it up to the management and the CEO of the company to actually, do an accurate share count, not APE acting as a share count, being traded on the NYSE with 43 million failure to delivers? I know that that's why he called it the checkmate. I know that that's why he said this will be the share count you've all been asking for. This will work as a share count, but it hasn't.
Here's my question, Tara.
Well, do you know who would hire Share Intel? That's really the question. I want to know, whose job is it to hire Share Intel and to get them to do a share count?
We would hire Christensen's office, and they would take Share Intel into AMC if the board allowed it, which we could do through a board action. And he even said, if this is allowed, we will float the upfront cost of $37,000. And if we find action and discovery, then we will charge the company for it. And I told him I'd be willing to pay for it, me and a couple other people ourselves. But the board of directors will not respond back to them. So my question is, with this idea that we have about sending our official allotments of AMC and APE from our brokerages to him for an analog physical share count, why wouldn't you want to try it? What else are we doing except watching our share price go down? Why even dispute it?
We can, so in order to force Share Intel on the board, if we hire a lawyer, we send three letters requesting Share Intel, and when they say no for the third time, we file against them in court. That's the way people do it. That's what I've wanted to do for a long time. People are going to lose their mind when I say it. The only way to work this out is to sue AMC theaters. I'm sorry. And that's the last thing that we want to do. So we hope that we can, have a back door to getting the share count or that we need and that we deserve as shareholders. But if this doesn't work with West Christian, then we have to be prepared to put our big boy panties on and our big girl panties on and sue Adam Aaron. I'm sorry. That's
and like Adam said, it wouldn't be or like Spence said, it wouldn't be suing Adam for monetary reasons. It would be suing for action. So suing to take a suit to take action, which I've already expressed, I don't know, as far as being involved in that. But at the same time, it does feel with the silence and the inaction, right, blatantly happening and then being told that APE is the checkmate. It's like the end all be all. And it, ultimately decimating all of us and our portfolios. I don't know. I don't know.
If Adam Aaron is being strong-armed into non-action, we would never know. And that's why you got to ask questions. We don't know what's going on up at the board of directors of AMC, or even if the freaking government, the FBI, is telling him to stand down like they did to Mark Zuckerberg. They literally went to Facebook and said, don't post anything about the laptop story. And he admitted that on the Joe Rogan show. That's why Jack Dorsey left Twitter, because he was being strong-armed. But let me just say this before this gets like super out of hand. I'm going to call Rich again. I'm going to ask him if we can mail official brokerages documents showing our share count to him. If he says yes, and everybody can request their doc from their broker, mail it to him, and he does an analog physical share count to prove for a 30-day period that there are more shares out in the market over the legally issued outstanding, then we have reliable evidence to send to Adam Aaron to request action from them, giving him ammo. And that's where we should stop with that for now until we figure out if it can happen or not, which I will find out at least by Wednesday or Thursday afternoon.
I agree. That's the best way to do it. But I mean, we have to start thinking ahead. And if we can't get past that, then, you know, I mean, we might have to do what we have to do. But yeah, that's the best way, I think.
I
Hey,
agree. Really quick, I just wanted to welcome True Demon up here. I wanted to say I appreciate you coming on. I don't want to just switch horses in the middle of the stream, but I think he might have a lot to add to the conversation. Just in regard to some of the stuff going on with not only AMC but BBIG, dark pool trading, stuff like that. You know, it's been a rough go, True Demon. Like, I think you know, a lot of people know, but I just wanted to welcome you up to the stage.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Happy you invited me.
Yeah, how are you holding up?
I'm doing okay. It's always rough watching an investment kind of drop against you, but you know, you make money elsewhere, figure out ways to make it work. And I still sell covered calls against AMC, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Swing has been saying that he does. So it's what keeps him afloat. He's making decent money that way. I think was it Al who was about to say something when I started talking?
So I've got a suggestion. Why don't we just crowdsource and retain Wes Christensen? Open up a change.org thing or one of the PayPal things. What is it called?
So the last time someone did that, they got ran out of town.
Well, Tara, I trust you. Spence, I trust you. Why don't you guys jointly do it? And we'll
I'm
push
not
that
doing it.
We don't
Hell
have to do
no.
that. We don't have to do that. Wes Christian will hold it in his in a trust in his company's name.
Like
for
an
us.
escrow account?
In an escrow account, we can call them up and pledge whatever we want.
Okay, well, can we start doing that? Because I would be absolutely on board. In fact, I've got a little bit of a budget for that set aside, and I can put down a little bit as soon as that's set up. And maybe that'll get the ball rolling. I'll push that through a video to my subscribers, and maybe you guys can do the same thing, and we can start generating some revenue for this guy to make him get out there. And it would be nice. It would be really nice if Wes Christensen would appear in my hearing when I go to federal court. It would be a very great thing for us collectively if he was on that, because what we're asking for is a hearing, an oral argument, and that is done federally now on a Zoom call. It would be nice if we could get him on that call and he could fill in the backstory of what he has seen Citadel and the SEC and so forth with the writ that we're putting up. That would make me that would be a complete force multiplier if Wes Christensen could do that. And
Guys,
Spence, can you do that, Spence? Can we talk to him?
I'm actually, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to keep streaming on YouTube with the call. I'm going to drop off the call for 10 minutes though, and give him a ring. And then I'm going to call Fidelity and try to set up exactly what we were just talking about with the mail-in analog share account. So I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
And don't forget, he's tentatively confirmed for a space call with Naked Truth on Thursday. So if you can make that, I mean, I'll definitely, I'll know in the next couple of days, I guess, if that's going to happen towards the end of the week. And then I'll definitely tweet out the call. I'm sure you will all share it. He's going to do it. They are trying to get share intel, David Wegner as well. And Naked Truth has been working really hard on this. So I have to, shout out to those guys. And they're going to just do a Q&A, and we're going to keep it real tight. And, no open mics, just ask your question and go, because they are expecting a crowd. So I hope that everybody on this call can show up there too.
So someone just reminded me of something that was said on a past space, or maybe it was in a tweet, I'm not sure. Just in regard to, the situation here with, actually, hold that thought. If you guys want to continue the conversation, I have to do something. Just a moment.
I have a quick question. Do you think it'd be possible just to email directly from your account, like TD Ameritrade to Christensen? Or
I don't see why not, because you can. For me, I'm on a different broker, but I could keep my statement in a PDF, and you could just email that portion.
Or you could just send it. I'm sure you could send it to somebody. Like if you're going to send the document straight from TD or Fidelity to your whatever
to Wes Christian, if he decides to,
or your accountant or something like that. I'm sure there's a way where it's kind of seamless.
Well, the way I do it when I take, I'm a private academic advisor, and the way I do it when I take transcripts and grades is have the college mail it to you, give it to me unopened, and that's it. So, I mean, again, if we request one thing from our broker to come via mail, we know that it's that, right? And then we can just shoot it right off to Wes unopened. I mean, and he could verify that it's unopened.
Yeah, the only thing I see is, like, I don't know if everybody, mainly myself, wants my account number to my brokerage flying around out there.
I don't think, I get what you're saying, and I'm not 100% sure it matters at this point, because the IRS has it, the banks have it, DRS has it, right? I mean, everybody has it, and there are safeguards, our passwords and our two-step authentications and stuff like that. I used to worry about that, and I wouldn't really want it, but what are they going to do, trade for us? They can't log on to our accounts.
No, and that's the reason I didn't sign up to the DRS, because it's like, I'm afraid like something will happen once they have my name, and like somehow they'll try and rook me out of it,
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to happen, but
there are a lot of things that can happen if somebody has your full name, your account number, and your shareholding. I mean, what they could do is they could create an identity, start getting loans off of your identity. I think what he's trying to say is this: it would be better if he could send a screenshot versus actually having his brokerage firm send an unopened letter, which he doesn't know how much private information is going to be in there that he wouldn't want to disclose to the board directors of AMC or Adam Aaron. It's one thing if we're sending it to an attorney of record who has a client attorney privilege where they cannot disseminate certain information. But it's another thing if we're sending it straight, to the board of directors. They've got nothing tying their hands from disseminating that to the next person.
Well, I'm sure for Wes, we need to send a letter authorizing him to, act on our behalf, individually. Whoever sends him the information.
Well, I'm sure that can all be figured out
but there still isn't a law that handcuffs him to, keeping that information private. An attorney, somebody who's licensed, has passed the bar, they can't disclose certain things that you provide them. So then I would say it would be safe to give them your account number, just like your CPA, just like your bank, just like the IRS, because there is a certain obligation and a fiduciary there. But Adam Aaron doesn't have a fiduciary to us. Our brokerage firms have a fiduciary to us. So if we're giving our brokerage information to Adam Aaron or to any board director of any company which we own stock in, they do not have a fiduciary to us.
I disagree with that.
I disagree
absolutely
with that too.
disagree with
I
that.
do.
They
Adam
have
Aaron
a
has a fiduciary
to every shareholder in the world.
They have a fiduciary to run the company on our behalf. They have a fiduciary to make sure that our investment, that they're running the company on our behalf is. They do not have a fiduciary to you personally to protect your account number of a brokerage firm that you have that's a third party.
Not the
you're
broker
owning,
firm, but he does have a duty to us, a monetary duty to us. I must have
There's different
misunderstood.
fiduciary capabilities there. So there's a fiduciary
Wait,
where protecting
hold on
your
really quick,
account.
General. Are you talking about computer share specifically or other brokers?
Well, oh no, so let's say you have TD Ameritrade, you have E-Trade, you know,
I'm
whatever it is.
asking because I thought we were talking about DRS. So that's why I was asking, because Computer Share is AMC's official transfer agent. So I don't know if that changes their responsibility as far as Computer Share goes, but I think it might.
No, I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is Adam Aaron has a fiduciary duty to the company and our investments toward the company in the best interest of all the shareholders. Yes, point blank. And are they all doing that in every company? Not necessarily, but that's what their fiduciary role is. But do they have a fiduciary to protect your social security number, which you provide them from a third party, statement? No, they do not. An attorney has you have an attorney-client privilege. They have a duty to protect that information. Your bank institution has a duty to protect that information. The IRS is not supposed to give out that information. But if you start disseminating that information out there to parties that do not have the right duties to you, you're going to find that your information is going to start to get manipulated and utilized, and you're going to be chasing down, false identity, claims against your credit report. As a realtor, as somebody who's in, the financial world, as somebody who's also a CEO and on a board of directors, I'm telling you that's not the best advisable thing, but the best thing would be to give it to an attorney, whether it's Wes Christensen, whether it's anybody else that you guys choose, and let them do it from there. But don't give it directly to a board of directors. That's just my opinion. That's not legal advice.
That's what we were doing. We were sending it directly from our broker to Wes Christian.
Take a screenshot and notarize it. Have it notarized and certified.
I mean, we don't have to go crazy about that. We'll figure out what to do. We'll figure out the best way to do it. I mean, I can't see going directly from our broker. I mean, we could even put from our broker and put our name and care of Christian's office in Texas. So, I mean, that's something we can do, a care of. This way, nobody knows anything but our broker and Christian.
So I've got two quick questions. I haven't done like the computer share because it's like, who even gets that information? I mean, is it public knowledge if I like register my shares with computer shares? I mean, is it just, do they hold on to that? I mean,
well, you make an account, so the account is there, and I bet you Swing can answer this. He's got his hand up. Swing, can you hear us?
Swing?
Uh-oh, I think something's happening. Swing can't hear.
Okay. So my second question was, not to get off subject, but Al, loved the piece you did with Overstock. That was just awesome. How did he get back his? He had synthetics out there. How did he clear his company? Because I'm sure he had to get it back to whatever the amount was, so it, became balanced. The company was balanced again on the stock market.
So really quick, Patrick used that company T0, and he utilized a system that they had developed in terms of digital. I don't know how to frame this correctly, but basically there's digital watermarks, and it forced the short sellers to come to Patrick to buy the security. They had to produce the very same security, and that caused the shorts to start covering over a period of time using that system that T0 had. Basically, they had to go to that company, buy the shares back at a premium. And it was Goldman. It wasn't Citadel. Goldman, what happened was Goldman made a mistake. Their lawyers fucked up. When you're in the SEC or whatever, you have internally your own lawyers that deal with stuff. Goldman's huge, right? They don't always use their own people. Goldman hires and sources out to New York law firms. That's one of the big businesses in New York, is the law firms. So what happened was one of the law firm guys fucked up, and they left something unredacted, and it was the proof that Patrick needed. And all Patrick did was, during discovery, he says, "This is the."
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, I accidentally muted you, Al. Sorry.
We were right on discovered. All Patrick did.
All Patrick did was he discovered, a document that they forgot to redact, and because of that, some mundane mistake, and this is something that we're very cognizant of, when the law firms fucked it up, their lawyer said one thing, but Patrick had the discovery document, and he just literally walked up and said, "This is a document from their own discovery that they put up. It says here, this is the number of how many naked shorts there were." And they were embarrassed. And Patrick just waved it in their face. And long story short, it was proven, it was said, done deal. And Goldman lost the case, and Patrick got relief. I didn't get into the manner of relief. I didn't find it necessary to ask him certain questions in terms of money and so on and so forth. But, if we were going to go the route of, these dividend things, T0s, for me personally, something to the effect of what T0 is. You don't have to go with T0, but some kind of company that does this digital watermarking for securities that we can have Citadel buy from us rather than the other way around. So the whole thing could have been avoided if AA had done the digital dividends, the penny stock, the penny dividends through a company like T0. We'd probably we wouldn't have this problem that we're in right now with 4 billion, whatever the hell, you know what I mean? I would have to purchase it.
I thought he did to track.
Well, I can't comment on that because I haven't seen any proof of that, and I know that I owe you a phone call.
No worries, no worries.
I just been overwhelmed with work, but I hope you guys understand. I'm not endorsing T0. I'm endorsing the idea of using a digital dividend and forcing the shorts to purchase from us rather than somebody else. And, if you put it on one of those blockchain ledgers and you do it this way, they will have to buy from us. And if you ask me, the minute that happens, the squeeze will be so catastrophic that even their price suppression, you can't suppress that. There's no way to unfuck that, at that level, because God knows how many naked shorts there are. I lost track of them.
Yeah, but the other thing is, and this is totally out in left field, but isn't Dave Lauer, isn't he qualified to build something like this to we could send our statements or
So Dave has his own project. I think he does algo stuff. And Irvine and whatever he's doing over there is based out of Canada. So I don't know if that's something that should be talked about, but I don't know if I would cast somebody like Dave out. Dave's a hell of an orator. We did see I listened to his entire congressional testimony that he gave, and pretty thought-provoking stuff, if you ask me. I just don't know if he'd be qualified to. We should source it internally. We should hire IT people to do market-making companies that Citadel does business for. The entire list. There's over 2,600 of them, according to this morning. I'd like to find out. I'd like to get a list of these companies, and I'd like to send all of them a letter and to say to them, "Listen, you just got yourself in bed with the most notorious short sellers. Your company's not just going to take a shit." And I want to see how many of those CEOs will respond to me and say, "Hey, this is a company. Here's a petition with 2,600 names that Citadel is the market maker for. They have seen a decline in their share value because Citadel is not only market maker, they are the hedge fund shorting against them." That means the euphemism I use is Citadel is both arsonist and fireman. And that is what I would like to see in front of the SEC and to say, how come all these people are complaining? These are market makers. These are companies, American companies, that are losing value, and yet you haven't responded in any way, shape, or form. Can you explain that, sir? I would like to have one of those moments in federal court when things like that are asked. I just don't see it happening because, we lack either the resources, we can't find the transparency, and we just don't have the means to, to even locate something like this. Where do you find, the list of all the companies that Citadel is a market maker for? I don't know. I really don't know. Is that a FOIA request? Is that a SEC request? Is that a New York Stock Exchange request? I don't know. And I have these, these thoughts and these ideas, but I'm only limited in so much I can do during the daytime because I'm in school, and I have a family life and I have obligations of government. So I just don't know how to go about these things. But if we can get that list and send off one letter, just a 2,600 letters, right? 2,600 letters to every CEO regarding Citadel and saying, hey, are you losing value? Do you know if Citadel is, if they're doing, if they're your market maker and they're shorting against you, your actual stock's rel value is probably 3 times as much, but they're destroying value in your currency. And if you'd like to join us, sign this petition, join us, put your signature right there, send it back to us, and we can walk into federal court with that. That's huge.
Listen, I think we've got a platform with Utah and UL and AMC and Biggins and everybody else, like, to organize and have our voice heard. But where they're kicking our ass is, like, literally legally finding out or building something to say, okay, these shares, you've got this many synthetics. These are how many, are on the float. And these are how many synthetics. Like, we have to organize even better to, like, because they're not going to do it for us. They're just going to be, all our information is going into, like, the downstairs back basement right now, They know what the fuck's going on. And they're terrified, So I just don't know how to do that. But I would figure, collectively, we could put our minds together to figure this shit out,
This is something that me and my team were trying to fix quite a while ago. And it wouldn't be just applicable to AMC. It would be effectively applicable to all stocks. But what you need is a system that is able to calculate and summate all of the sum of shares in each person's portfolio on a voluntary basis by connecting their portfolio from their brokerage to a central system that's able to count the shares in their portfolio.
How do we build our own connect? That's like, I'll throw in money for that,
Well, my team was trying to build it. We're just stretched really thin. It's actually not, it wouldn't be too difficult. It would just take time. There are programming systems, APIs, that are built to connect with other brokerages and banks, famously known as Plaid. And this is a very, it's used by all the banking systems. Like if you have Chase Bank, Citizens Bank, like Key Bank, name a bank, they have a Plaid API endpoint that you can connect with them. But a lot of the brokerages do too. So if you have TD Ameritrade or Fidelity or Robinhood, like all of those brokerages also connect through Plaid to connect with your bank account. And this is how people transfer funds. But Plaid is also capable. It's not something that you've likely noticed, but if you've ever connected a bank and a broker, there's usually a pop-up that says, "Hey, log into Plaid and connect your brokerage or connect your bank account," and you'll see you'll see like a Plaid pattern symbol. That's Plaid API. All the banks use it. So Plaid is also capable of counting shares within a portfolio and tracking transaction sizes, dates, price, things like that. And you can use that to actually count the amount of shares in somebody's portfolio. If you did that in mass, then you could receive an actual share count.
Do you do you have to build something to get it to Plaid, or is that something they offer, just say, listen, we're going to pay you. Can you start figuring out how many shares we all have? And you have trustworthy people like Tar or Al or whoever kind of backing this, knowing that it's safe for us to.
Plaid is just a programming interface. Somebody would have to actually code the platform, but it can be done.
Okay. How much time and how much money do you think something like that would cost? Just so we've got a little bit of information on what the fuck we should do and start moving organized to like get answers to what's going on for ourselves, because they're never going to give it to us.
Well, I don't want to go making like dangerous ballpark estimates on something like this, but probably for like a 5-man development team, it could be done in maybe 1 or 2 quarters.
Okay.
So
big money then.
It's about the size of a small startup business.
Yeah. Can I just throw my hat in the ring and just sort of discuss this whole concept? It's very encouraging. It's a very positive conversation, but there's a very good reason that other shareholders don't do what's being proposed. In other businesses that are being heavily shorted, take Tesla. They've been shorted for years, and the richest man in the world owns that company, and he isn't taking action in a way that is being talked about. I know he's the owner of that company, or majority shareholder, possibly not anymore, but there's a reason, and I fear that fingers could be pointed down, market manipulation from ourselves, collusion, all sorts of things. And I've given the whole thing a lot of thought as to whether or not an SPV could be set up, and each individual shareholder creates a new co, which owns the investment of the personal owners of that company in AMC. They get reverse engineered into that vehicle, and in order for the vehicle to buy them, lawyers on both sides would have to validate the certificates. It's a very convoluted, very expensive way to get around the problem, but I don't see a simple solution, because there's probably, we talk about the sort of 4 million investors. There's probably not. There's probably 10, 15 million people, and that is going to take years to analog a solution in the way that's being discussed. And I think a market crash is going to come sooner. That isn't me saying I don't think something needs to be done. It's just I don't think the proposal, it's going to be $2 to $5 million to even get this proposal going. And I know that's $50 each, or £1 as I'm English, but it's, again, I see the same names on these calls when I duck in and duck out when I can, and albeit there's healthy numbers, we've got to remember that there aren't 5 million people on this call, and therefore everyone's not hearing the message. And I know there are different people.
Yeah, speaking of that, a lot of people are saying that they can't even find the call, so they haven't been able to find it. They actually had to go to my page to look for the space. So if people haven't done so in here, if you guys can, if you could share out the call, it's extremely helpful. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Swing, have you been waiting to chime in, or is your hand just up just because?
No, I've been patiently waiting. That's all right. That's all right. No, one thing I wanted to bring up, and not to like divert from AMC, but there's been some interesting activity in MMTLP the last few days. I just find it interesting in that it's another, spin-off dividend type case, and it's been out for like a year. In the past 4 trading days, I think, or 5 trading days, something like that. It's up 150% up, and now trading up above even the initial trading volume. It's I only pointed first day, it got slammed down and then traded lower consistently after after that date, after the initial trading day, and then all of a sudden, and on relatively low volume. That's the other part that's interesting. So just something for us to watch, I guess, and to take note of. I have no idea why it's. I mean, there is some news in that supposedly the LLP is going to get converted into the actual company that the original spinoff was for and stuff like that. So there is some sort of catalyst, but I find it interesting that such low volume is driving such heavy price action, and just kind of moreover goes on to show the powers of price suppression, I guess, of market makers and market participants. And it took a lot of volume for them to suppress the price down, and now very minimal volume to have the price go up by 150% in just a matter of a few trading days. And that's something to, I guess, keep note of and mindful of, as far as this APE scenario and AMC and everything else. It seems like it's taking them a lot more selling volume in order to push the price down than it is for the price to go up. It's very, very fascinating to see. And the other thing I thought to mention is that if people are interested in something like a connectivity via Plaid or something like that, I mean, I'm sure there's a way via blockchain to be able to verify someone's ownership and have something going forward. Mind you, I liked the T0 idea, and Adam Aaron decided not to go that route. Maybe that's something that maybe we'll get revisited in the future. I have no idea. But in the meantime, as far as the shareholders getting together and being able to verify ownership, if there's desire, I'm sure the technology exists and can exist in short order to have us verify via blockchain our ownership, where it would take someone being willing to sign up via a Plaid or some other service to log into your platform and see how many shares you have, etc. And maybe that process is done every week or every quarter or every month or something like that, to verify that you still have the ownership stake, and or what's ownership stake has changed and that type of thing. But I think that's a very plausible idea technology wise, that could happen quite easily. So I don't know if that's something people are interested in. I think it's something that can easily be explored, and I think there's players out there that are willing to do the work and or may have some of the groundwork already laid on something like this.
That's how I'm thinking about calling Plaid myself.
My team has already started working on the platform. It's just going to take us quite a lot of time at our current pace. It's not like it's not important to us. It's just everybody's a volunteer.
Yeah, you got to make
what we're doing it.
I mean, it's the thing.
Everybody's got to pay their bills.
Plaid? What's the
background of Plaid?
Yeah, do you know who the owners are, the investors?
I was going to do a search on that in a bit after I have to call and then find out where they're located.
I just want to know who the stakeholders are. That's all. Just curious.
Did I read that right? That Jon Stewart is doing a piece with Gary Gensler tomorrow?
I believe so, but I think, was that question to True Demon, Al? Or
No, it was to anybody. I mean, I saw it, and
no, I'm talking to Al. Call in just a moment. Al was trying to ask who.
Yeah, I just want to know who the stakeholders are over at Plaid, and who's behind them, who's backing them, and that sort of thing. I'm just very curious about that. I've heard of them in the past, and I have a vague recollection of something regarding Plaid. I just don't know the details, but it would be nice to see who the backing is.
Plaid was used by the Say Technologies for the vote that happened with the famous Timothy B vote. For those that were involved in AMC at the time, where we, upvoted his question, and the stats came out that it was like 1% of AMC shareholders owned 10% of the company or something to that effect, based off of that vote. And so it showed, signs. And then soon after that, that's when Robinhood actually bought the Say Technologies after that vote took place. So that might be where Plaid came up. I'm pretty sure Plaid is much like what is the Zelle and some of the other products that are out there, where the banking institutions themselves kind of have a joint venture in the product in order to help them transfer funds from back and forth and kind of compete with blockchain and other technologies that allow for fast movement of money, to kind of replace SWIFT and wire transfers and some of the other technologies that people use. So
I could tell you the backers of Plaid just offhand. Actually, it's a private company. It was a startup originally that created the technology for fintech institutions that wanted to have an easier, more streamlined way to connect their bank accounts with other counterparties. It's a replacement for SWIFT, which if you don't know what SWIFT is, it's a very ancient protocol dedicated to financial institutions for transferring funds. It's extremely slow, it's extremely cumbersome, and there's no audit policy on it. So it's very, we'll just say terrible. So Plaid was originally funded by its original funding rounds by JP Morgan Chase. American Express and also Silver Lake Partners gave quite a bit of their initial capital to them. And there's a bunch of venture capital firms that are involved, but the biggest players that you'll recognize are JP Morgan Chase and American Express.
So in terms of IVs, all we're looking at is Morgan, and nobody involved in terms of the squeeze itself, right?
No, but the one other thing that I'll also tell you, and this is something that I can speak on from actual experience, because I'm not a stock trader or an institutional investor of any kind by trade. My business is in information security. My job is to teach other companies how to secure their networks. And I have looked through Plaid and the way that they structure their security, and it is end-to-end encryption. So every single connection that is made is only between your account and the counterparty account, and that is everything in between is encrypted. Plaid cannot physically look at the data. Everything is encrypted from one end to the next. Nobody can get in the middle of that. Nobody can read it. Plaid doesn't record anything. It doesn't save your data. All it does is supply a connection. That is its only purpose. It supplies a connection, and it supplies a way for two institutions to link accounts together and provide commands and instructions.
Very well.
I know Ethan has a question. I don't know how much time he has, so I really want to go to that. And then True Demon, I was hoping we could have a conversation about Susquehanna if you're up for it. Ethan,
yeah, I'm down. I only have about 20 minutes. Just wanted to let you know.
Okay, let's do this. Okay, Ethan, what's going on? Uh-oh. You guys
Hello?
see him in here?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Hey.
Yeah, I got a simple question. I was going to ask is it True Demon? Yeah. What language are you guys programming in? Because I'm proficient in C, and if I could help, I would love to. So I don't know what language you guys.
We're prototyping in Python right now, just to build proof of concept. But the platform requires development on basically all sides, from web development to operating with the API. But Plaid thankfully provides their API in multiple different languages.
Would you happen to know what languages?
Off the top of my head, I know they provide C# .NET. They have a framework for, I think, React with JavaScript, and definitely Python, which is what we were originally prototyping with.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. All right. I sorry, that's the only thing I had to ask today. It was interesting because I think what we've discussed today is what we should be focusing on. And at the end of the day, in my life, how I see things is either you're a gymnast or you're what's called a jogger. And what do I mean by that is how I see if I control my own destiny. For example, if I'm a gymnast, I could train all day and then a judge controls my destiny. If I'm a runner, I could practice, and at the end of the day, no one controls what happens to me. Meaning, I run, I could be optimistic, and let's go. So today, I saw multiple things that we've discussed, and I understand, Tara, you venting and expressing, and all this stuff you've been dealing with. I've seen it full hand. What I've been dealing with, and all the obstruction, and all the bullshit I have to deal with on my end, fighting New York. And I'm compassionate and empathetic to you because it's a lot. It's a complete mindfuck. But what we've discussed today is, I believe in this instance right now, we could be either a gymnast or a jogger. And I believe we should focus on situations where we're joggers, where we control our own destiny. And the two things that I jotted down is DRS. Another thing that the gentleman brought, I think his name was Troy, mentioned, reaching out to an attorney. Doesn't have to be even West. And actually, if everybody certain apes are concerned about DRS, I think that's another option where we reach out to an attorney, where they put our information on escrow and they do an analog. I think that's great. In those instances, we are joggers. If we procure all this information, all this data that we put together and the totality comes to above the 516 mark that we need, that's the evidence that we need. And then we could give everybody the middle finger, because everything else that we do, we are gymnasts. For example, if we go through the SEC, we're going to get obstructed. I don't mind going that route, because at the end of the day, if we do go that route, the SEC does obstruct us. We then go to the court and we show it, which is another obstacle. And the court could also obstruct us. So they're like the judges indirectly. They are in the court, and we don't control our own destiny. And they could render a decision against us. Then we got to appeal it. So I hear all the passion and, like the gentleman also said, this could be a good thing, a blessing in disguise for us, because we want to find out who's a true fighter and who's willing to step up. And, I see Tara disseminating and bringing truth to light. And there's a lot of people who don't like that, because it exposes who they are. And if they're, culpable, or they're doing bad things or nefarious, they don't want you to be heard. So they silence those who want to speak up. And I don't like that. I'll tell you this. I don't silence anybody. Anybody wants to speak up and say anything, those are the people I want to fight with and stand up. And I was just talking to Al, and I'm happy Al's becoming an attorney, because hopefully, although Al becoming an attorney in my eyes is a Band-Aid solution, because our whole judicial system is completely fucked. And that's why I withdrew, and I decided not to take the LSATs. I prepared, and I was studying, and I was doing all right. I was getting like a 164. And then that day of, a Friday night, I was like, you know what? I'm not doing it. Fuck it. I don't want to be part of it. We need to change the system. If I became an attorney, I would have been held in contempt of court. But anyway, just to come full circle, I believe we should focus on being joggers here, where we control our own destiny. And if we use our energy and all the people that we've found have a like mind and are looking to bring truth to light, this angle, these avenues are the best. And two things that I wrote down that I think we should also move forward. I don't mind putting this together, writing a letter to Adam Aaron, and asking him sending a letter, return receipt, so there's no plausible deniability where he says, "Oh, I never got it." Sending him a letter and inquiring how he conducted his 6 quote unquote investigations or share count. And then I want to ask him as a follow-up, if he saw nothing nefarious, why do 6? 1 or 2 would have been
Why
enough.
pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love.
we should ask him if he doesn't want to respond. Ask his legal team.
Because I mean, as much as I detest the manipulation of the stock market, Wall Street, and all of that, like Adam Aaron is pretty powerless. Limited in what they can possibly do,
I
and
think
any investigation done
what
in
he's
such a
referring
short
to,
amount of time.
really quick, what he's referring to is when Adam came out and said that an STO was likely illegal. He didn't say it was illegal. It's in a tweet. You can find it. It's completely false. There's a precedent set. The STO is not illegal. There's nothing illegal about it. So coming out, he didn't have to come out and say anything about it being illegal. That was his decision to do that. But I think that's what Ethan is referring to.
Right. So to hold him to account, sending this letter where he can't say plausible deniability, oh, I never heard of this and that or whatever. We send this letter where we ask him, how did you conduct the 6 share count? Why did it go to 6? What was the reason for your declination for the STO? And I think with getting that information is important. And like I said, in addition, I think we should hold off moving forward with other ideas. I heard PJ want to hedge that situation. I think we wait till we get information with regards to West Christian, if he could actually do it, where we send that all in the information. And then he also has to vet or figure out if the documents or how we send it to him is in the court of law, if it's a rule of evidence allows us that way. So maybe it has to be sealed, or because it's very tricky. I don't know. Maybe
chain of custody is the word you're looking for.
That's right. Chain of custody. Thank you, sir. So at the end of the day, I think we should reach out. I think we're going the right direction, because I'd rather be a jogger, and I really don't want to be told you're a gymnast in this instance. I mean, I've done stuff where I'm a gymnast and I prepare myself mentally. And I'll tell you this, there's a lot of obstruction. And when you're going after for truth to light, to bring truth to light, you're going to have a lot of people obstruct and do nefarious stuff, or try to, like, there'll be some people will chime in and say, oh, I'll try to deter you from doing it. And it takes a lot of will and preservation. And if we could find ways where we're just joggers, where we control our own destiny, and we see a path and we execute, that's the way we should go. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ethan. And I appreciate the show of support. And I do understand, True Demon, you chiming in regard to Adam. I think it's been really difficult for those of us who have been very entrenched in this for some time, and have kind of become like human shields for people to attack whenever anything bad is happening. And I think it's high time that I, and others can sort of step aside and say, okay, well, I'm not the person that you should be, mad at or angry with. Go to the person who's in charge here. And I know, you're saying that Adam's hands are tied, but at the same time, multiple times we've brought things forward that he's, shunned and turned down very publicly, causing even more attacks, which is unfortunate. To have a CEO of a company come out and say that you are pushing something forward that is likely illegal, that isn't illegal at all, is very detrimental to not just the stock, not just the shareholders, but me on a personal level, to tell people that I'm pushing something that's illegal that isn't. I mean, obviously I take offense to that. And I know it's not illegal. So, and many others have spoken up and said, Adam, this isn't illegal. It was literally done before a security token is on the blockchain. It would have meant an accurate share count. And I think we would be sitting in a lot different of a position than we are now. Not to mention, afterward, he did drop this I own AMC NFT because he thought that, or he acted as though he thought that's what we wanted. We did not want an NFT that anyone could receive. You didn't even have to be a shareholder to sign up for Investor Connect to receive that I own AMC NFT. Anybody could get it. A short sell. Checkmate with APE. And now we see the same deal happening here that we saw with AMC, that we've seen with AMC all along. So I sort of feel like I got played. I sort of feel like a lot of us got played. A lot of us were asking for the STO, which could have been in the form of an NFT, but it's more of a security token, an NFT with something attached to it, something that you could get, benefit wise at AMC, or a silver coin, or whatever it could be, HYMC, Highcroft Mine, little pin, anything could have been attached to this STO to signify. It would have been a 1-to-1 per share of AMC. It is a brilliant idea, and I don't know why more companies aren't going through with it. I don't know why they wouldn't want to do something like that, especially if there are questions around the stock, if there are questions of naked shorting or synthetic shares. But I don't know. I feel like the APE dividend was something other than what it was portrayed as, which was, it was gonna get us a share count. It didn't. Day one, there were 43 million failure to delivers. That says a lot.
If it makes you feel any better, that 41 million failures to deliver should speak volumes as to that you can treat that as a minimum for your share count. That number of failures to deliver on a T0 stock shouldn't happen. It doesn't happen with other IPOs. So that number, that number correlates, and it's not the 4 billion or whatever that people like to throw around. I don't know if it's that extreme, but I do.
Well, if our CEO is telling us that they don't have any, verifiable proof of anything, but then we have that.
Well, they wouldn't. They wouldn't be able to come up with it. All of this information is held at brokerage firms. They track the number of shares that they have lent out and rehypothecated. There's no power that AMC never happened was in the wake of the 2008 Great Financial Crisis, which is the only reason why Goldman Sachs had to basically take a dick in the ass. And I'm sorry to be so crass about it, but that's the only reason.
What Zash is doing to fight, back and looking into dark pools, because I know you're pretty heavy involved with BBIG. What do you say about that? What do you think about them even going publicly tweeting to their followers, their follow base, saying that they are looking into it and they are taking legal avenues?
I'm applauding them for doing what they can. And they will probably go to what lengths they are legally able. But do I think that an investigation will turn up any actual evidence? No, I don't. And I don't say that to be dismissive of the importance of it, but rather to put pressure on these firms and the SEC to take action. The more pressure there is on them, the more likely it is that it will pique the interest of those in power that will force the action. Because the more people there are sniffing around the SEC's offices, asking questions that are extremely difficult for them to answer, the more uncomfortable it is for them, and the more likely it is that somebody will blow the whistle or slip up. And there's always the possibility that something could come out of it. Like, just as a case in point, the debacle of Overstock.com came as a direct result of the Great Financial Crisis, because there was so much heat on the market over why naked shorting was so excessive, and that it could be verifiably proved by the new edition of the threshold securities list, which had never before been implemented up until Regulation Show was introduced in 2005. So by the nature of the threshold list being introduced, which, by the way, AMC hasn't been on for months, so that by itself has unfortunately pretty much thrown into it's thrown into question just how many naked shorts there are in AMC. It may not be as much as we've been speculating anymore. It would seem to me that the covering has taken place and that many of those over-leveraged shorts have escaped. I think it may be too late, and we have to recognize that possibility. What can be done at this point is putting enough pressure on the SEC or completely flipping the table and upending the entire system to the point where they must restructure it. They must introduce new and clean officials that will act in the interest of investors and for the betterment of the market, as opposed to taking payouts from institutions that are willing to pay speeding fines in order to continue doing business as they have been, such as Susquehanna, which I know you wanted to ask me about. They're one of the biggest bad actors out there, and they hardly get any heat for it.
Yeah, Ken Griffin gets all the heat that they deserve, which is unfortunate. They were the biggest short position in AMC during the pandemic. They also have a huge stake in TikTok, which is collecting user data for China. So there you have it. But I wanted to say, in regard to Reg Show, we saw that APE was on the list and then was removed. We're down 80%, but somehow they covered the FTDs. And this is where I think there's just so much question and confusion on where are they even getting the information to show that the can is not just being kicked down the road.
You won't be able to prove it without an accurate share count. It can't physically be done.
Which is what we've been asking for and demanding, and instead we've been tricked into something that we were told it would act as a share count, but it hasn't. And I don't see how it has the ability to, as long as they can do the things they've been able to do with it.
Which is why I talk about this Plaid connection system. It's the only way that would feasibly work, because the brokers themselves will not divulge the information. They just won't do it. You have to take it out of their hands, and you have to trick them into giving up the information. It's the only way that it's going to work. There's no way that we can actually force an investigation, because the SEC won't do it. They don't give a shit. It's pretty obvious to me at this point that they have either taken bribes or they've chosen their side, however you want to put it. They don't care. And neither does Congress. It doesn't interest Congress to intervene in any way, because if they did, then all of their bad acting would be put out and, on display for the entire world, and that would be an embarrassment to the entire United States. So they can't allow that to happen. The fact that our financial markets are this fucked up is unfortunately partially our fault, but obviously we have bad actors based on daily transaction settlement, and that can be done with a system that tracks each individual shareholder's account and portfolio based on the transactions they had and their holdings for the day, and take a summation of all of their held shares, and not just for AMC, but for all shares. This would be a verifiable way to track just how many shares have been rehypothecated in the market based on a existing number of shareholders. And obviously, you won't get all of the shareholders, but you would be able to get enough theoretically that you could establish a standard deviation. It's basically a mathematical formula to determine the probability of your current holdings, or how many shares exist in the market within a certain margin of error. And the more participants you have that are willing to give that information, just to say, hey, I hold this many shares, and everybody that is willing to do that goes to the same system to provide that information, you can verify it by transaction records, and it cannot be denied by the broker. And also, the broker has no idea that you're doing it, because they can't stop you from passing your information from your own account to a third party. They cannot stop you. That is how you can get an accurate share count. Nothing that Adam Aron can possibly do, or any CEO can do, would ever result in the brokers giving up that information freely. It has to be taken from the brokers and tabulated en masse. It's really the only feasible way I see this ever working. And once that system is put in place, guaranteed there's going to be thousands of shells lobbed at it to try and put a stop to it and blow it the fuck up.
So Adam had mentioned that he put in or was going to put in some footwork in regard to FTDs on AMC before APE was actually even released in the last shareholder meeting. He said that he was going to be calling the NYSE regarding FTDs. So I'm just trying to figure out if that will just, be another roadblock, if that'll lead to nothing, if he were to actually follow through with doing that, or is currently behind the scenes, would we even be able to expect anything out of that? And then also the FTDs on APE as well. I guess that's the sort of standstill we're at right now.
Can I chime in, Tara?
Yes, please. Hi, Patrick.
Nice. Hello, everyone. I talk occasionally. I'm the Citadel black sheep.
Yes, my best friend Patrick, who works at Citadel. I'm just kidding.
I don't work now at Citadel. Previously,
he's getting me a job at Citadel. I'm just kidding. Today is not the day.
You're gonna, don't do it. I messaged 3 of my buddies there now who are still there, asking if anybody's ever used Twitter Spaces. One guy hasn't responded yet. The other 2 have asked what are Twitter Spaces, and that's kind of the point to my conversation. It's really a crowd quickly decides what the problem is, and then it's hard to figure out. People lose the value that's actually there, and there's this angst right now, huge, that's doesn't match the share price or the leadership of AMC or the number of stocks, and that's this enormously undervalued and mispriced asset, which is this community and the momentum behind it, what this community is trying to do. That doesn't have a price tag yet, but if we stop for a second running down the path of let's go try to count the shares, because let's be honest, I won't trust whatever goes out there and tries to count the shares anyway. I don't know that anyone else will. So they go down there, because what will happen is the stock price won't go up. And then what? Because at the end of the day, that's what people are expecting here is I believe in this company and I stuck around despite the financial damages. That behavior is the most valuable shareholder on the planet. So in this crowd are the most valuable shareholders of any company out there. They are actively brainstorming how to improve the situation. They have worked collectively together to cause real action from the leadership of the company. It's crazy. It's why I keep chiming into these groups to watch this stuff. Is this is what is happening right now. I swear is the next form of the stock market. This is what it's going to be. And it's going to come from these groups. So, my buddies at Citadel, they should chime in because you guys are, but they're still back there. Another mistake. But in terms of okay, what to do next? If counting the shares is one thing, that's good. But Tara, I just think you nailed it. Rewinding back to the NFT situation. No, we can't just pump a coin, which I understand the AMC leadership's qualm. We can't just, tokenize AMC. There's a lot of complexities with that. I know that people are mad about it, but T0 is also, it's nothing more than a regular exchange with some great marketing terms related to tokens and some minimal tech, which again, that might give me, but whatever. You guys, I don't have any incentives to go one way or the other than to protect this cool community. And I like, Tara's grit. So there's my motivation. And I like Swing. So what's up, Swing? And you too, True Demon.
Now you better list everybody in this space.
Yeah, no,
you can't come and name drop.
We like you all.
We're supposed to be enemies, but you don't work for Citadel anymore. But you just give me all the information about how Citadel does all their dirty tricks. So I appreciate that, Patrick. I'm just kidding, everybody. I'm just kidding.
There are. So here's the question: are there solutions where I can actually know who in this room is on my team? If we wanted to start a movement, you want to be Robin Hood, we have to know who's really here. It's the same reason that
you mean the good Robin Hood, not the bad app Robin Hood, right?
Kind of both. No, pun intended. If we want to know who's playing this game, anyone can log into Twitter and be anyone. There isn't security in it. So I had heard, and I've talked to Swing about this and Tara about this, but I heard somebody bringing up an option for like, how do we start with, all right, everyone in this room is a collective and proven shareholder. Now let's start fixing the problem. And this is an open question. I don't, I would love to hear what
that's
people
the tough thing. Anyone can be anyone. So, I mean, people can say all sorts of things. Someone can come in here and pretend to be CEO Adam, for all I know. I mean, who we don't really know. But I think that's one of my one of the joys kind of for me of Twitter and doing spaces and having short sellers come in and try to tell us why we should sell all of our shares. Having, the news media, Charles Payne come in and listen to our conversations. We've had journalists come in and write articles regarding what we're discussing. So, I mean, with, a closed off group where it's just shareholders having discussions, then you sort of lose that kind of value aspect, I guess. Also, people who maybe, haven't even heard about what we're doing, who happen to drop into the space and hear what we're discussing and then decide that they want to be a part of it as well. So I guess that's the interesting thing, is how do you do it to where people can still have involvement with the conversation, or, with hearing the conversation, but maybe not the involvement unless with speaking on the conversation, unless they're, if they have skin, unless they have skin in the game.
Is anybody doing this? Like, is anybody working on this right now? This would be that open Shill question. Is anyone building something like this?
Not me. Yeah, in all my free time, I actually have been working on this mock-up of, so I'm building it. I'm building it right now.
Hold on, I gotta text Ken real quick. 1 second.
Oh, no.
It's a major
Don't
threat.
tell Ken our secrets. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness.
Tara, Spence is trying to get back up and I can't bring him. Can you try?
I can't even see Spence. I will.
Hey Spence, sorry, I like you too. I forgot about that. He's got the best hat.
Oh man. Let me see. Spence, I'm gonna send you a DM with the link to come speak. But guys, don't go quiet on me. I thought Swing was gonna say something. Maybe somebody else was gonna chime in.
Yeah, just a quick word. Just with the talking about the share count and what we can do for solutions, I think it's premature because of all the fracture. Like you said, nobody would trust it. As soon as one person supported it, you lose 3/4 of another group. I think our focus should be on finding what things we do agree on and building certain steps towards unity. So, because if we can get all the retail of AMC, the big, all the different communities together on a focus point on what we all agree with, then we can start to build change. But while right now, nobody trusts each other. And like something like a simple Bill of Rights for markets, like if we came together, some of the people, and said, this is what we want, and we spelled it out and made it simple, bulletin points, a few, and we put out a consistent message, like we all tweeted it each day, I think that it would be a more consistent message, and then we could start building towards unity and start to think about the things that we agree on instead of the stuff that we don't agree on.
I love the way that sounds, but I think that we just need to move forward as adults with the 500 people in the call, and whoever doesn't get on board gets left behind at this point.
Well, and I think to like Patrick's idea, like if there was a platform where we knew that there was ownership, and hypothetically, like using Plaid, like there's next level stuff that you can do with that. Not only like how many shares, and you may not know, you may not want to advertise exactly how many shares, but what if it was like 4x, 3x, 5x, whatever that is, and even had like 3 months, 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, had some breakdown of how long that ownership stake was in. All of that is possible through technology. And, you know, if you could imagine a process like that itself, I think build a certain level of trust, because then you would know that these people were indeed fellow owners of the company.
Which is interesting because Saytech was based on Plaid too, until Robinhood bought Saytech out.
So hi, Spence, and welcome back to the space. I wanted to just say something that I was getting in my DMs from somebody. They were saying that Adam has no interest in a share count because, you know, the push for MOAS and whatnot. They were saying prior to this scenario, he wanted to remove debt, and APE was created with that purpose. But the delay in selling the 486 million new APE has given hedge funds time enough to reduce the price below $2. So money they will get will be half of the debt they need to cover, is their opinion. I don't know, you know, it's obviously the way they feel about the situation. I also feel a certain way knowing that when, you know, APE was released, it was trading at, I believe, 10.45. Now it's at $1.84 closing today. And if it was supposed to be used as this avenue, you know, for them to be able to pay off debt, it just definitely has not achieved that goal at all whatsoever. And I don't know. I think there's definitely a right to be frustrated in regard to that, because it doesn't only affect APE, it affects AMC, and it affects all of us greatly. So
APE isn't necessarily only at the market. There's wording and there's the 8K in the prospectus clearly described that the APE being sold to institutions will be at negotiated prices through bona fide offers. If Adam Aaron just drops shares out on the market, yes, it'll be at the market. But he's negotiating deals right now with these people, more than likely, to sell APE at premium prices. The reason they're knocking it down at the market, why our price is so low, is one, because they're selling us whatever they're selling us isn't APE, it's just IOUs. That's where the FTDs come into play. But two, they're taking his ability away to put it out at the market at $5 to $10 a share, so there's not a massive retail buying event. What they're doing is they're taking away our ability to buy these new shares. They want them all for themselves, which is what Adam Aaron knows, and he's going to negotiate prices and approve or deny them. But you know, with all this talk about Plaid and registering and identifying real shareholders, we already have this. It's computer share. It's the simplest, easiest way to log the entire float immediately. Then your name goes in on the shareholder book at every earnings meeting with how many shares you own. This system already exists. It's right in front of us. But the problem is there's bad actors in the community who, A, are either bad actors, or B, they're ignorant. And they are fudding computer share and direct registration into the ground when you have literally a former SEC chief branch saying to direct register, Dave Lauer saying to direct register, and 10 or at least 5 of the people up here in this space call who have been speaking, who are insanely educated people on the market mechanics and what's going on, saying to direct register. The only thing that's happening right now is there's too many people in the community who have been frauded by misinformation from bad space calls and people who have freaking sock puppets as their profile pictures. This entire system is ready to go with computer share in an analog process that cannot be cheated. And by the way,
and computer share is the AMC official transfer agent. Like, I cannot say it enough, because people are like, wait, what's computer share? What do you mean? How do we know we can trust it? It is literally on AMC's website. But also, this is kind of in line with what Patrick is discussing, Spence, and having the ability to chat with people that you know for sure hold the stock would be, you know, massive. And this wouldn't only be usable for AMC. This would be definitely something that I would see Tesla shareholders seeking refuge in even CEOs that eventually using to be able to communicate with people who they know are their actual shareholder base and not short and distorts, not people posing as, shareholders and when they actually have, nefarious things to say about the company. A perfect example is, I don't know, Patrick, if you saw the thread that I put up about Susquehanna, however you say it. I retweeted it this morning and I went into detail about one of the guys that works there and just how they meddle in the options chain with Tesla. One of the analytics guys, his Tesla Plaid just happened to catch on fire and videos went viral of it. It was a brand new Tesla Plaid Model S, and it happened to be right before Tesla's earnings. They happen to potentially have a massive short position on Tesla. And Elon Musk had recently, very recently prior to this happening, came out and said some pretty bad things about Bitcoin, apparently. And the guy whose car miraculously, spontaneously combusted in the middle of the road with everyone filming, he had a very large position in Bitcoin. So it's just very interesting how this sort of coincidence kind of happens. And it reminds me a lot of what we deal with here on a obviously much larger scale, but with just this ability for people to just kind of, trickle in and pose as something that they're not. So I think it would have a huge necessity at some point in the future to have the ability to just speak to people, and not even for fellow shareholders, but also for CEOs of companies to be able to speak with the people that they know do have skin in the game and do hold, their stock.
So I left a message with Christensen at the law firm. They're going to get back with me. She said, yeah, he knows you called and he was on a call. So when he calls back, I'll tweet out the results of what I asked him, which is it legal and are you willing to accept, say, statements from AMC shareholders for a certain month, which it would all have to be in the same month, showing how many AMC and APE we have, and would that be effective? And as soon as he tells me, I'll let everybody know. But in the meantime,
think it needs to be an electronic photo also. I don't think a screenshot is going to screenshots can be tampered with. So I think it needs to be something with like a traceable, you know what I'm saying? Like a verifiable thing.
I think you should tell your brokerage to mail you a paper statement directly to your mailbox and then remail it to Christensen's law office if they're willing to accept it, which we'll find out soon. You can't really mess with a direct paper, analog statement going point to point. So I think that's the best way to do it. I think any digital applications or any digital files sent to him is probably going to be not considered legitimate. But I got to hear back from him, and then I'll let everybody know.
Is it true that if a company changes their ticker symbol, it forces a share count? I'm just curious. Their QSIP.
I would assume if they're going to change the QSIP, which I actually haven't heard of, they would be forced to do some type of share count, if not a recall.
Hey, Patrick, are you still here on the call?
I'm here.
Hey, I just sent you a message on Twitter. Is that doable? Can you do that?
One sec. I'm so enraptured in the conversation. I'm paying attention. Not even in the DMs.
I understand.
Okay, I've got 5 bullet points I want to go over, and I'll try to keep each bullet point under a minute. First, I'm back, PJ. Sorry, I lost it. So I was trying to wait until I had a better connection. Okay, so the 5 bullet points I wanted to go over, and I'm going to try to keep it under a minute over for each one, is Plaid is one bullet point. The 1 billion share count of AMC is another bullet point. Zash is my third. Privacy, sending things to AMC directly is the fourth. And then the fifth one is zero value coin on the blockchain. That's the fifth one. So the first one, I'll just keep it real simple on Zash. That's the fastest and easiest one to say. They are a privately held company right now. They're not publicly held. they have not completed the merger with BBIG, with Vinco Ventures. And I just wanted to kind of put that out there, make sure that everybody is aware that Zash is still private. They do not have any publicly traded shares. Okay. Hold on here real fast. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The 1 billion share count. I don't know if any of you guys noticed, if any TD Ameritrade customers, clients, if you look at the share count of AMC, it still shows as 1 billion versus the 516 million. APE, it shows somewhere around 480, if I remember correctly, but 1 billion is under AMC. Okay. Let's see. Plaid. So I was hoping to be able to talk when True Demon was still here, but I just wanted to make sure I had a stable connection. Personally, unless somebody can tell me differently, I don't really trust Plaid. And the reason I say that is I used to work in the banking world. And, when you give somebody a CVS file access, a CVS file is kind of like a constant going Excel file to your bank account. When you give them that access 24/7 to go into your bank account, what they do is they see everything. They see what you bought at McDonald's. They see how much you spent at Sears. They see what shares you have with your brokerage firm. It's not just how many shares of AMC you have, but how many shares of everything else you have in your life and what you're doing with your money, who your employer is, how much you're getting paid. That's just a little too much for some people. So I really encourage you to read the terms of services of Plaid before you jump right into it head first. I first found out about Plaid when I was attempting to open up a brokerage account with Robinhood and with Gemini. And that was the reason why I decided not to go move forward with those two brokerage firms. Because in order to submit funds to them, I had to use Plaid. I had to opt in. And there was no way I was going to give them access to that much information. Okay. And there are other companies that have been around before Plaid that are similar. Intuit is one of them. And it's owned by one of the billionaires, one of the 1%ers, the guy that owns Quicken Books. And Mint. Not Mint Mobile, not Ryan Reynolds, but Mint. It's another type of CSV file where you connect your bank accounts to a software, so that way you can do your taxes faster and easier. Okay, next bullet point. Privacy. So I know where Spence is coming from, and I understand, and I think it's a novel idea to have them send, or to have us send a brokerage statement to the board of directors at AMC, or any company for that matter, if you want to get a share count. But I just don't trust their protocols when it comes to securing our information. Whether they're securing it on a Mac, a PC, whatever it is, they're not really going to secure that information the way that a bank would be required to, because there is nothing holding them accountable for it. So data breaches happen all the time. And once somebody finds out that, AMC is holding the information of 4.1 million shareholders, AMC is going to be the next one to get targeted. They're the ones that are going to get hacked, and then all of our information is going to be out there. And that's not really good for any of us if we have to fix our identities. Okay, that's just my 2 cents on that. So I would say there's got to be a way to figure it out with screenshots. I think Tara was hitting it. If you connect your metadata to the screenshot, it has an IPS, it has a GPS address, it has your location. I would recommend not doing it at your home. I would recommend not doing it at your kid's school or at your workplace, but go to a park, somewhere where you feel comfortable, where you don't care if people link you to that park. Take a picture or take a screenshot of your account, block out what it is you don't want seen. That GPS data is not going to be forgeable on the next photo. So if somebody's trying to use your photo to claim that they own the same amount of shares that you do, because some of us might have an even amount of shares, say 1,000, say 10,000, say 5,000. So it's not going to be uncommon if other people have that same quantity. But they're not all going to be in that park taking that photo at that same second in time. So that's a way to, verify certain things. Okay, now the last bullet point is zero value coin blockchain. So I think Patrick was asking, hey, is anybody working on this? nobody is, but I think this is the billion-dollar thing that somebody should be working on. Whether it's the Winklevoss bros out there listening, because I said Gemini, whether it's Vlad from Robinhood, whoever it is, somebody needs to work on this. But just remember, Plaid is a private company. It can be bought out, just like that other company was bought out by Robinhood. Plaid can be bought, but something that cannot be bought is the blockchain. And I keep harping on this because it's true. If somebody created a zero value coin, and I don't know a damn thing about, shit coins or any type of, NFT coins or anything like that. But if somebody made a zero value coin and was able to issue a coin for each share that an AMC holder held, and it was registered in the blockchain and it was somehow connected every time we made a sale, I think that would be kind of like our
That's literally what we were trying to do when half of this amazing community attacked me and told Adam that they didn't want that to happen. That's called the security token. That's literally what we were trying to do. It's a blockchain tradable token that would be attached on a one-to-one basis with AMC stock. Now, more recently, the same people who fought me tooth and nail on doing something like that have come out and said how great the idea is and taken information from others and tried to use it as their own.
Yeah, that's a 100% excellent idea. If you came up with it first, then all kudos to you. And if anybody was trying
I didn't come up with it. I didn't come up with it. It was brought to me. People have been talking about it for years. Overstock came up with it. Patrick Byrne came up with it. It's his baby, and he understood it fully. There was a precedent set. And unfortunately, our CEO came out and said it's likely illegal in a tweet storm. So a lot of AMC, investors went with that and, started saying that it's illegal, so they can't do it, which unfortunately is completely false. So why that statement was ever made is unfortunate. And I think that's where Ethan, has his fair share of frustration with that coming out and being said.
Now I understand more of what you're referring to about Adam Aaron, harping on you about that. Now I'm connecting the dots. Yeah, so a zero value coin is, again, I don't know how to do it. I'm not a developer. I'm not on the blockchain or anything like that. But a zero value coin is something that's doable. And I remember yesterday or the day before that you mentioned whether they're giving you a free popcorn, whether they're giving you a penny, whatever it is. And Spencer said whether they're giving you a $0.5 silver dollar, whatever it is, it can be done. But a zero value coin who doesn't, a zero value coin or a 0.1 cent coin, whatever it is, if it's connected to our shares, that could be our VIP pass, our entry pass into the privilege of, I don't know, sitting in the lawsuit with Wes Craven or whichever attorney you guys choose. I'm not saying I'm for or against Wes Craven. I'm just saying whatever collectively we all choose to move forward with, that would be your pass. Well, of course, with an attorney, you would just show them your brokerage statement. But for these conversations, for Adam Aaron to see that, hey, there are this many shareholders because there are this many coins that have been issued through a verifiable source, whether it's an escrow company that starts issuing out these zero value coins, or whether it's an attorney's office, somebody that's not, you and me, somebody that's not developer, somebody that's not, manipulatable, or I'm sorry, I'm like twisting up my words here. Somebody who cannot be manipulated, whether it's an escrow company or whether it's a attorney, somebody who has a fiduciary trust from us to issue these zero value coins. If there's only 516 million zero value coins that are available and everyone is issued, and then we have the 516th million and one person that says, hey, I've got a share too, where's my coin? We've already proven, we've already shown the evidence, like somebody said, let's move forward with what we got to do. Let's go to discovery now. And that's where Al would be like in the federal court, like, okay, now I want you to, I'm going to subpoena all your emails. I'm going to subpoena all your records because now we're going to go through the discovery process. Sorry if it took a little bit more than 5 minutes, but those are the notes that I had.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if someone wants to respond directly to some of the things that he was just talking about. Spence, I don't know if you wanted to chime in on that. Or not.
Spence, we can't hear you.
Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's mean tweeting. I don't know. Maybe the call is disconnecting people randomly. Seems to be the thing happening today.
On the call.
What'd you say?
I think you and I are the only ones on the call.
Is that all you can see on your end?
No, I'm
here. Can you hear me? I'm here.
I can hear you, PJ. I see Jesse with his hand up. Jesse, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Wonderful.
So just wanted to, I saw you guys were all online, so I was like, I'm going to pop in and see what the gang's up to. And another day of starting, I wake up, I look at the chart, and everything's shooting up, and I'm like, oh, yay. And then 5 minutes later, they crash it back down again. And so I was wondering if any of you guys have encountered any information about where, like, have we heard from Adam Aaron on any of this? Because Tara, what you were saying earlier, how he said that APE was going to be used to pay off debt. That was back when it was like $10-11 or whatever it was, but now it's like $1.84. So I think that, he, to reference another thing that you were saying where, he said that we pounce and this is the checkmate and everything. This is either he obviously has, a plan for something, or, he got with the Wall Street people and said, all right, we'll walk it down to a certain price and then you can start covering there. But like, there's still so much to cover that like, they're still going to have to buy a lot of shares that are, way higher in price. But it got me thinking like, if this whole short squeeze thing has been so publicized and spread across the globe, like this is an international thing now. I feel like for them to allow it to happen, they would have to try to, obviously shake as many people out as possible. And I read a comment on one of the weird parts of the internet that I was on the other day, and it basically said, like, these are not my words, but it basically said like only the most retarded of the apes are going to make money on this. Like the people that see their portfolios go down 75% and still buy and hold, those are the people that in the end it will pay off, which it makes sense. Like if they're gonna, like, there's no way that this gets so big where we got billboards in Times Square and we've got, a trending hashtag every day. Like the only way that they would be like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right, this thing that's gotten super popular is legit. The only way that they would do that is if they were able to either shake enough people off, or they're, for some reason they get forced to. But that I think is less likely because, the SEC is, they're too busy like putting out advertisements hating on meme stocks and charging Kim Kardashian, which is just like, of all the things that we're like yelling in the streets essentially about, that's the thing that they decide to make a post and like make a big deal about. It's just, it's so tiresome. So I guess I want to see what you guys think. Like, are we, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
There's multiple outcomes. Either Adam Aaron had a plan, he issued APE, and they found a way around it and it's failed, and he's trying to figure out what to do. Or B, Adam Aaron has a plan, he issued APE and it's working, and we just don't know it yet. Mm-hmm. The biggest problem is
if the plan was for it to raise capital, then I would argue that plan is definitely not working.
At least not yet,
but
yeah.
I guess I'm a shill for saying it.
No, you're good. But I don't know. I know that a lot of these CEOs, they obviously talk with institutions and because that's where a lot of the money comes from. I get it, but it is weird that there doesn't seem to be the sense of urgency that there was, let's say, with Patrick Byrne with Overstock, where they see that they're getting naked shorted into oblivion, and he actually like did something about it. I think it's strange that to try to just get a share count, or at least to just show that, hey, there's more shares in the market than there should be. Like trying to just do something that's so simple and so seemingly rudimentary. Like this feels like it's the core of the rules. You know, like it's like if you need to board an airplane, like show me your ID.
If people DRS their shares, we have a reconciled share count. I don't even know why. Computershare is put there specifically for us to be able to register our shares and buy shares. You can buy shares today from them that are going to be direct registered as soon as they're delivered. And as soon as there's 480 million shares logged in there, we have our reconciled share count, and that's that many shares they can't short. This has been so incredibly overcomplicated to the point to where Adam Aaron created APE because he saw people were fudding DRS so bad, which is only coming from space calls like APE Radio, which is nothing but a bunch of degenerates who are slinging racist comments in their call, and people still follow them. The truth of the matter is, this community is still, for the most part, people who have not listened are brokering with fucking Robinhood. Everything else past direct registration at this point is just blind faith in Adam Aaron to raise billions of dollars off of APE, which is now at $1.86 in a period of under 20 days.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
And it's amazing how, like, so you're trying to tell me, this is just talking to whoever, that one of the most popular stocks in the world has lost 70% of its value over 20 days for what reason? Has there been a financial statement that came out, or like are they losing
brokers
money on
that have
something?
told us it's over 90% ownership by retail?
Yeah, and so all that points to is the secret ingredient is crime. And so I find it so hard that they can't just, or that Adam Aaron can't just come out and say like, yeah, this is what's happening. They're shorting us into oblivion with IOUs on IOUs. And as far as I can tell, it's almost like he doesn't want to say anything because he thinks that there's like like legal repercussions. I'm just
well,
like,
according to some people, he's literally controlled by the debtors, by the people who hold the bonds, the debt. So, I mean, that's some people's theory. I don't know, I mean, no one can really, yeah, right. No one can really speak for Adam. Adam speaks for himself. A lot of people try to pull information and go a little too far sometimes, in my opinion, with what they think he's trying to say, which is fine. People can do their whole tinfoil hat thing. I mean, I'm sure I've done it too, but at some point, facts are just facts. And, we know the facts that he laid out on what APE was for. It was, to raise capital to pay off debt. Number one. And number two, he said it would work as a share count. And I honestly feel like it's done neither effectively. I think, coming out so strong with, the words like, eat crow, pounce, and checkmate may have been a little bit of a detriment, with this being the result. So I don't know. It's never prematurely celebrate, like never count your chickens before your eggs hatch, right? Like, I don't know. I just feel like this is a little bit, it was all very premature and then also very announced. And then it also seemed to give people time to kind of prepare for how they were going to ruin this one for us. And honestly, it started on day one with them halting, APE 13 times. Like, that's just, it's insane. As soon as we were having any sort of a run, they were just halting it. I mean, you've seen other tickers and it's just not even treated the same way. So I feel like it was all in preparation for what they knew, was about to happen.
And you
Yeah.
know, guys, maybe Adam Aaron, maybe he thought it was going to work and he didn't think this was going to happen. And now that this is happening and it's proving possibly all sorts of crazy synthetics, maybe he can't come out and okay, I can't even believe I'm saying this.
I think he could come out and say, I hear your voices. I think he could
Yes,
come out, PJ, and
absolutely.
say, I hear you. I hear your concerns.
Absolutely.
We're
I
working
agree.
on it.
I agree 100%.
If he can
but
say it in an auditorium publicly, saying, you know, we are getting in contact with the NYSE, or we are going to get in contact with the NYSE regarding AMC and the FTDs, then he can come out and say this. I mean, he can come out and wish himself a happy birthday. He can come out and talk about 4-day work weeks. He can come out and, you know, tell people to come see him at movie theaters. It's all good. He can go on Twitter and like all of his own tweets, all of that, but he can't say a single thing regarding his shareholder base, the people who saved this company and are still putting up this fight to be here. And I don't buy it at this point. If he's allowed to be tweeting, I don't buy that he can't say something in regard to the concerns that we've all brought up.
Right. And my thought is he definitely can at least acknowledge. But I mean, imagine if he were to say, okay, you know, there's millions of FTDs or whatever, people would bum rush the stock. And maybe that would make it worse. I mean, maybe that's why he's being silent about it. I don't know, but I can't really.
Well, I honestly feel like
I'm
if people
hashtag
even just had the fear of Adam is doing something, I mean, I remember the fear of the APE dividend. You know, it wasn't actually the APE dividend. The fear of the STO dividend was actually getting people who were actively short AMC to do video interviews saying that they would go long the stock if this were something that if this was going to happen. The stock went from 36 that it had dropped down to back up to 42 in that short period of time when the STO was even being talked about. Had that kind of been had there been whispers of it and even the idea of that happening, and if Adam would have just not come out and said, it's likely illegal, so we're not going to do it. Oh my gosh, we got absolutely destroyed when he made that tweet. When he said, when he came out and said it's likely illegal, I was just flabbergasted. Like, I don't even know. I didn't know how to react. It was bizarre. And it embellished and emboldened the shorts so much that they just attacked the stock. I mean, it went, I don't remember how low. I think we got down to close to, I think around 10 or 9 after that. So, I mean, to see that drop, and I mean, all he had to do was be quiet and let there be whispers of it, and then drop APE. With APE, we did not see the same, sizable change, but it did seem, to get people to kind of funnel in hopes that this was going to actually do something that he was alluding to. And unfortunately, it's down over 80%. So there you have it. But
together,
I think sometimes people do tend to buy the rumor and sell the news too. So I mean, that doesn't help either. Go ahead, PJ.
Together, we're at $8.22 right now. So I think we're the lowest we've been in an extremely long time, including last year. So that really is upsetting to me. I don't like it. We shouldn't. I mean, look, Cinemark isn't that low.
But PJ, you can't even add the two to create a consolidated price point, because that would be like adding 10 shares of AMC to make one whole share. We can't do that. They stand alone as a different price, as if they are the same, whether it's APE or whether it's AMC. It's supposed to be the same.
She's adding them because APE was literally derived from the price so when you had a share of AMC, it was literally cut in half to create APE. So that's why she's adding them together.
I get it, but remember, it wasn't supposed to be a spin-off dividend. And that in and of itself, that's the definition of a spin-off dividend. It was supposed to be a totally different, standalone entity. But what I'm just saying,
it was a split dividend. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was a split of it, and what do you want to call it? That's exactly what it was. It split the share price in half and then created a new ticker with half the value of the share price.
Oh yeah, I remember for that minute and a half or maybe 20 minutes, it went from $20 to $10, and then it went up to like $13 or $15, and then it just dropped. But I mean, we really, okay, here's my thing, just to black and white it. We are all owners of a company, okay? And that's the thing is sometimes we undervalue what we really are. We are owners of a company. We're not just regular people that have an investment in AMC. We own this company. Adam Aaron works for us. The board of directors work for us. Our ownership is our share count. That's our stake in the company. And in order for us to know what our voting rights are, we need to know how many of our peers are aligned with us. So, you know, Tara Bull has 15% of the company. I have 15% of the company. Together we make 30% combined. Now we can hold a special meeting and try to move forward to change the board. That's what we're at a deficiency. That's what our issue is. We don't have that number of who our peers are, and they're holding us dependent upon them to tell us what they're going to do. When really, it's been a year and a half, 2 years. Okay, it's been long enough. I'm tired of giving people the benefit of the doubt that I hope they're doing what's in my best interest. When I've seen the value go down as much as it has, it's time that we change the people, perhaps. I'm not trying to create a big riot here or a stampede, but it's time we start looking at changing the people that are doing the job. Because when I manage companies, when I own companies, when I manage AOAOs, whatever it is that I'm doing, when I'm in a position of authority and I've got subordinates that just aren't doing their jobs, I don't give them a year and a half to start coming to work on time, or a year and a half to actually treat a customer with respect, or a year and a half to stop stealing from me. I get rid of them after the second or third, failure of putting egg on my face, and I replace them with somebody who's going to do the job right to help my company or to help, the customer. And if we're not getting that help we need, maybe we need to have a special meeting. Maybe we need to be present, not physically, but present with our proxies, present with our voices, and be heard with our votes on who we want on the board. Maybe some of us in this group right here, or in the group, or some of them that are absent in this group, but that we know should step up and run for the board of directors. They should run for, we're not going to hire a CEO at this point. Okay, what we need to do is we need to get people on the board of directors that can start cluing in on what's happening with the company. And from that point, you can determine if you need to hire a new CEO or not. Because the board of directors sets expectations for the CEO. If the CEO doesn't meet those expectations, the board of directors pushes that CEO out and hires a new one. So Adam Aaron, really, I hate to say it, and this goes for any CEO of any company, it's not a personal thing, but he has two biggest priorities in his life. The two most vested interests he have in his life is continuing to hold his job, continuing to maintain his job, giving the board of directors what they want so that he keeps his job and doesn't get replaced. That's number one. And by way of having as many shares as he does, it gives him that opportunity to control that vote, to kind of persuade, to keep people on the board that he wants. I don't know what percentage of ownership he has at this point, because I know he's been selling some off because he wants to retire or whatever it is. But the larger stake in ownership that a CEO has in a company, the more the control that they have over the board, which in turn gives them job security. But that's his number one vested interest, is to keep his job.
Can I say something really quickly?
Go ahead.
Yeah, before we go off the topic too much, I just want to say something. I don't know if you guys remember, Adam Aaron, he did say, don't mistake silence for inaction. Remember that? I'll say.
Yeah, that's what I would say too if I was about to go hang out and chill and do nothing.
Don't mistake silence for inaction. That's heavy right there.
Okay, it's been almost 2 years. It's been almost 2 years.
Hear me out. He's not going to tell you what he's going to do. You know what I mean? Like,
he told us he was going to release APE, and he told us he was going to pounce, and he told us it was checkmate. So I think he would tell us what he's going to do, because he's been telling us.
Give him a chance. He's working behind the scenes.
No one isn't giving him a chance. If anything, we're prompting him to recognize that something bad is happening. If he says that he doesn't see any, any provable anything proof wise, and we're showing it to him, are we not giving him a chance? Are we not saying, here's the information, here's what we've gotten?
I know, but the APE thing.
So what is your opinion of giving someone a chance?
But if you hear me out, then I can explain. The APE thing is
Okay, let me.
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Well, I let you.
Okay, I'm gonna say, everybody hold on really quick. Coming up and saying give him a chance is implying that we aren't. If we weren't giving him a chance, we probably wouldn't be here having this conversation. So I think we are giving him a chance, and we are brainstorming ideas and ways to get more information to him and what he can actually do with it. So I think, maybe it's the wrong foot to start on with give him a chance. I've been in this play for a long, long time. I've been working my ass off for a long, long time to be told give him a chance. But go ahead. I want you to finish. I want you to finish what you have to say, but without interrupting me when I'm still talking, because it's rude. Thank you. Go for it.
How old is the APE thing? How long has it been out? A month? A month?
Almost 2 months.
Okay, so give him a chance to work on it. He knows what the problem is. He's not stupid. Okay, just give him a chance.
Okay, sure. That's your opinion. Thanks.
Yeah, and you also interrupted me, so.
I was responding. It seemed as though you were done because you muted yourself. But okay.
Yeah, but I wasn't finished. So.
Then why are you muting yourself?
I don't know.
Are you finished now? Am I allowed to speak now in my own space?
Well, that's what I was asking.
What were you asking?
I'm asking to stop being rude and interrupting while I'm speaking, even though it's your space. But we're all here to speak, aren't we?
If you mute yourself, I'm going to assume that you're done speaking. So I think that's a safe way of having a conversation in one of these spaces, is when someone mutes themselves, then you can speak and chime in and respond. That's normally how conversations work. Speaking over other people is rude, and I would never go to your house and start speaking over you. So don't come to mine and do it. In regard to Adam having enough time, this is my house. I have control here. This isn't an open space. This is my space. I get to be in control. I get to be in charge. You don't get to come here and talk over me. Do you see how this works? You see how you can't talk right now? That's because I muted you, because this is my house. Like I was saying, I wouldn't go into your house and talk over you and tell you how to run your show. So don't do it to me. If you want to be respectful, you're more than welcome to have a conversation with us. If you want to be rude and speak over people, then you can, go start your own show, go start your own space and do your thing. In regard to CEO Adam and giving him enough time, I was going to ask you, in response to what you said, what is enough time in your opinion, with him being completely silent about APE after coming out and calling checkmate, which means game over, we win, the game is done. What is your opinion? How much time should we, be giving him, before it's enough? Is it a year? Is it 5 years? Is it forever? I mean, if he never tweets about APE again, are you going to be satisfied? Go ahead, Zero. You have the floor.
Wait, what? What happened?
Oh, really? Really?
I was asking, in your mind, what constitutes giving him enough time? Okay, now he's going to leave. That's fine. No answer for that one, I guess.
Board, everyone. Let's get Tara on the board. Just throwing it out.
I don't want to. Honestly, I would love to be the CEO of a company. I don't think it would be AMC. I would rather just start my own. I would rather be that vested in the company that it's my own baby. I'm not just stepping in to pick up the pieces for someone else or, cover something that someone else has already done. I would rather be like an Elon Musk and just start my own deal. I know a bunch of people are going to say he didn't start Tesla, but I mean, he basically reworked it from the ground up. So he essentially did. But anyway, thank you, Patrick. I don't want to be on the board of AMC, but there are some very, very, very brilliant people who I would push to be on the board and representing apes, you know, all across the board, who I would trust with that job and really speaking on our behalf and not doing it for money reasons, monetary reasons. But thank you, Patrick. And also, if you didn't gather, I cannot stand disrespectful people, and also people who make claim to something that I'm providing. It's a, you know, privilege to get to come in here and speak. It isn't an open forum. It isn't an open platform where anyone can just say whatever the hell they want to. I am in charge here. So I love that people think that, and I think that's great. And I've tried to keep it that way. But at the end of the day, I do get to be in charge of the space and the way it's ran. If people don't like it, again, they should go start their own. Anyway, if anyone else wants to chime in, that'd be great.
For me, I was just going to say that the issue that I guess I'm having, it's not really with the actions of AMC management. It's more just the fact that the system is set up so that they can just failure to deliver all they want, and but like you said, the people that are holding the debt, they basically can make the rules. And so if they can just failure to deliver into oblivion, and if they can just halt us 18 times on the first day that it trades, and then just go about like business as usual, like no big deal, it just I'm hard pressed to find a reason that the system was set up in the first place for something other than just blatant fraud. And like I know that if you trace everything all the way to the top, you know, it is the state of the economy, how everything is run on debt or usury, and that obviously isn't great. And while, you know, we're still in the first world and we still have technology and like our lives are relatively good, knowing that the system is fundamentally set up so that, you know, we can't win. Obviously, it's a little bit annoying, but the action side of me says, okay, well, like if that is the way this is done, you know, how should we change our strategy? Is there something that we can be doing, like instead of calling out, you know, the financial institutions who are heavily short? Maybe we should, you know, aim our attention at the DTCC and the central banks that basically own it, and because that's kind of the head of the snake here. And I know that this kind of, for some reason, people don't like talking about this, but it's arguably the most important thing, because we've seen that they can basically do whatever they want, like halting us. What was it, double digit times a year after they take away the buy button, and that they have like 43 million failure to delivers, and you know that's just like totally fine. And then with no other like negative news or a downturn in revenue, a preferred stock loses 70% of its value in like a month. And for what reason? Can someone explain that to me? But they just, the fact that the SEC is so captured, at least that's what it looks like. It's just, it's tiresome. And so I wonder if there's a way that we can change the strategies so that we can highlight the actual perpetrators of this fraud. Like it's not just the Citadels and the Susquehannas and them, or however the hell you say that, but it's the fact that the system is fundamentally set up for this. But there was a tweet, or there was a press clipping from the Trump team that came out and said, like, hat tip to all of the people who are in GME and AMC and who have exposed stock market fraud at an unprecedented level. And so I see that as like, oh, okay, so the efforts were not, it wasn't a Pyrrhic win. Like we put these people on blast and they're scrambling to hide assets and to, recoup their public image and everything. So like, it looks like things are being done, but I feel your frustration, Tara. I know that you're, starting to get annoyed about this, but I feel you. But I guess I'm just, the most retarded of the apes because I'll keep buying and holding. Like I'll hold this down to zero. If I lose everything, like I have a good job, I'll be fine. But it's more just like if they're gonna take us all down and flatten the economy, then like I'm gonna, take a couple of them with me.
I mean, I'm definitely holding. I'm not selling. I'm not
Yep.
selling. I didn't buy because of Adam Aaron. I'm not selling because of his inaction. I didn't buy because of anything he did. I bought for a squeeze play and I'm still holding. And
Yep.
I still do, believe in the fundamentals. I do believe in the play. I also just feel a little bit discouraged, of course, when, I'm being told and we're all being, told that certain things are likely illegal, things that would have solved a lot of these problems. And then we're sort of, sold something that didn't really pan out to be what it was supposed to be and made claims of being. So at the end of the day, I feel like it's like playing in a rigged carnival. And like the games are rigged, and when you go to a carnival and like you play the basketball game, like the hoops are bent to where it's like an oval shape, so the ball doesn't even fit in. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so I feel like by releasing APE on the NYSE, the same rigged machine that we're up against, is sort of just wrecked us, And I think that when other options were brought forth, they should have been completely investigated before this assumption that it's likely illegal and emboldening shorts to double down and capitalize on that coming out. So I don't know. It's a tough pill to swallow. And I'm still here. I'm still fighting. I'm still providing these spaces when I can, when I have the time, when I have the energy. But it's also frustrating when other people think that they have the right to, come up here and speak over me or, take ownership of this space that I am providing. It's not something that is, it's not something other people are doing. And if they are, and they let you come in and just dominate and take over and speak over them, then go there if that's what you want to do. But
of course,
I find it just highly disrespectful. I think that there should be a level of gratitude. Same thing with if someone were to invite you on their YouTube channel or, to speak anywhere else, to have a conversation up on a platform, you should be respectful and grateful and not, essentially telling them that you have the right to do whatever you want because it's an open platform.
Yeah.
And Jesse, you have always been amazing. You and I
likewise
have a lot in common. We have a lot of similar anxieties and quirks, and we've talked about it behind the scenes. And I honestly, hearing you speak helps calm my nerves. It helps calm me down because I just think you're a very genuine, kind person, and I appreciate when you come up. So thank you for giving me a moment to breathe and sort of filling the air for a minute. And I know that it's public speaking is, a lot for you like it is for me. So I just appreciate it. Thank you. I see hands up, so you can respond, Jesse, and then we can go to general and then flip.
Yeah. No problem. And the feeling is overwhelmingly mutual. But I guess, the last thing I'll add is we could choose to see this as kind of like a frustrating, like this is annoying, which inherently it is. But there's a side of my brain that kind of wants to see it as like or I could see this as kind of like a tease. You know how when you're being teased, it's like moderately frustrating, but you're still kind of like, yeah, I don't mind if you keep doing this a little bit more. It's sort of like it reminds me of the scene from Wolf of Wall Street where where his wife wakes him up. He's like, "Who's Venice?" And it goes to the cutscene where he's like butt naked and he's got the candle in his ass, and the girl's on top of him pouring hot wax. Like, "Yeah, you like that, you little bitch." And he's like, "Ah, you dirty birdie," and like, but he like kind of likes it still. It's sort of like, yeah, and that's how I kind of, whenever I see a dip, I just go, "Oh, daddy, that hurts, but I'm gonna buy more." And so I just, I try to see it as like
Jesse, I was not expecting this from you. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna go watch Wolf of Wall Street. I'll be back in a couple
it's
hours.
how I choose to reframe it in my head, because it's, I don't know, it's a little more fun that way. But hey, I've got a meeting for work. Always a pleasure, and I'll see you all soon.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. It is always a pleasure with you too.
Always.
All right. General, you're up. You're up. What's up?
Okay, thank you. So the first point I was trying to make, I'll keep the first point brief because I already went over it, is Adam Aron is, or any CEO of any company, is beholden to the board of directors. They're trying to maintain the status quo of what the board of directors expect so they can keep their job. That's number one. His second priority is he's beholden to the debt.
Wait, General, real quick, is that him as the CEO or the chairman of the board? Sorry, I wanted you to clarify.
That's him as a CEO. As a chairman of the board, he basically controls the board because he has so many shares. He's got a board too. So he's keeping.
I think that's what's getting lost, is that he's always mentioned as the CEO. And a lot of people, I got a lot of flack for this, but he was just appointed as the chairman of the board last summer, right after the run-up. So it needs to be always remembered that he holds both positions.
Right. So let's stick to the CEO part of it, because what he's done to secure his job, his position as a CEO, is he holds as many shares as he needs to have a seat on the board. That's what I'm trying to say. But the other group that he's beholden to are the debt servicers. The reason why he's beholden to the debt servicers is because it's kind of like, it's kind of like the mob going toward the mom and pop shop down the block, where they've got to pay the VIG, they've got to pay the security, or otherwise their shop is going to get ruined. Well, the debt servicers are the ones that can basically ruin the company. And he doesn't want that to happen on his helm, because definitely he's going to be removed as the CEO. On top of that, he has a legacy that he's trying to maintain, because this is probably going to be his last public position as a CEO, is what he's put out there based on his, goals in life. But the point that I'm making is this: if he's beholden to the owners, which are the shareholders, which appoint the board of directors, and he's beholden to the debt servicers, who does he fear more? Right now, it seems like he fears the debt servicers more than he fears the owners. And the reason I say that is because he's not doing what we say. Zero Dark Zulu came in here and said, give him some more time, but we don't work for him. He works for us. So if we as a collective are saying this is what we need or what we want, whether he agrees with it or not, it's what we want him to do. And he needs to go in that direction, because we as owners make that decision. If we've made the wrong decision, we're going to have to be accountable for that choice we made. But for somebody to tell us, who works for us, who works in a company that we invest in, that we are owners of, to tell us or to ignore us and to not do what it is that we need as investors, that's not doing his part as a CEO. So how does he protect his interests as a CEO? He gets on the board of directors as the chairman because he has so many shares. That's your answer right there. He's more scared of the debt servicers than he is of us. So who is he really working for, us or them?
Exactly. Good points. Can I just follow off that real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so he's a basketball guy. I put some DD up over the weekend. He was the CEO of the 76ers. And I implore all of you, don't look at my DD, but go back and do some research if you have time, of his time in 76 as the CEO of the 76ers. I found some very interesting connections with his use of Twitter during his tenure there. And there was a lot of flack that he took, and to the point where he actually got off of Twitter for years, until he came back when we brought this company back, and he felt like there was a community that was here, and he felt all that support. And we were here before him. So let's just be clear that I was, and I know Tara was, we were here on Twitter. This AMC community was already here. We didn't even really know who Adam Aaron was. And so that gets lost in a lot of this. And what I would say is when you said, General, that he doesn't work for us, maybe with that, I would say it goes a step further. It's starting to feel to me, and I'm just being honest, that I'm almost feeling the sense of hijacked, like where this was established and now something that was built by retail has been utilized to obviously help the company, which I'm all about the fundamentals, going back, talking about, some of the things he's done, I'm super supportive of. But the miscues and the missteps that I've just seen now time and time again has just starting to add up, and it's starting to really become worrisome, especially with the silence. And that's why I am really supportive of what Tara's doing. And I can't believe the hate she's getting from people when she's just asking for a simple reassurance from the guy that we've literally lined his pockets, for one, personally, but also just giving him ample support. Like, no, I mean, he could literally he's just been on like a honeymoon tour. And like, that's the only way I can really, describe the way I've seen, his treatment by us. We've just, elevated him to silverback status. And I feel like that's not going to last anymore, at least for me and a lot of us here, because we have watched our concerns go, fall on deaf ears. And I don't understand why he would continue to, treat us as such if he had a vested interest in this company and the insiders had a vetted interest in this company. It just seems a little off to me. First of all, just going back a little history, January 28th, when that happened, and maybe you guys can explain to me, why would, as a CEO of a company that had their stock buy button removed, why would you not at least make some type of acknowledgement of that? I haven't seen one of the meme stock companies, one of those companies, administrators or management ever make any public comments of that. Does anybody know?
I don't know if they have, but that's the analogy I made about it's the mob that's the debt servicer that's holding these companies by the neck. And these CEOs boards are
but hold on, General, just to go back, in 2019, he's on an interview on CNBC, and I think it was CNBC, where he's saying, making comments about the shorts and the stuff that was happening with our stock. This earnings was great, and there's some funny stuff going on with our stock. And I don't know if you've all seen that, but that was, back in 2019. And the fact that he was vocal at that point, and then, when this all went down in January, when the buy button was taken away, the fact that none of these CEOs stood up and said anything about it and how wrong it was. I just can't imagine being a CEO of a company, and that's why I'm asking. I generally don't know if there was some kind of like gag order on these guys. Like, you can't say anything. Was the government involved, or was it the board, or like you're saying, the bondholders? It's just it's never sat well with me that, none of the companies ever spoke up. And so I've just always, that's something that's bothered me.
Yeah, I hear you, Flip. And I mean, the thing that I think is important to think about too is I know that AMC and GME are the most notable cases of the buy button removal, but I believe it was 50 stocks, 50 different companies that were involved, at least on the Robinhood side. I think other brokers may have only focused on AMC and GME. I haven't looked like broker by broker to see which companies shut down which buy buttons for which companies and how that exactly broke out. But
for those who weren't here, sorry to cut you off, but for those that weren't here in January of 21, those stocks were ripping. I mean, AMC touched like $25. It went from like, the day I bought in, it was $4, and it doubled to $8, and then it was just running at pre-market, and that's when it actually got turned off. And it was over 25, I think, at that point is what it touched. And the fact that the stock then just went all the way down, back down to the $5 level within a matter of days after the buy button was removed. I mean, the amount of net value, market cap of each company just, was down, massively. And I'm just trying to, process that. But I just wanted to make another point real quick, kind of going back to my hijacked, and I don't want to, attack Adam Aaron. I really have a lot of respect for him. I've been very, vocal supporting him in the last 2 years. The problem I have is that I do feel like he wanted this thing to work. He had it in his mind that it would work. And I just don't think he had the foresight. And like Spence has said, why would you announce it, letting your enemies know? And that just, to me, it shows a level of incompetence if you don't underestimate your enemy, because these people are deathly afraid of a STO. I mean, Tara said when we were talking about the STO that the stock was rising, and there was actually like the guy from Wedbush, the guy that, other shorts were talking about going long on a stock if that was to be the case, if that was to get implemented. I mean, even Gasparino, I know he's one of our, enemies and critics, but he was even saying, oh, that sounds like a good idea. I know that's sus, but at the same time, you have to kind of respect the fact that these longs were thinking of, or these shorts were going to possibly go long on the stock. But anyways, I'm a basketball fan, and Adam Aaron is, and I'm feeling like I don't know if you guys followed the Lakers when Kobe Bryant, rest in peace, but his last season, caused a lot of controversy within the Laker organization, because he was basically, obviously, the Hall of Famer he was older, and he wasn't really the guy he was, and the team wasn't able to really move forward and win a championship because this guy, Kobe Bryant, I hate to talk anything negative about the guy, but at the same time, he was basically the whole payroll, and they surrounded him with all these low level players because that's all they could afford for the salary cap, and they basically did a victory tour, and every game was like a coming out party for Adam or from Kobe Bryant, to sign autographs and that, but they had no chance at competing that year, and I just feel like this notion of Adam Aaron, and the checkmate and the pounce and everything, like. I don't want, to, give the guy a raw deal. But at the same time, if he's not up for the task that this is going to be, and it's a monumental task to fight against these entities. I mean, the DD that Tara put out on Friday with Susquehanna is just mind blowing, that the ties of this guy, that this Jeffrey Yass guy has to, politicians, local politicians in his area. Pat Toomey is the guy that voted ardently against banning PFOF, and this guy is donating to him. I mean, just think about the depths of the corruption going on in the political sphere. And Adam Aaron, he's on the backside of retirement. His kids are set up now. He wants to just ride off into the sunset. And at some point, we have to just be real with ourselves and realize this guy is maybe not ready or equipped to fight these battles. And, we need somebody that is. And that's just the facts. I mean, I like the guy. I think he's a nice dude. But I don't know if he wants to spend his last couple of years in his professional career doing this. And so these are going to be tough questions, but I'm just nervous that if action isn't taken sooner than later, then we may be right back where we were. This company might be right back where it was, 2 years ago when we all dumped a lot of money into it to save it.
We are back where we were 2 years ago. We're almost near all-time lows, and there's a lot of good catalysts coming forward with AMC for movies, popcorn, credit cards, all that. And it's all great and fine. But if our ability to raise cash is erased once again, then we're right back where we started. So
and the Netflix thing didn't sit well with me too. I'm not trying to like just pile it on the guy, but the thing is he came out and tweeted, 4 years I've been working on this Netflix deal. And then he's leaving out the part that, Cinemark, Regal, AMC, all were awarded the contract. So, I mean, the way things get framed, I mean, we have to really decipher through the shit and just be real. I mean, I'm a straight shooter, give it to me straight. I don't want to be told, this is an AMC thing, and it's not. It's an industry wide thing, and yeah, it's going to bring in more money for AMC, and it should be celebrated as such. But at the same time, I mean, we need to be real. Like the HYMC acquisition, I'm still a big supporter of that because I do feel like gold's a long-term investment. But at the same time, like, just some of the things that I've, find out through that and the way that went down, and, Mudrick's connections, and then also going back to the way the, I own NFT that was talked about earlier in the call was given to anybody that could just be off the street. But then yet our European apes, our German apes, and people like that have just poured thousands of hours into this company of, time and stuff, supporting it. They don't even receive the damn thing. It's insane to me.
Hey guys, another thing that's not, I feel is not being addressed is the just the stock market as a whole. It's a diadem. It's a principality. It runs really deep, and we have to really get to the core of it. And what I'm saying is because, and also too, I want to throw this at you guys that you guys probably haven't heard about. well, let me say this first. I have just under 500 shares. I made some critical comments about Adam Aaron, but allegedly Adam Aaron is on the board of the Foreign Affairs, which is actually the Illuminati. And I'm not saying that he's complicit with them, but it runs really deep. And the powers, the principalities, when you look at the pyramid scheme of the whole stock market, it's the top, and then the bottom. We're the bottom feeders. If they want to throw us a bone and we can make some money in the stock market, they would allow it to happen. But if they don't want to allow it to happen, we're fighting against a real deep entity, all the bad actors. And I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Sort of how it feels. It feels like we're up against a wall here. Sorry, Spence, go for it. Oh, how'd you get out of your position? Hold on, let me put you back.
Swing was up, actually. Oh, my ex call.
Oh, my bad.
One thing I wanted to say that to correct an earlier comment, Adam Aaron's seat as on the board of directors has nothing to do with his stock ownership other than him being able to vote his shares that he owns for himself. The shareholders of AMC voted for him to be on the chairman of the board, and then re-elected him as such this past year. Personally, I have no problem saying this. I did not vote for him to remain as the chairman of the board. I do not think that he should be both CEO and chairman of the board because of lack of, I guess, check and balances. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, and not to interrupt you, but
be the CEO. Be the CEO. Great, but I don't know if chairman of the board is the best seat for him personally. But so I think it's very important to not obfuscate the fact that his ownership of the company has nothing to do with why he's chairman of the board, other than him being able to vote his own shares. So that to say that it has something to do with his ownership and him being CEO also has nothing to do with him owning shares, other than the fact that he can vote his shares accordingly, but really that's up to the board of directors. And so him on the board of directors, he is his own boss basically, because he's chairman of the board and CEO. So in that, the board of directors is who chooses who the CEO is. And
to make an analogy for people in sports, like you don't normally see the coach, also the general manager. You usually have two separate roles there.
Yeah, or player coach. Who has
player coach.
Like I think the Supersonics had one way back in the day. I'm trying to remember which player coach it was, but anyway, yeah. I mean, that's basically what we have. We have chairman of the board and CEO in the same role, and so anyway, that. The other thing that I haven't heard someone mention on this call that I think is important to ground ourselves on, the importance of the 43 million shares of failures to deliver, is more shares failed to deliver than any stock in the entire stock market this year that isn't a penny stock. Any stock.
Say it again louder for those in the back.
For the people in the back, APE failed that first day more shares than any company in the entire New York Stock Exchange for the entire year that isn't a sub-penny stock. And I mentioned that because the sheer notional value of what was failed to deliver that day, and that doesn't even include the millions and millions of apes that didn't even have the right to either buy, sell, or trade their stock because they were in a broker that hadn't delivered their shares as of yet.
Adam Aaron, did you hear that? Is that enough valuable, evidence valuable evidence?
That's nearly $350 million in a single day that did not hit price discovery on our stock. Like I said, APE should have went to at least $50 that day in a conservative estimate. Now, hopefully he's back with his legal team addressing all this, but hope is leading us to $1.85 stock price. It's absolutely ridiculous. The fraud and the evidence they need to prove that the market was manipulated is literally the market itself. We have proof that 43 million FTDs got erased with no price discovery because they didn't fill them. They limit buy order, spoof them off of the list. And we're sitting here still today facing the consequences of $450 million worth of buying pressure not hitting our stock. That's $500 million of buying pressure.
At $10 a share, isn't that right?
I'm just calculating it at 8.
I mean, because at 10, yeah, it was trading day one at 10, and 43 million times 10 is actually 430 billion.
Right.
Now take away the halts. Now what do we have?
13 halts in a matter of 30 minutes with 1.7% price discovery per minute. The whole day after the first 30 minutes, we had nothing. We had no buying pressure. They were just micro transactions back and forth. And from that day on, we've had nothing but downward price discovery to $1.83 today, and no statement from the chief, the CEO, and chairman of the board. It's complete and pure fraud.
When you put it like that, it's absolute lunacy. And the fact that we all watched other stock tickers like HKD or DWAC or other ones that ran freely through this market just absolutely just take off without any of the halts. It's just it's crime. I don't care. Whoever tells me not, it's crime.
Just to respond real fast about the board of directors and CEO, I hate to say it, but that's completely wrong what was said earlier. I've been a board president, I've been a CEO, and I've been in multiple positions on a board of directors of publicly held companies. I'm just going to say, I'm going to sum it up like this. Ryan Cohen was able to get into GME by buying up enough shares of the company to get 3 board seats, and then was able to become the CEO of the company from that moment on. Your votes and your share count, your ownership interest has every direct correlation to who gets on the board. And if you put yourself on the board, that in and of itself has every direct correlation to who you're going to end up hiring as a CEO or who you're going to appoint from the board directors as a whole. That is how he's able to be his own boss and to manage his job security and not fear
He was voted in. It wasn't a hostile takeover. When Adam stepped in, he was voted in. It wasn't the same as Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen's situation was a hostile takeover. It's totally different.
And if you want to go back in the history, he was named CEO through Apollo Global, who he was a previous employee of, and who actually took AMC public. AMC was taken public by Apollo Global, whom Adam Aaron worked for. So that's how he became CEO. And then he got his shares by being CEO and being awarded shares.
Correct.
Not from purchasing shares, correct.
Shares market like Ryan Cohen did. You can get on the board by buying enough shares and trying to force the hand of the current board to give you a board seat. That is a way through hostile takeover, but that does not mean that that's how Adam Aaron became CEO. That's not how he became on the board of directors. AMC shareholders voted for him to be chairman of the board in 2021. That is how he became chairman. And then they reelected him this past year through the vote. That is how it happened. So
my point was never how he got on the board. My point is he has no fear of the owners because he has enough shares to maintain his job and position because he's the chairman and because he's the CEO.
He doesn't have the shares. He sold them. He has a vested stake in shares that he will be paid in the future. He sold his shares. So did the rest of the board. And they haven't bought any shares in 2 years.
Okay, so that means he's... Sorry, go ahead.
More shares today than Adam Aaron. Versus...
Can you repeat that one more time, Swing?
I said it very well could be that the people in this room today, in this Twitter space, could have more ownership of AMC than Adam Aaron as of today. Does he have future vested shares? Absolutely. He has 2 million, I think. Some odd.
So why would a guy that has 2 million shares coming to him in the future want this thing to fail? Because everything in his actions show me that he doesn't want to fight what's happening to his stock. It doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying that to say that I think he thinks it fails or whatever. I'm just stating it from the standpoint of he should fear for his job, because as if apes wanted to, at the next shareholder meeting, we could put up now would be the time to do it, because I think there is so much notice that you have to give the board of directors, but we could put it up for a vote to remove him as CEO or to remove him as chairman of the board. We have that right as shareholders of the company. That is our prerogative.
But as chairman, does he have say on what can be brought onto what can be voted on like that?
The shareholders, if enough shareholders come to, I'd have to look at the exact language, if it's 10% or 30% or 25%, but there's a certain threshold by the bylaws of the company that states how many shareholders can come forward to propose anything to be voted on at the next annual meeting, or to call a special meeting of the board as well.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying earlier, Swing. And that's what I actually, if you look in my thread, June 2021, I said. So my point wasn't how he got on the board. My point is that he doesn't fear us, even though we have that ability. We do have that ability as shareholders to call a special meeting. We do have the ability to put new board directors in place. We do have the ability through the board directors to change the CEO. The reason why he doesn't fear that, in my opinion, is because he fears the debt holders more than us. And the reason why I feel he fears the debt holders more than us is because there is no accurate share count. There are synthetic shares. And this is how, in my opinion, and you can Google it, this is how BlackRock has been able to put enough control over companies that it has large investments in. Through the brokerage firms that hold your shares, they're able to use your proxy votes to their own personal benefits, and they're the debt holders.
That's why people didn't get their proxies, and why Adam Aaron talked about the importance of voting the last annual. General, what you're saying is 100% correct. This is the problem, what I'm saying, with not only the dilution of, they know we're endlessly buying the stock. They know this. We're diluting the stock price down by buying the stock, the synthetics they're selling that's going to the brokerages. And in some point, they're going to go, we're only sending proxies to people who have their shares registered and or institutions that have 13F filings. And guess what? When you file a 13F, guess where it goes? It goes into a registration system. That's why people aren't getting their proxies when it's time to vote. So do we really control the company?
I'll one up you. Because they can see your brokerage accounts, because they can see, and I'm talking about the market makers, because they can see your orders, your stop losses, because they watch your Twitter accounts and they watch your YouTube videos, everybody, all of us, they know where our motives are. They know whether we side with Aaron or whether we would side with somebody else. And they can designate who's going to actually get proxies, who they're going to keep the proxies from, and who they're going to vote for on our behalf. That's how they control boards of directors of different publicly traded companies. And that's how they place people on the board that they want in power to get CEOs that they can control as puppets. The only way to change it is if we get an accurate share count and we march in there, not necessarily physically, but rhetorically. We could march in there virtually and say, hey, we are the shareholders of this company. We have enough shares to hold a special meeting. This is the date that we want to hold it. It's generally like 72 hours notice you got to give, and then it's a 30 days out or 45 days out. We're going to have a special meeting, and these are the points that we're going to bring up in the meeting. And there could be a chance where you can wipe out the entire board and put new people in it, or you can just keep the ones that you want on it. And then from there, you just start from the ground up.
Well, if they don't have any shares, they can go, in my opinion.
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, for sure. Really quick, I agree with you, Flip. Like, I'm ready for people to be in this who have skin in the game. Like, why would they care what happens?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's literally, they have no vested interest in even helping the company at that point when they have no stake in the company. Like, what do they care? Go ahead, Lottery Stocks, you're up.
All right, thank you. So the first thing, Adam's tweet on August 6th, he pretty much said, to sum it up, the creation of apes should help clarify for you who is in the shareholder base and how many company issued shares there are. So the first day that's even possible to get 43 million failure to delivers occurred, whether they're not there now because they're being popped through broker to broker. Wouldn't that be like, how come that's just being wiped off?
Exactly.
Also, if no one has an answer for that, there's two things that I get replied back to me, and it's either I'm a shill, or the second thing is that, why am I questioning Adam Aaron when it's a legality issue from what he can say? But from my understanding, there's a few CEOs that have came out publicly about their company being naked shorted into the floor.
BBIG and Ader, two to name.
Adam Aaron mentioned shorting happening back in 2019 when he was on a news interview regarding the earnings. There's a video. I have the video of him recognizing that he said some things were happening with the stock, and I don't know. I really don't have an answer, but I know that things can be talked about, and for the longest time I believed that narrative, like, oh, these things can't be talked about, you can't do it, you know what I'm saying? And the reality is they can be. I mean, Elon Musk literally comes out and says the SEC is an acronym for suck Elon's. you can fill in the blank. I mean, I literally, it's so hard to get, behind something if our own, leader, if you will, because that's what people are calling him. How dare you question our leader? If they're not even going to do the work or put in an effort or even recognize that there's a problem, even though we're screaming it, at the top of our lungs, then what can we do about it? What can we do about it?
Can I just say, Adam Aaron is not the founder of AMC. When Steve Jobs founded Apple, he at one point was even ousted by his own company, and he was the damn founder. Okay, AMC was around before for 100 years. Adam Aaron has been, a solid CEO during some troubling times with the pandemic and everything. But there will be an AMC after Adam Aaron. I mean, the guy's 68 years old. I mean, the guy's not untouchable, and I'm sick of this narrative that if you are questioning Adam Aaron, then you don't stand for AMC and you should sell your shares and get the hell out of here. I've been told that probably 100 times in the last couple of days since some of the posts I've made.
And I used to be in the sort of the same boat where I would say this guy knows what he's doing this and that. However, for certain things, you have to sign certain contracts and wait a little bit of time. And the fact that, his extra compensation was denied by shareholders late June. And then 2 months later, July, August, we have a new APE equity unit and he says checkmate is just ironic.
Personally, I don't think anybody should get compensation until the business is profitable. But they were concerned, and the MSM did talk about
Spence, can you hear me?
Us.
Hello. Spence.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, Spence was talking.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Well, go ahead.
I think he just couldn't hear you because when you enter the call, everyone's silent. So, Spence was in the middle of
sometimes there's a delay. The fact that, we downvoted the biggest majority of the reason why I downvoted the compensation increase was because it's going to a lot of non-employee board members or directors who were going to be making hundreds of thousands of dollars while our stock was being pummeled into the ground. So then they create APE, and now there's a new form of compensation for these board members who are going to receive APE or already have received APE, and we're getting pummeled even further. It's just absolutely insane. There's also in the 8K in the prospectus parts of where these board members can sell their APE. They have the filings for it. There's all kinds of shit going on right now that does not make any sense. The checkmate, I've sat quietly and waited and wondered, is it for us that we're checkmated, or is he checkmating the market? Because what's happening right now is we have been frauded. This stock had 43 million FTDs, and there's nothing else that matters. That was $433 million of buying pressure that was taken away from our value in the APE stock, which if you calculate 43 million shares is almost 8% of the entire float. It's insane. It's instantaneous.
Not to mention, Spence, that was on the day one. You couldn't even buy APE in many brokerages on day one. Just think about that.
Exactly. And the fact that APE is not allowed to be bought on computer share, there's a reason for that. I don't know what it is, but they don't want us direct registering any more APE. Why would you not sell APE on computer share when they're the ones who are supposed to control it? This is why. Computer share distributed every single APE share out, and there was not enough. Therefore, they refused to sell any further past what was issued as a dividend. I almost guarantee it. This problem, if Adam Aaron is not working in the background legally right now to confront the fact that our stock has been naked short sold and synthetically sold into the dirt, then there is a huge freaking problem at AMC.
Right. And I think that's what everybody's waiting on too, because back to back he was tweeting at the shareholders day by day about things we actually cared about, and ever since this failure to deliver has happened, he's just been tweeting a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, like the 4-day work week, and proclaiming his large platform that he has and large audience and all of this. And I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. I see it though, and I see other people seeing it, and you're not alone in noticing what's happening.
Hey, can I put my 2 cents in worth?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right. Let's go back to December when AA shot down Cahoda's deal and tanked the stock. I don't think he's on our side. I really, really don't.
Well, he had conveniently sold at 40.
Deal. I'm deep
so, I mean,
into this stock, deep into it. I mean, I'm a big, big bag holder right now. Huge. I ain't sold nothing. But I see the writing on the wall. I don't understand it. And I can tell you this. Mark Cahodas had it right. And I think he has it right. I think we're all have been played on this deal. I hate to say it. The 1% has us by the short hairs.
Well, Ron, the only thing I can say is look at the 43 million FTDs.
I see that.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Oh, well, sure. Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is it's not a dead play. It might just be.
I didn't say it was a dead play. I haven't sold anything. I'm telling you right now, I have a tremendous amount of money into this play, and I am way down. I was up 7 damn figures, and I'm stupid for not selling.
I'm holding with you, brother. I appreciate you.
When it went to 70 something, I mean, way up there. I'm talking 7 damn figures. Now I'm way the hell down right now. Haven't sold a damn thing. But I think we've all been played on this thing. I'm not selling anything. I'm not. Luckily, I'm closer to 62, so I'm same age as Mark, and I can weather the storm, I guess you'd say. I'll make it through.
I don't know if I'd use the word played. I think there may just be a philosophical difference of how this company should be ran. And
we got played. We got played. AA got paid. AA got paid. We paid him. Our money, my damn money.
Yeah, I mean, he sold at 40. It's undeniable that he sold at 40 and then announced that the STO was likely illegal. So he was out with his money before making that announcement. And it's not illegal, but he said it was likely illegal. This absolutely emboldened shorts. This absolutely tanked the freaking stock. Like, had he either been quiet about it, we probably would have seen even more of a lift. It went from 36 to 42 just with the talks of the STO coming out. As soon as that tweet hit, you can go check the dates. You can go line it up with the chart. I mean, it all lines up. You can check the dates on when we ran our very first space. It's on YouTube. Mark and I discussing the STO. There were thousands of people in there. One of the One Direction band members was in there. I mean, it was a massive space, the biggest space I've ever held. People across the board were interested in what Mark was talking about with this security token. And it just goes to show you, Mark knows this wasn't a dead play. That's why he invested so heavily in the play, because he figured, okay, with this community and this much hype around it, if this STO happens, which he felt was very likely to happen, this thing is going, he thought it was going to go to astronomical heights. So he knows the game is rigged. So he knows that when it got shot down like it did, and he lost a lot of money as well, in the 7 figures, that, you know, at that point, he knew as soon as Adam said that the ape thing was going to happen, he came here and he tried to tell us, he said, basically, you're playing on their playing field. You're going to a cheater stadium. Like, you're going to a rigged game to try to get what you guys have been asking for. And it's already been rigged against you. And now you're releasing this dividend on the same cheated system. So what difference is it going to make? So I think Mark personally still believes that this thing is heavily shorted. I think that he thinks that there are, I don't know what he thinks exactly, but I think he knew we were onto something as far as synthetics and naked shorts. And that's why he went long. Because he knew this thing would have exploded had Adam gone that route, because it would have been a 1-to-1. It would have been a legitimate share count.
If you guys weren't here for the T0 security token talk.
Spence, can you hear me? My mic gets killed.
Can you?
We can hear you, Ron. We can hear you. Spence, go ahead.
If you weren't here for the security token talk, please look at the tweet I just pinned to the top. Since Adam Aaron tweeted
why does my mic keep turned off? What's going on?
I don't think he can hear me.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's having issues hearing you. So I'm going to drop him down to listener. So hopefully he can hear you. And then, Ron, if you want to, just come back up as a speaker after Spence finishes what he's about to say. Technical difficulties.
So
just for Ron, sorry, I had that problem before. If you close out Twitter and hop back in, it should be fixed.
Yeah, it happens all the time. If you weren't here for the security token talks and the brilliance of it, it was ended with a simple tweet at like 4 a.m. or some crap like that, where we all woke up and received this tweet from Adam Aaron. It's not officially on any filed communication statement from AMC Theaters. And he tweeted this: NFTs are a superb idea, but not a 1 per share security token NFT dividend. As repeatedly described on Twitter, it's likely illegal, breaches our debt covenants, and or exposes AMC to huge litigation. We can't do it. Beware of concepts that sound easy. They sound easy and too good to be true. Well, one, it's already been done with Overstock. That's what it was built for. Overstock ran from I think $5 to 190 or some shit like that. And it's still being actively used today. And more companies are signing up to be listed on T0 with security tokens that not only give them a 1-to-1, but can be used to raise capital as they sell future security tokens. So since then, the stock has taken a 79% decrease in value, even as of today, with APE AMC being combined. Now, a statement like that, a tweet like that, in any other company, if a CEO tweeted that and there was a loss of stock value, they would be front page on Fox News, MSNBC, being sued for making statements that were not in the best interest of the company or the shareholders. Shorts were extremely emboldened as soon as Adam Aaron said, we can't do a security token, it's likely illegal. They attacked the stock, ripped us down, have been selling synthetics ever since, and now we're sitting here with a preferred shared APE dividend that has been devalued over 80%. If he is not actively working on a fix for this in the background with legal means, or plans some massive catalyst event, which I hate investing on hope and, oh, I hope this happens, then there's a huge effing problem here. Because there are people down hundreds of thousands of dollars because of the mismanagement of stock. It's not right.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of the comments below that tweet. I mean, it just is so disheartening thinking back to how this has all sort of unfolded. And obviously hindsight is 2020, but geez, it's painful. It's painful. I had commented in response to Adam's comment saying it's likely illegal. And I said naked shorting is illegal too. But clearly nothing is going to be done about it. So here we sit, you know, right where a lot of us predicted we would head to. Unfortunately, I couldn't have predicted this with APE. I really thought, you know, it was going to be our saving grace for once, and here we are.
We're not even getting fair market value, let alone what's all been shorted, guys.
Yeah. We're literally buying synthetics into diluting our own stock. This is the bottom line. And anybody else who says otherwise, I'm basically just going to be done with at this point in time. They are selling us endless shares, which is diluting our stock price, in that they know nobody will do anything because we have this beautiful option of direct registration right before us. We could log the float in a matter of a month and be done with this. But people are so ignorant in the FUD being spread in other rooms. And I'm going to say it like Ape Radio. They are uneducated, inexperienced investors who do not know regulation that are spreading FUD on direct registration. The GameStop crew and a lot of the AMC people, Elon Musk, a former SEC chief, and Dave Lauer all say that direct registration is how you do this. We have it before us. If you're not going to direct register your shares, then we're going to keep spinning wheels until this thing falls apart completely and Adam Aaron decides to retire with his millions of dollars and walks off into the sunset.
And you don't have to DRS all of your shares, Spence. Remember, we only said, you know, maybe just do 20% of your holdings. But I mean, at this point, I'd probably just do all mine, but that's me.
Yeah, at that, I was just reading back to that again. I had put up something said since this idea is off the table, will there be a potential solution to the naked shorting or synthetic shares of AMC? To which we were, you know, told APE would be APE would be the share count. And unfortunately, it just, with that number of FTDs, more than any other ticker in the entire year. I mean, how can you say that that's a share count? How can you say that that acted as any sort of a share count? I brought Ron back up, so let's see if Ron can hear us.
I can hear fine. You there?
Let's see if you can hear Spence.
Spence, you there?
Ron, you
yes,
there?
I
Can you
am.
hear me?
Absolutely.
Ron, are you
Hello.
there?
I'm here.
Ron.
Hello. Hello.
I can hear you. I just
Okay. Listen, guys. I am just up to my nose in this stuff. Literally. You know, everybody keeps talking about, you know, how many shares I got. I promise you, and I'll prove it. You tell me how I need to prove it to you. I can prove it. That
everybody go follow Ron.
I'm way up there. Way up there. And I'm down out of my pocket right now over $500,000. But I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm 60, fixed to be 62 years old. My concern is I've got 10 grandkids and what they have to face in this world and this corruption that's going on. And it's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. But again, I really, really think that we've been played. I mean, that's just me. That's my opinion. I think AA is playing us. He got paid. I'm not a shill. I'll prove it to you. You tell me how I need to prove it, I'll prove it to you. But something has got to be done about this. Something has got to be done about this.
I agree. I've pursued it. I've pursued it, and I've been run out of town, Ron. Like, listen to me really quick. I cannot tell you how much I have, dealt with here. Emotionally, the crap that people say to me. I mean, look right here. I just tweeted out about this fail to delivers being higher on day one of APE trading than any other ticker on the NYSE for the entire year. And someone's comment, Sean Gallant. So you guys are all negative people. That's literally the response. Like, how is that negative? That is not negative. That is me sharing facts. So, I mean, I can't tell you how much
why
people,
that my mic gets keep
I'm muting you, Ron, because I'm talking. I think he can't hear me again. Why does that keep happening? I just can't even begin to express the amount of time, energy, effort that I can't just say myself, we have all put in here, and to have ideas shot down, emboldening the shorts, and to look back at the timeline of events alongside the chart. And I get it. The whole market is suffering. The whole market is suffering. And so we're not alone. That's for sure.
I think I'm back.
But we definitely could have been in a different boat, I think, at this point, had different, steps and measures been taken that were not illegal. They were called illegal. They weren't illegal. And it's super unfortunate. Really quick, Ron, I just want to tell you guys one more thing. If you do go to that thread that Spence put up at the top, where Adam Aaron came out with the tweet December 9th saying that it's likely illegal and he doesn't want to end up in litigation. Of course not. Who would want to go into retirement having to deal with a bunch of court battles? Totally, go celebrate and be rich.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in litigation either if I've already cashed.
Hold on, just a
if I already
moment,
cashed
Ron.
out
There are
and made
people.
$70 million dollars.
Hold on, Ron, please. There are people who would be up for the challenge, who aren't heading into retirement, who haven't already loaded their bags, and would be up for it. They would be willing to fight this battle, even if it meant litigation. And those are the people that we are asking for. Either get on the board, become a part of this, join this movement, and help these people, all of us, who have put in so much. I mean, that's all I'm requesting and hoping for, is that someone who has the goal to actually get something done here joins it. I wanted to read, now I can't find it, where Clarence had commented on this long thing of Adam saying that it is legal because there was a precedent set. Here I'm seeing Trey's comment. I trust Adam Aaron to do his job, run the company. Oh man, it almost makes me laugh now looking back at this. And now he doesn't want to talk about AMC anymore. Yeah, I can't find it, where he talks about a 33-page document that shows why the STO is 100% legal. And it was completely just, brushed aside. Go ahead, PJ. Oh, my bad.
So I just want to address Ron. Can you hear me, Ron? No, I'm teasing. I know you can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you. I keep getting muted. I don't know why I keep getting muted.
I just want to say that you're in good company, that you held and you were up, and now here we are.
Oh, tell me about it. My wife gives me that look every day. I mean, I'm telling you, that look.
And also, you guys, I want to somebody tweeted before a quote from John Hampton. And he says, I don't want to stop you from buying AMC. I want to thank you for your generous donations.
I want to say this, y'all. Let me say this.
Hang on, I want to hear PJ finish really quick, Ron.
And to that I say, F you, John. And you know what? We're coming together as a community, as a smart community, or a portion of the smart community, to move forward with whatever we have to do to make this right. And if that's voting to oust Adam Aaron, if that's marching, in front of whatever we have to do, I know that together with this group right here, this group of 500 plus people, we will do it, and we will quiet the noise and get it done. Because when I hear stories like Ron's, because I'm not too far behind you in age, Ron, when I hear stories like this, I want to just like go jujitsu on someone, and we must fix this.
Oh, absolutely. It has to be fixed. Again, my concern is not for me. I'm fine. I'm financially fine. If everything fell apart and I don't have nothing tomorrow, so what? I don't care. I really, really don't. But I do care about my kids and especially my grandkids. My grandkids. They are my world. And the world that they have that they have to look forward right now is not the world that I had to look forward to when I was their age. It's sad. Sad, sad, sad. But all in all, I will say this. This country that we live in is the best country on this earth to be in. No doubt about that. I have traveled, I have worked in other countries, and I see how everyone else lives. The immigration issue that we have right now, I'm split about that deal. I see how those people live, and if I was in their shoes, I would absolutely be swimming that river. I'm from Texas, and I would be swimming that river every chance I got to get over here, to get away from that. Don't blame them one bit. Not one bit. But again, saying everything that I've said, my concern is my grandkids and the shape that this country's in and the direction it's going. And it has to be changed. Has to be changed. And it all starts pretty much at Wall Street. The control that they have over everything. And I'll say it again. Mark Cahotas nailed it. He is right. He is right. But I am just up to my nose into this AMC stuff, and I'm not going anywhere. And I'll stay to see it through to zero. So be it. Whatever. If I lose, I lose. But I'm hoping that it goes the other direction for us. The corruption is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've experienced it myself with what I have with and seeing what they have done to me. Got into it then. Of course, it went up, then it come back down, and I just kept barreling off into it, putting more money into it, and it took off. I was good. I was there at 8:01. I started buying in at 5 and bought a lot, and on margin. And then when it jumped up there to 16, whatever it was, all of a sudden I get a margin call. I'm not in margin call. I don't have a margin call. Why? I'm way in the green. And they margin called me. I guess they called my bluff. I bellied up and paid it, and it shot on up. I didn't sell nothing. Watch my account go to 7 figures. Didn't sell anything, and now it's going to hell in a handbag, and I'm really, really pissed about it. But I seen all the sorcery and the trickery and the bullshit going on with all the damn brokers. And it's just got to stop. Just absolutely got to stop. And I guess that's pretty much what I got to say about it. But I'm here until this thing goes to the moon or until it goes to zero. one way or the other. I guess that's it.
Speaking of this thing going to zero, I'm just going to use APE as an example. I think the negative people don't understand that we're on a timeline. It's been a month since APE was on the NYSE, and it's down from $11 to $1. And I don't think people realize that if nothing stops the corruption, we're on a timeline. So,
what negative people?
Yes, we're not allowed to ask questions.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. I just had a heart attack. I'm like, what the hell did I just hear? Okay, cool.
I know. I thought you about to put a hollow tip through me through the mic.
No. I saved those for the robbers. Thanks. I'm sorry.
Hey, Lottery, we're actually going on 2 months, bro.
Dang. I just put up a poll if anyone wants to go vote in it, asking if shareholders of a company should be allowed to ask CEOs and chairman questions. Yes, no, or never. I think I pinned it to the top of the space if you want to go vote.
Absolutely.
So, what do you guys think? Because I think the question is, what's next? Do you think the SEC has to put a rule through, margin calls have to occur, or something else?
You know what I think? I am reinvigorated by this call to fight as hard as I possibly can fight this bullshit. I am not going to sell. I'm not going to trade it. I am going to fight as hard as humanly possible. And nobody, not one little jerk that doesn't understand what's happening and calls me a shill or tries to get my attention elsewhere is going to stop me. That's my thought.
Hey, Spence. Is Spence there?
I think he may have gotten a phone call. He's not in the space anymore.
Well, I sent him a DM of what had happened to me with TD Ameritrade. Again, as of in 21, once they hit me with that margin call bullshit when I wasn't in the red, I was way in the green. And I got a hold of them and told them, take me off margin. It's all cash account, blah, 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 blah. And probably, I don't know, February, March of this year, just all of a sudden, I kind of looking at my account. My account was margin again. And really didn't think a whole lot about it. And so whenever the news came out about the APE dividend, and of course, it was Spence, talking about everyone making sure that they're out of margin, cash account only, they can't loan your shares out, so forth and so on. I got a hold of, I called TD Ameritrade and questioned them why was my account back in margin, and they didn't have an answer. So told them to take it off, and they did. And I screenshotted everything that happened a couple of days afterwards. And I sent it to Spence. All of a sudden, I was $80 million plus in the red. Didn't make any sense. But what it showed was that the AMC share price, it doesn't make any sense, but it was almost $5,000 a share. And I sent it to Spence. I DM'd it and sent it to him, never got a response to it. So I called TD Ameritrade, and of course I went through 3 or 4 or 5 different people, and they finally got me to the last person that I talked to. And when he looked at my account, quote, this was his words, "Oh shit, you weren't supposed to see that. I'll fix it. And of course they fixed it. But what it told me was at that time that AMC shares, the cost of one share, the price, was almost $5,000 per share. So, yeah, I don't know what to think about it, but I've got it all. I took pictures of it, screenshot every bit of it. I laughed about it. I thought it was funny. You wake up one morning, you look at your TD Ameritrade account, and you're $80 million in the red. Anybody got anything to say about that? I mean,
$80 million.
Tara, I'll DM it and I'll send it to you.
Dear Lord, I thought I've seen some serious losses, but holy.
$80 million in the red. That's how far down it said that I was.
My
I
goodness.
screenshotted it.
That's so scary.
I'll send it to you. I'm on the kind of driving down the road. I'll send it to you here within an hour or so. And please let me know that you got it.
I have to tell you, Ron, I was getting emotional when you were speaking about just your kids and your grandkids and the future.
It is about kids. I mean,
I know, absolutely.
You don't have kids. Do you have kids or not?
No,
Okay,
Ron.
I've got children.
Tell us about your grandkids.
My grandkids are my world. They mean everything to me. You talk about jumping in front of a train for them. Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
doubt. Absolutely right.
They say it's like having your heart walk around outside of your body. Is it true?
It's an experience that you cannot fathom until you experience it.
It makes me so emotional to think about people who are in this position right now and feeling this pain, and that's why I do these spaces. That's why I provide this spot, Ron, for people who are feeling like you are.
It's about my kids, especially my grandkids. I mean, my kids, I love them to death. But I mean, literally, this is a true story. And this is about 3 years ago. And again, I'm 60, fixed to be 62. And we've raised kids our whole life. And my son and his daughter, they had a wedding to go to. And so they called us up. Hey, it's Friday night. And at that time, my wife was still working. Of course, I still work. And by Friday, we're wore out. Just wore out. You're out of gas. And believe me, everyone, I'm telling you the truth. You're young right now, but it does catch up to you. So we babysitted for them, brought the grandboys over, and one of them was 3, and the other one was probably, I think, 5 at that time. And about 8 o'clock Friday night, them boys hit second gear. And 8 o'clock at night, my wife is already starting to kind of doze off on the couch. And I'm telling you, them boys hit second gear. And my son and his wife said they would be back about 11 o'clock, 11:30 to pick them up. And I looked over at my wife and I said, we need to say a prayer. She said, what? I said, we need to say a prayer. She said, what are you talking about? I said, we need to say a prayer that our son and his wife make it back here to pick the kids up, because if something happened to them, I said, I don't think we can raise these 2 boys. I mean, we physically can't do it. They're kicking our butt right now. But anyway, saying all that to say this, your grandkids are everything. Everything. And I can't, it makes me sick, literally sick, to see what is going on in this world, especially this country, and what they have to look forward to. So this has got to be fixed, or they don't have a chance. My grandkids, your children, your grandkids, and down the road it goes. It's got to be fixed, one way or the other. Midterms are coming up, and I please everybody, vote your heart. Vote for right. What is right? What is morally right? Because that's what holds this country together, is what is right.
Absolutely, Ron. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything you had to say. And I am so sorry that you're feeling it just as bad, if not way worse than some of us here. But I do want you to know, like, I'm not leaving. I have no intention of leaving. And I think so many people are feeling the same way, regardless of if we're happy with the CEO's performance, if we're happy with things that are taking place, under our watch. That's why we're here. That's why we fight back. That's why we use our voices. We use our platform and we say something. If you sit back and you stay quiet, then no one's going to think that you have an issue with what is taking place. So it's something I will never do. I'll always speak up and I'll always speak my mind. And I'm glad you came up and did so today. I really want to go to a key. Is it a key? With their hand up.
Close enough. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Thanks, PJ, and thanks, Spence, for great space call all the time. I enjoyed it. And I just, like to express I am very frustrated as well, especially with Adam and And our weakness is we don't have a good legal representation. And I think now is a great opportunity. I think Wes Christian, he is a great resource. And that we, like Naked Truth, they have a great, contact. They have a great contact with Wes. And also seems like Spence, you have some establishment, with Wes as well. Seems like Adam Aaron, he is not taking our voice seriously and ignoring. And now is the time we're going to take a strong action. If he's not listening to our voice, we need to fight back, even he is our CEO.
I'm 100% with you. I agree 100%. Something needs to be done. We can't just tweet him. We have to maybe start a letter writing campaign, or I don't know, like someone had said prior, sell a share and let him know that we're going to sell off and collapse the whole trade if that's what he wants. And, we have to make him understand that we mean business.
And we need a legal, experts, like a communication with AMC. So they're going to listen. They're going to take our voice seriously. And again, PJ already announced it. We are trying to organize a space call with Wes and Dave from Share Intel. We cannot promise or guarantee anything, but we are doing our best for this event to happen. And I am trying to contact Naked Truth again, but the person in charge is very busy, and I'm waiting for that person's response. So PJ and myself and Naked Truth, we have a brief meeting prior to this space call. So more to come. Again, thanks for everybody expressing their feeling, and also their observation, and sharing their knowledge. And if you have any question, concern, and if you like to ask question to Wes or Dave, please send question to myself or Naked Truth. And we try to address it.
Yeah, I would plan on being there. And if you guys need help with anything prior, just let me know, and I'll plan on attending. You said it's likely going to be on Thursday, right?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Hey, Tara, may I ask you or PJ a question? It's not personal. It's like a tinfoil hat question.
Sure, go for it.
All right, Tara. What do you think about once everybody has gotten their position, they're comfortable with how many shares of APE and AMC they've gotten, to once they've gotten their position, to stop actually buying and see what do you think would happen after that? What do you think would happen once everybody's solidified their position and stop buying altogether? Do you think something drastic can happen from that? That's my question.
I think we need, and I'm sure I'm going to defer to Swing on this, but I think we need some sort of liquidity. We need some selling and buying pressure to make the stocks even slightly volatile, I think. And that could be via dilution too. And Swing, please speak to this, because I'm not great at this.
Oh, I mean, I have a feeling that there is some news coming down the pipe regarding, I think Spence might be onto something as far as the fact that they can sell this direct. there's no way to know until the answer is there. And then it'll be publicly information, and we'll know exactly how much money was raised to pay off debt or which bonds were retired. Right now with the bonds trading at the lows that they are, it wouldn't take basically $3 billion would pay off all the debt. So and not saying that all of the debt needs to be paid off necessarily. I don't think that would be wise, but a chunk of it, let's say half of it could be paid off. If that was done, that could go a long way. So, and I do think that would create some volatility. I don't know. There's interesting market dynamics going on. Like I brought up earlier, the whole MMTLP thing, the way that that's going up on such low volume right now is very odd to me. I don't have a ton of in that, but I have a little bit, and it's interesting to see that go up on kind of minimal news at this point, and just, I guess, to me, just shows signs of the market mechanics at play, as far as brokers clearly must have sold more shares out there than they should have. I mean, in Metamaterials case, MMTLP wasn't even supposed to be traded on the stock market. Like, they didn't even register for it to trade, but the brokers went ahead and started, basically trading it without even it supposedly being tradable. So because there wasn't even value associated to it yet. It was artificially assigned value. In some ways, that's very similar to APE. In theory, it should, because it equals the same voting rights as a share of AMC, they should be trading at par. There's no reason that APE and AMC should trade any different than each other. So it is interesting. I think that there's more to be seen, but I also think that if people want to get mad and do something, yes, we can reach out to Wes. I mean, one of the hesitations I had early on was Mark's threat of, if you work with Wes, I'm out of here. Well, he's already out of here. He's in fact blocked me, even though I did nothing but support him. And still to this day, I even own shares of Overstock that, because I do believe in the theory behind T0 and other aspects of that business. So, why not reach out to Wes and do that? Why that whole thing about the threat, Mark saying what he did about Wes and then taking the statement back and all that. It seems, in hindsight, it seems like theater. I don't know what it is, but maybe Wes is the way to go, and we reach out to him, and he helps. I know that he's obviously worked on a lot of cases of naked short selling, so he does have experience in this world. So,
I think we need to ready ourselves for one way or another, right? And so preparing ourselves for the worst and hoping for the best, I think, is the right way to fly here. And I just wanted to say one more thing regarding what Ron had said about voting. Please, guys, if they're over 60 or 65 years old, vote them out. We need young blood in this country. We don't need 80-year-olds or 90-year-old, however old these folks are, that have had a seat in Congress for 30 years. No, we need young blood who knows what it's like to live in the real world.
You mean we don't need Nancy Pelosi, who's been in office or been in politics since JFK was alive?
That's exactly who I was thinking about when I said the 80-year-old. And then I went to the 90-year-old, and I kind of was like, oh, no, wait, Biden's only 78.
PJ, that evil laugh.
If they haven't, you mean if they haven't fixed anything in the past 30 years, they're not going to fix it in the next 4?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, I guess Eric and then General. Eric, did you have your hands up? Oh, no. All right, General, you're up.
Okay, I've got 3 questions. I'll try to keep it under 4 or 5 minutes. First question, does anybody know what happened June 4th, 2021?
Oh,
I'll let Eric
just
go.
a moment, Eric.
Oh,
Or
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I apologize. I heard Eric and someone else's name. I'll hold on for the next person.
Wait, no, someone else was talking and asking a question. Oh, it was General. Okay, okay. So Eric, just give General a moment. I know when you come up into the space, it's sometimes muted. So I think General was speaking. Is that right?
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Thanks, man. Okay, thanks, Tara. Okay, so 3 questions. First question, does anybody know what happened June 4th? I'll pause for about 10 seconds and jump in. Tell me what you think happened June 4th, 2021. No takers.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it because you were cutting out? Because for whatever reason, when Ron is up here, he has back feed coming from his mic, so I keep having to drop him down. But General, what were you saying?
Wait, am I on mic? Hold on. Okay, so
Yeah, you're
June
good.
4th, 2000. Okay, thank you. June 4th, 2021. Does anybody recall what happened with AMC?
You're talking about the stock or the company?
The stock and the company? Well, mainly the stock.
On June 24th, 2019?
June 4th, 6/4/21, 2021.
2021. So last year, the run up.
Exactly. Okay. So I've got 3 questions. That was the first question. That was our run up. That's when we went up. And then that's when, we had a share offering. I think it was to Hudson Capital, and everybody got upset. Okay. That leads into my post that I put up there. I shared with everybody. If you scroll through, I believe it's the 4th or 5th post. It's from what I posted June 4th, 2021. I think it was the first time that I was on Twitter, or at least this account, the first week. If everybody, and I ask you, Tara, if you can retweet that, share that out. That was my response to what happened when our run-up was stifled, when it was stopped. Now, it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek post. I seriously meant that we needed to put new board directors in their place and perhaps look at a new CEO, but it was tongue-in-cheek, the people that I posted in there. And the reason was I just wanted it to get more attention. You'll see it has very few, reactions to it, because almost immediately, literally like within an hour, my Twitter was shut down, and it took 4 months to get it back up. And if you look, I also tagged Adam Aaron in that post. I tagged Matt Kors and I tagged Trey's Trades. So I was like going way against the grain at that time, talking about how we needed to get rid of Adam Aaron. just saying. Okay. Second question. Does anybody know who Magic Johnson is and his connection to AMC? Tongue-in-cheek question, but I'm seriously looking for an answer. Okay, if nobody knows, you can Google it, Magic Johnson and AMC Theaters. He actually owned a lot of the AMC theaters in California. Sometime in about the 80s or 90s, when he started retiring from basketball and becoming a commentator, he bought up AMC franchises. Now, he's no longer with AMC. He was bought out, but I'm just putting that out there. That was kind of one of the reasons why I posted him in that, maybe we need to get this person as a board director. I also posted Elon Musk. Next question. Trying to do this off of memory. Okay, so June 4th, Magic Johnson. And shoot, I forgot my third question. Let Eric go. Maybe I'll remember when he's done.
I appreciate it. How's everybody doing? Tara, how you doing? Spence, what's going on? I'm a guy from Memphis again. Spence, you just say when to go to New York. I'll make a flight. I'll be there with everybody that wants to show up. Second of all, it's almost like a art of war. I hope this is not a way of what the shills and bots and, where they're trying to destroy
Adam Aaron, and where they do kill the leader, the community will fall. I hope that's not the case. I'm giving Adam Aaron the benefit of the doubt, but I do believe 2 years is a long freaking time, and it's getting very, very frustrating. I mean, when you have, I'm invested in BBIG as well, and I'm invested in XRP. I'm going to explain that in a second. But when you have Eric Finman and then with Zash talking about they're going to go against Susquehanna, if I pronounce that name correctly, and looking into their dark pools, that's badass. And then someone mentioned about a younger CEOs that's willing to take on the fight. I'm okay with that. I don't know if Adam Aaron wants to take on to the fight. I mean, you're talking about some huge, deep, dark money entities that he can go up against, and that might be a little scary. I don't know, but it is getting very frustrating. When you have Brad Garlinghouse that's with XRP going against the SEC, which XRP is whooping their fucking asses, and that's my way of shoving it up Gary's ass and to say, F you, XRP is going to win this damn lawsuit. And so it's just really, really frustrating. I mean, and hearing you guys talk and, you know, knowing that we're not alone in this, I mean, it speaks volume. I mean, I know we're all invested and we talked so much about AMC. I mean, I come home, I'm at work. I mean, I'm looking at my Twitter feed. I get down and about. I say, let me see what Tara's tweeting. Let me see what Spence, Froggy, or Warren Rico, what they're talking about. And then now, I'm going to go back to one thing a lot of people may not like, which I stopped following him as well. Lou kind of said this shit a long time ago that APE was going to go under $2. Lou said that Adam Aaron was not for us. I'm thinking, could he been right? But at the time, I stopped following him with that bullshit because I didn't believe it. And now almost everything is like falling into place. It's like, well, holy shit. I mean, what is going on? And then, you know, you got so many of these YouTubers, you know, trades I followed from day one, bailed on us. I mean, you went into the military and we're all in line, you know, all in this together, and you dropped your fellow man in a sense, and you made your money, and you're gone. I mean, that's some. But Tara, that's why I have so much respect for you. I mean, you are fighting this shit every day, and I will say this for a lot of people that I don't know, but I'm sure I'm following a lot of you guys. Thank you for the fight. Thank you for this fight, and I'm still in it. I'm not going fucking anywhere, and they can kiss my ass, you know. But I just, you know, you have some good, valuable people like Keenan, Warren Rico, that great technical analysis, and everybody want to shit on themselves. But the corruption that they're putting into this damn stock makes them look bad. Then you got Shills and you got people just downing, you know, that they're trying to give good TA down in them, like, oh, you're just hopium, you're just, you know, you're just bull, you're bullying, you know, to make it run up and whatever. But they're doing the best they can do. Not a lot of people are starting to have doubts in them, but they have great freaking work, you know. And then let me go back to Ron when he said something about the greatest country in the world. There's a quote, and I really advise everybody to look into it. It's by Jeff Daniels. He was on this TV shows where he said, America is not the greatest country in the world. If you look at it, we have the worst schooling systems in the country. We have the highest crime rate in the country. But what I do believe in the United States and the best country, or what's in the United States, is our American people that fight for this country against the fucking corruption. I mean, we have been brainwashed since the freaking beginning of schools to be ants, to follow these rules. And some people stepped out of the matrix and became very wealthy off of it by playing the same game that these elites are playing. But I mean, now I see why we're the most hated country in the world. I mean, we destroy other countries with our financial systems. I mean, we're fighting wars that we shouldn't even be in. And then we want to talk about elections. I mean, yes, I do agree that young people need to step up. Young people need to go ahead and vote and get these sorry-ass old politicians out of here. But then they stole the fucking elections from us. Mail-in ballots. I mean, y'all saw the whole conspiracy, what they want to call a conspiracy, but y'all saw all that shit when Trump was running for president and everything that Trump said, it came to fruition. And then, you know, he said, oh, you know, people were saying, oh, we're going to go to war with Ukraine, with Trump and all that stuff. We never did. But guess who is? Or who going, you know, who's starting all this shit, cutting off the pipelines, making inflation go up. You know, I mean, what do we do? I mean, what do we? I mean, I'm just expressing. I'm sorry, my thoughts are kind of like all over the place. I should have written some things down to be more consistent. But I'm just, man, you know,
I
Adam
think
Aaron
you're
needs to
not
do something.
alone. You're not alone, Eric. You're definitely not alone.
You know, but I really advise y'all, look at that clip with Jeff Daniels about the country that we're in, you know, and then, I mean, for Adam Aaron, you know, a fucking movie of Top Gun, biggest movie, freaking awesome, saw it 4 fucking times. I mean, you know, we talk about these big catalysts that's going to do it. The movies are not saving our stock. It's not saving it. The ape is not saving our stock. What's saving our stock is people like us, people like you, Tara, Spence, and everyone that's in this call and in this community right now and stuff. And we're still in it. But I mean, you could talk about Avatar. Okay, we talk about this next catalyst. We talk about this catalyst. But these big movies has been out for freaking forever. But what was, is Adam Aaron tied to these bonds and these debts that we don't know about? That's why he can't do shit for our company? I mean, I don't know. I mean, was there backdoor dealings with these market makers or hedge funds or these banks that we don't know nothing about, that he's not doing something about, that we don't know of? I mean, Spence even made it. I mean, you come out with APE. How come you didn't send that shit through DRS? How come you didn't do it? How come you didn't protect it with a blockchain? I mean, and then I think about a blockchain with BBIG. They came out with Tide, a spinoff off of their own stock that's connected to the blockchain, and they fucking ran that shit to the ground. And then, you know, with Ron Cohen or whatever, you know, Tara, from what I heard, he made you a huge fucking bag holder. Where is he at now?
He's silent. He's completely silent.
Thank you.
Which
He went fucking
honestly, I'll
silent.
be honest, Eric, at this point, I would rather Adam be silent while all of this is happening than be tweeting weird, random things like 4-day work weeks and stuff that don't make sense. Like, I would rather
It
him just
doesn't make
be
sense.
doing what Ryan Cohen is doing and being quiet. If you're not going to speak to your shareholders who you come to Twitter to talk to, we don't care. I mean, oh my gosh, like, why are we putting up a poll about a 4-day work week? How about a poll about the manipulation on the stock? How about that?
I
I don't know
totally
how many
agree.
people here want to get something done. Jeez.
I mean, you know, I totally agree with you, Tara. And then we're out on the battlefield, and how do you expect us to win a fucking war if there's no direction from our leader? Except about, you want to talk about memes, or, you know, when things were good, yeah, you want to tweet about shit. Now things went to the damn toilet, and there's nothing to be said. From day one when Ape came out, I mean, that was proof. Spence said it. That was proof from the get-go. Why is nothing being done? Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He better really impress the community and our Ape shareholders with something that he's going to do on his...
Oops, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to hit that.
Oh, no,
My
I'm
bad,
sorry.
Eric.
But no, you're fine, Tara. And I really hope that he does something where he shows us something that he's going to do, because it's blatant manipulation. Look at the fucking stock. Look at all the spoofing.
Eric, that's the thing. Even if he doesn't show us what he's going to do, like he did with Ape, if he doesn't show his cards, but just recognize the fact that we are growing impatient, that we have people who are frustrated, that we're down 80% on something that was supposed to act as a share count and a way of raising capital for the company, and now it won't do either of them effectively. Also, really quick, GT boy, if you're in here, feel free to request the mic and come up and tell me to sell my shares. I mean, I would love for you to tell me why I should sell after holding for almost 2 years, hosting countless hours of spaces and pushing many, many things forward and many eyeballs onto AMC and AMC stock. Please do feel free to come up here and tell me why I should sell, simply because I have questions about the CEO and his performance. Last I checked, when I'm not happy with something that's going on with the 49ers, I don't go root for a different team. They're still my team. I still root for them.
Okay, one more thing, Tara. Thank you so much for your time. I'm not selling shit. I know you're not going nowhere. You're not selling shit. People that give you hell and back, fuck them people, Tara. Keep doing you. I love you. Thank you so much. And y'all have a great night. I'm in it to
And I'm not either. And that's the beautiful
That's
thing
awesome.
is as a shareholder, that's why they want me to sell, because they don't want me to be a shareholder, because they don't want me to have a voice in this. But as long as I'm holding my shares, guess what, guys? I own part of the company too. If you even do. I mean, it's questionable to some of the people who are saying some of the things they're saying, but I know what I have. What do you have? I have skin in the game. If you have skin in the game, you should probably be a little bit concerned about upper management and the way they're running the show, because we are in the dirt. We are down 80%. This was supposed to be a way for Adam to raise capital to pay off debt. It has been targeted. I mean, we got 13 halts day one of trading with APE. If you're not angry about that and you're not angry about the side over there, and play with yourself.
Thank you, Tara. And Tara, just remember this. Keep being that voice for us. There's a lot of people that don't have this.
Oh, it cut you out. It cut you off, Spence, but they won't.
Hey, Spence, while you're muted or while you're cut out, I remember my third question. It was actually for you, Spence. If you are aware of what the share count is with CompuServe that's been registered so far. Or if anybody, if Spence is still having technical difficulties, if there are a number of people that have already registered their shares with CompuServe, DRS them, do we know what that count is that they have so far to this date?
I asked John Merriweather, and he said we will know on the next annual, which is when AMC reports it. But what we need to do, and I'm writing to him, is demand that AMC report that number every earnings call. What I was saying earlier, I don't know, I got a connection issue. Can everybody hear me okay?
I heard your answer.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
It's crazy the amount of for speaking our mind as individual shareholders against percent devalue in stock price. And I think the people that love to come out and criticize and attack for questioning CEO Adam or the board are people.
Wait, now you're cutting out really bad, Spence. I don't know what's going on.
I'll just be quiet.
Was he cutting out for you guys, or was it just on my end? It could be my connection.
He was cutting out for all of us. It was just funny. I'll just be quiet.
Yeah, I'm having problems, so I'll just let you guys go.
Okay, who is next? This has been a pretty insane call. I mean, honestly, I'm really proud of this group. I'm really proud of the people who aren't afraid to say how they feel, speak your minds, be seen in spaces where you're told you're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to talk to those people. Those people are bad. They'll fill your heads with all kinds of bad stuff. At the end of the day, I think as adults, we need to exhaust all options. We need to listen to all angles, the good, the bad, the ugly. I think it's the best way to discern from, what's true, what's false, what information, do you want to roll with? What do you feel is correct? And none of us here, myself included, necessarily know. And that's why this is 100% a brainstorm. This is where people come up, express themselves. We talk about ideas. Some of those ideas have been pushed forward. CEO Adam has implemented some of the ideas that we've come up with in spaces like this. So to disregard them or act like that, what we do here is some sort of bad thing is wrong on every level. So I just want to thank you guys. I want to say how grateful I am for this group of people, for you guys who continue to come back, continue to support the space by retweeting it. It's not much to ask. I won't accept super chats or super follows or any of that here, but the best way to support those of us who spend time speaking and hosting and co-hosting and the work that goes into this is by following, by retweeting the space, and doing those things to allow others to come in and hear different points of view than maybe some of the other spaces that they are in, or to even see us at all. Some people, believe it or not, even though we're in our little bubble here, some people don't even know what we're doing. Some people don't even know what's going on with AMC stock. I know it's like such a shocker because we're so immersed, but it's the truth. I ask random people at the grocery store and they don't know what I'm talking about. So I promise there are people who don't know. Spence, can you speak yet?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
The call is for other people to break it up, and I'm having trouble bringing up others to speak, but I'll just say this event is on a whole nother level, considering the entire market's in the dirt, which we knew it was coming. We called the crash. Actually, I told everybody for months that this would be coming up and crashing right around midterms, so they can try to shift blame on whatever party is here or there. Whatever you like, I don't care. It's just, they're going to crash this market right around midterms to be able to recalibrate what is happening, because they have oversold what was it, a basket of 2,000 stocks? Pete from Philly was up here talking, just speaking absolute fire about how the market has oversold synthetic shares on hundreds of stocks, and it's causing a worse financial hole, a bubble, than the MBS products did in 2008, which now we have MBS products being misused again, credit default swaps going through the roof, and now we have this oversale of synthetic shares in multiple companies out in the market. There's this quadrillion-dollar hole in the market now that they think they're going to dump on retail. And the problem is every CEO of every company that is being sold naked short right now, and or their float and outstanding is being manipulated, needs to stand up to fucking gather and fight the system and fight the corruption with us. We're 50 million deep. If Elon, Adam Aaron, Eric Finman, freaking Ross Miller, whoever the CEO of Sundial, whatever these weed stocks are, all got together and said enough is enough and challenged the SEC and FINRA with the DOJ support with 50 million apes behind them, this shit would end. Banks would close, people would get paid out, and we would go home. The biggest problem here is we could have ended this on January 27th. January 27th, multiple stocks should have squeezed. Institutions should have went out of business. Retail would have got paid. We would have spent that money in our economies, and everything would be working the way it should be working right now. The global elitists who are controlling the stock markets are forcing us to lose our money because they don't want to go out of business. This happens every market crash. These CEOs, and I challenge these CEOs to do their freaking jobs and put their big boy pants on and get together and go get the DOJ and challenge these fucking people, and we'll be standing right behind you the entire time.
So I have to tell you, I just saw a Mark tweet, and it's just it hurts my heart. He tweeted, 10 months later, CEO Adam has run his company into a brick wall. I don't believe that per se, but what he shared was, Adam, as I have described this, it is not illegal. And when you say litigation risk, that is just an excuse. You are a CEO. It is your show, and run it as you wish. And this was as he wishes, I suppose, right? Because he had multiple times to do the right thing, and he didn't.
November 8th, I have to concede my bet to Mark, where I'm going to have to hand deliver him a keg, because the bonds are due November 7th. Mark said AA is going to dilute the shit out of you guys. The price is going to go into the ground, and the bondholders are going to get paid a premium. He's going to take care of his bondholders. And as of right now, that's what's happening. November 7th is right around the corner. He's going to have to raise that cash before then if he hasn't already done it. That's what I want to know. Have APE shares been sold out into the open market to institutions that is causing this dilution, or are we buying synthetics? That needs to be fucking addressed immediately. Because if he's diluted APE down to $1.80 and we're not seeing any price discovery, then this whole checkmate thing was a checkmate on us, not the freaking institutions that have been naked shorting the stock. Meaning we took a freaking 80% loss on APE. And as of November 8th, I will, if we do not see the price discovery by November 8th, I will be conceding my bet tomorrow.
This is so disturbing to me. It is. It's an $80, 80% haircut we took just by trusting Adam Aaron. Really disgusts me. And as you could probably tell, I just looked at my portfolio today for APE and AMC, and I am not happy in any way.
Well, I'm glad everybody's.
It's like we're in between a rock and a hard place at this point because we're so in that. I mean, why would we sell now? If you didn't sell at 70, like why the heck would you sell now? Is how I'm feeling. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just holding out hope that someone does something and does it right in the future. But I feel you, PJ, and I think we are definitely not alone. But just the fact that we've maintained 500 people on this space all day tells me that there are true diamond-handed people who have been here. You aren't here for no reason. Use your voices and don't be the silent majority. Be the loud majority. Stand up to the bullying. Stand up to the people who are trying to hurt those of us who are trying to at least get answers for the rest of us. I just had someone tell me that I'm not allowed to ask questions for shareholders, that I don't represent anybody. And I said, that's exactly right. I represent myself, but I am a shareholder. So I do have the right to ask questions. And so do all of you. So do all of you.
Well, everybody's hitting the nail on the head here. See, on June 2nd, when we hit our high, at least in the past, I don't know, the past 2 years, on June 2nd, by June 4th, not even 2 days later, we were 40% down from our high. And it was directly related to that share offering. I don't know why there's some type of a myth out there that, oh, well, the share offering was good for us. It wasn't good for us. We didn't run up because of the share offering. We got crushed because of the share offering. And if we were supposed to have made this happen in January of 2021, and then Robinhood took the buy button from us, okay, shame on Robinhood, shame on Citadel, shame on TD Ameritrade, shame on all those guys that had a part in it that weren't a part of our company that we didn't necessarily invest in. But in June, shame on our CEO who directly played a part in it and assisted all those other guys. So, okay, Congress got involved. They made sure that this wouldn't happen again. They didn't want to be on the radar and screw all the apes over and screw retail all over again by shutting down the buy button. I'm not going to say that they won't try it again sometime down the road, but they didn't want to do it that quickly. So what did they do? They put pressure on their puppet CEO, and I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to be frank, because I started trying to beat around the bush a year and a half ago. I started getting silenced. I started getting banned from certain Reddit, forums because I was too outspoken about how this doesn't make sense. As an owner of a company, for your CEO to work against the ownership's interests, it doesn't make sense. So we're a year and a half later. We lost 40% in 2 days from June 2nd to June 4th when I started talking about this. I slowly started silencing myself because I didn't want to go against the big YouTubers or the big Twitter, gangs that were out there. But now, a year and a half later, it's finally about time that people are starting to see that the man who stopped this is at our front door. It's no longer Citadel. It's no longer Vlad. It's no longer anybody else. But it was the man that's at our front door that's leading the charge. And somebody said, I think it was Spence, who said, if you're not getting or maybe it was Eric that said, if you're not getting the direction you need from your leadership, we're waiting for our leader to lead us. Well, then what do you do? If the president of the United States is the leader of this country, what do we do if he's not leading us? We change leadership. We put somebody else in office. So it's time to put somebody else in that position to be our leader.
Wait, what? You changed leadership? You don't leave the country? Because according to everyone else, I'm not allowed to ask for that. I'm told I need to get out of the play. So wait, are you telling me that if you don't like the leadership, you stay in the country and elect and protest and ask for new leadership? That's amazing, you guys. You hear this? Oh man, I'm sorry, I'm being facetious, but it's
Hey, you
honestly
don't
like
gotta change.
I
You don't
can't
gotta
believe how
change
many
nothing.
I can't believe how many people have told me sell and get out of the play. It's like you're joking, right? Like, first of all, who are you with your APE profile picture? Like, I don't even know your first name, but you're gonna have the nerve and audacity to come tell me to sell and get out of the play. Not to mention, it would affect the stock price. I'll let you know that. So you might want to be careful what you ask for, what you wish for.
You're exactly right, Tara, because if you don't like the players on a team and you own your, like, let's say we own the Lakers, you know, whoever the Bulls, whoever your go-to team is, baseball, basketball, whatever. If you don't like what the performance is of your players, you change the players. You know, if you don't like the performance of your general manager or of your owner, you ask your general manager or your owner to trade you to another team. You know, it goes both ways. You know, we as owners of this company, if we don't like what's happening with our player, which is Adam Aaron, he works for us, then we change the player. Simple as that. We don't have to change the team. You know, we don't have to sell our entire team because we don't like our players. We get rid of the players and we bring players on the team that we want because we own the team.
The problem is when you speak out and you know against it, you get people who bash you. Like look how much bashing Tara's got just from fucking speaking out against the CEO. When multiple people feel the same way but are scared to speak out because they don't. You know, everyone just gets blocked and bashed and this and shill and blah 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 blah. But at the same time, what has he done? He said, "Oh, the share count's a share count. I don't see any synthetics. Oh, you know, APE, blah 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 blah." And all it's done is benefit himself, the insiders on the board, and who else? 80% down. He doesn't mention a word about it ever. So why wouldn't you speak out against that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried at all if the usage of the word checkmate wasn't in play. Because checkmate means game over. It means we're done. He also said the pounce is today, 2 months ago.
Well, checkmate also.
People, Kay, really quick, people are literally messaging me right now and saying he's pouncing and he's about to announce checkmate. I'm like, where have you been? Like, this happened already. The pounce is today, checkmate. So when someone declares checkmate, the game is over unless the opponent has moves to make. If they still have moves to make, guess what? The game continues just the same as usual. Nothing changes. And that's where we're at.
So
and my biggest fear is that he messed it up, and then what happens if he overestimated his pounce and they pounced back, and now what?
The problem is it's like, you know, playing a card game at the casino. You never know what the other person's holding. So to make a statement like checkmate when you can't see the other player's cards, it was ballsy on his part, but definitely wasn't a great idea in my eyes because unless you can see the other player's cards, you can't say checkmate. I mean, he's watching the board, but does he truly see everything that's happening on the board? Does he see everything that's happening behind the curtain? No. Or maybe he does, and I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it because what have we got from him besides, like Tara said, right? Just useless tweets.
Hey, can I ask a question? Hey, I wouldn't be tripping about nothing. I mean, we are in the middle of a market crash.
So I'd like to ask to that with the market crash. I mean, with all the markets crashing, isn't there a negative beta with AMC?
No, there's no negative beta or nothing. It's gonna wait till it crashes. When we have the flash crash, that's when we're gonna get the volatility to the upside. That's when, and wait, hey, y'all gotta chill. Like, just buy and hold. I'm like really happy that I can average down my APE. I'm buying like crazy every week. I'm not tripping.
Well, let's hope to God that some of the predictions of APE getting delisted never happen. Let's hope to God that never happens.
I mean,
because I'm to the point where I can't suggest that people buy anymore. I mean, I never really do because I don't give financial advice. But if you're willing to put your neck on the line and say buy and hold, that's on you. I'm holding. You know, I don't know.
No, I'm buying. I'm buying at this price.
You're buying APE?
I'm buying like crazy because.
Are you buying APE or are you buying AMC?
I'm buying both. I'm averaging
Okay,
down
good.
on everything.
Then I hope it works out, and I hope Adam does something.
The thing with AMC was,
wait. We're buying and holding. We're not selling. No
yeah,
days.
but we can keep saying that and saying that and saying that. It doesn't mean anything until
yeah.
you
Hey,
know,
they
until
are
something
bleeding.
happens.
They are bleeding.
No,
Just
they're
wait.
not,
They
dude.
are
No,
bleeding.
all right.
No,
So listen.
we are bleeding. Like, who's
Thank
bleeding
you. Thank
in
you.
your mind?
All right. So liquidity. Listen to this, right?
I'm not bleeding. Hey, I'm not bleeding. I'm not tripping.
You just said you were averaging down, so obviously you're bleeding.
Okay, hey, but I'm not tripping. I got money. I work.
That has nothing to
I'm
do
buying,
with
bro.
it, bro.
I'm buying. Hey, you can't be buying. I'm sorry.
Has nothing to do with buying. The
We're in a
statement
better
you just
position.
made.
I'm a
I want to
say
hear what
words for
Kay.
half a
I want to hear
second?
Kay's response. Just a moment.
The statement
Liquidity.
you just made is the most asinine statement in the world, right? Because you said they're bleeding. They're not bleeding, dude. Because they make money on the way up and they make money on the way down, right? And everyone's
me too.
That's
buddy.
great. Can I finish what I'm saying,
That's not my
please?
fault that
Thank
you don't know how to play options. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I do. I day trade
years.
options.
You
But
haven't
if
done
you let me
shit. You
fucking
haven't
finish
learned
speaking,
nothing.
that'd be great, dude.
Yeah, please, if you can, please let Kay finish speaking and then respond. But also, it doesn't mean someone can't play options or doesn't play options.
I'm buying,
I'm buying APE like crazy.
That's great, dude. Congratulations. I hope it works out for you. But the statement of they're bleeding, the statement that they're bleeding is absolutely ridiculous because they make money 3 ways on the way up and 3 ways on the way down. All their longs that they're holding, which are all, you know, the top 500 stocks in the S&P and the NASDAQ and all those, right? What they do against those, dude, is they sell covered calls, they play puts, and they're shorting their own stocks on the way down, right? Because why wouldn't they balance out, you know, their loss on the way down? And then guess what? They know the direction, so they're gonna play it 3 ways on the way up. Also, dude, they're not bleeding, dude. These people don't bleed. They've been doing
I
this
ain't
forever.
tripping, bro. I ain't tripping.
Nobody said you're tripping, but to say that
short
they're
interest.
bleeding,
32% short interest. Numbers don't lie, buddy. I'm not tripping, buddy.
Dude, where'd you get your numbers from? Where'd you get the numbers from?
32%. Hey, I don't fucking care. I can hold this shit forever. 5 years, motherfucker.
Yes, that's not the point, dude.
No. Tara, do something.
The point.
Okay. We're not gonna do the like name calling thing. Because the thing is like people who are listening oftentimes have small children in the room. It's just not the way we do spaces here. I don't know what spaces you go to, and how they roll, but we don't do that here. So, okay, I think he left. But it's all good. Kay, appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate what Liquidity is saying. Like if he can afford to keep buying and holding and hope that, you know, this APE dividend does work out. For me personally, yes, I still believe in a squeeze potentially for AMC and maybe APE too. I don't know. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I don't know if there is some, you know, dilution happening and we don't realize it, like Spence was saying, and it's, you know, just I don't know. But at the end of the day, I am not going to sit here and tell people to continue to buy something that is now, you know, under $2 a share and take that risk on my shoulders. But if other people do so, like that's awesome. I really hope it is a discount, and I really hope it squeezes to infinity and beyond, because like I said before, I mean, I'm in it, number one, so that would be amazing. But number two, we all deserve it. We've all sat here and done this day in and day out. I don't know about all of you, but I don't sleep much. Like in the last 2 years, I can't even sleep. People ask me all the time on Twitter, when do you sleep? I don't. I literally can't. My nerves are shot. You know, it's no wonder Trey threw in the towel. Like, I feel it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, our work here is not done. I'm not going to give up, and I'm not going to quit pursuing the people who are in charge. And yeah, buy and hold if that, you know, is what you want to do. That's your personal thing, and that's cool, but we don't need to call each other names in here. Spence, you do not have to raise your hand. You're freaking the host. Practically, you're in charge, Spence. I'm taking a nap.
So Mr. West Christian called me back, and he said this specifically. And we've done this a million times. There's a website called shareintel.info. Or hold on, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. There's a website. I'm going to post it. I'm going to make a tweet and post it so it's not misconstrued. On that website, there's a form. that they've created, a letterhead that I'm going to post on this tweet also so people don't have to go dig for it. He said, you can fill that, print it, and mail it to the AMC board of directors. He said the absolute 100% best course of action is to get AMC theaters to get share intel into there to monitor the stock, which means it's going to cost $37,000. Hell, even tell them that we'll all pay for it. That $37,000 will pay share intel to get in there and monitor the stock. They've done it 6-7 times. They've found multiple instances of stock fraud where hundreds and millions of shares were missing. He said that's the absolute best path forward and the only one he'll take. So,
and this is why David Wagner said to me that that we will be our psyches will be so blown away for generations to come once they announce the fraud in just AMC alone. And by the way, I sent already 4 of those forms.
It's called,
we have to do it all together.
It's called nakedtruth.info. The goal is everybody go in, fill it, print the form, mail it to the AMC board of directors or email it, and request that they pay for share intel to come in and monitor the stock flow, which they have 6 cases that they've exposed of naked short selling on other companies in the past.
So if all apes went in and sent the right, would there have to be a vote on that? They would just vote on it, right? And they would decide yes or no?
Well, if they have multiple, say they get 100,000 shareholder requests to do this, they have to at least address us first and say whether they will or not. If they say yes, awesome, we win. If they say no, then we have to make a derivative suit against the board to figure out why they don't want them in there, even though we're requesting it in mass.
Correct. Nicely said. It would be extremely, I guess shady, you could say, if they denied wanting to do that anyway.
That's just it. Naked Truth, the share intel program, can figure out what's going on with the stock, and if there's synthetics out there, this is exactly what the security token would have done. It would have identified that there was multiple naked shorts and synthetic stocks that shouldn't exist. So does the board not want this to happen? That's my question.
Exactly.
They don't want it to happen. Share Intel reached out to Adam Aaron on multiple occasions, 8 or 9 months ago, and they have never gotten back to him. I have emailed, I have called, I have written, to no avail for the past almost 10 months. They don't want to do this, and now it's time that we have to force their hand.
At the end of the day, with the float being bought up and 90% of the holdings being retail investors, they truly don't have an interest to allow it to do something like that, because what if they lose? Obviously you're going to have a lot of people who stay, you're going to have a lot of people who don't sell their whole position, right? Because they're true investors in AMC. But at the same time, doesn't that kind of ruin their whole backing? They're 90% owned by retail. If retail sells, who holds the company? You're going to have institutional investors step up. So that's kind of, I guess, the way I think about it is, what is the benefit of them allowing, the stock to squeeze, or trying to do anything about fixing the manipulation or corruption that's going on in the stock?
If the stock went up and APE went up in value, and they were able to sell the shares of APE that they have, and debt was paid off, yes, institutions would be interested in the company, because you'd have a company with no debt, would probably next year be able to have positive cash flow because they would no longer have the debt around their neck, and there would be no reason for them not to also invest in the company at that point, because you'd have a new company with no debt, positive cash flow. And so the whole thought of they don't want the squeeze, or the squeeze would be bad for the company, and that's just pure FUD.
Well, I wouldn't say it's FUD. It's just my thoughts. I mean,
no,
it doesn't make it FUD, because if you look back, right, they've paid. Hold on a second. I just let you speak, right? Hold on a second. If you look back, they've paid $300 million just in interest on their loans, just over each quarter, $600 million. So APE wasn't APE supposed to be used to like help pay off debt so that, you know, eventually we could become a debt-free
And
company?
who's to say that it isn't?
Okay,
My
but
point is that
I'm saying it's going to take a lot more, right, than just, you know, retail and institutional stepping in, because you're paying $300 million in interest a quarter.
yes, and my point is that if it's squeezed, both APE and AMC would run up. The board has you're cutting me off. I let you speak, so let me speak. So the price goes up, and let's say the price, let's just go say $20 for APE, just $20, which isn't that insane considering, you know, where it was on day one and how many stop halts they had and everything. So let's say at $20 and they have access to 1 billion shares of APE. They could sell those off at that point slowly, even, you know, when you're trading in a range and you're at a high point, you can slowly start bleeding off some of those shares, and yes, they would be able to pay off their debt and no longer have debt, and then no longer have 300 million being paid to pay off debt, and then you have a new company that has positive cash flow. So
yeah, I understand that, but wouldn't that be FUD? Because that's just what ifs, in your opinion, right? Because
that
it's
isn't
just
that
that's a what if.
that isn't fear, uncertainty, or doubt. No, that isn't.
Well, I mean, it's a
that's
what
the
if.
opposite. That's the opposite.
No, but it's a what if. You know, that's like, you know, what if we woke up and all the grass was blue? You know, you can't just live on what ifs, dude.
Okay, but your opinion was that it wouldn't be in their best interest. Your statement was that it wouldn't be in their interest to let the.
That's my what if. Like, you have a what if. What if they're thinking that it's not in their best interest to allow the squeeze to happen or to do any.
And I just countered your point with, if the price did run up, what they would be able to do at that point. If the price ran up, then they would be able to sell APE.
So they'd be able to dilute APE once again, 1 billion shares, right? So the float would be like 2 billion because you're already putting the 425 million in, right?
With zero debt.
It wouldn't matter on a run up. It really wouldn't make a difference, just like it didn't really for AMC when AMC was running.
Exactly.
It wouldn't matter if it was a billion or more.
Yeah, I mean, 1 billion shares traded on, I think, on January 28th, when the float was a quarter, not even a quarter of the size that it is today, maybe an eighth of the size that it is today. So if 1 billion shares can trade in one day, you know, on a day that a buy button is removed, well, that says pretty much everything that we need to know about how much liquidity might be needed in said event. So, like I said, if the price ran up, it would not be against AMC's interest, and there would be turnover. Yeah, I'm not going to say that no one would take advantage of that liquidity event. Hell, I would probably take advantage for a portion of my shares in said liquidity event, but that doesn't mean that new institutions wouldn't love to take advantage of a new theater chain that has that still has a decent ownership base, that has their name plastered all over them. Then on top of that, have no debt and company.
You're cutting out.
That'd be a great company to invest in at that point.
Yeah, I think they would have to see a large, you know. But get Spencer's co-host. He's been holding his hand up.
So up top, I just pinned a tweet. It says, this is a free letter you can fill, print, and send to AMC Theaters Board of Directors from nakedtruth.info. Direct link to letter. There's a link up there that takes you directly to the John Doe letter that you put your name in. You fill it, you print it, you mail it. Then I put a poll. Should CEO Adam and AMC Board of Directors hire Share Intel for $37,000 to monitor stock flow? It's cheap enough where it's not going to make a difference in their budget. And it's something where if you go to nakedtruth.info, they have several case studies in the past where they've gone into companies, including Overstock, and they have found proof of naked short selling that they've used in legal actions. This is a $37,000 thing. Now, if the board responds back to this summons from us and says no, we need to know why. Because if we can prove synthetics, that's in the best interest of the CEO and chairman of AMC to protect the stock and the company and the shareholders. So there's no reason not to do this. So if everybody can go to that tweet, share it, vote on the poll, let's get a community overview of what's going on here. And if you want to do it on your own without the care of anybody else in the community, go to that bottom link to the letter, fill it, mail it, and request a response back from the board of directors. That's what Wes Christian said we should do. And as of right now, it's free for us to do.
And come on, guys, please do it, because then, Naked Truth, every time they tweet, well, I don't know if they tweet it out anymore. I think they gave up. But in the beginning, every time they tweeted it out and people said, yes, 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 when they would look at the amount of traffic to the site, it would be 3 people. So we really need to do this.
I'm going to go fill mine and email it to John Merriweather and CEO Adam right now and tell them I demand a response on why this has not been addressed, at least addressed.
Maybe at this point, after everything that's happened with Ape and him thinking it was the checkmate and it was going to maybe play out differently, maybe he's ready for something like this to be dropped on his lap. Maybe he actually will pursue it this time with the blatant stuff that's going on. So you never know. And thank you, Spence, and thank you, PJ, for doing all the footwork. I retweeted it. If everyone else can and wants to, that'd be awesome. It's pinned up at the top.
If the board comes back and says we won't pay for this, I will personally step up and chip in a large portion to pay for this.
Okay,
and so I'm sure others would too. So
yeah, but that's a great that's amazing that you would do that, Spence. But we shouldn't, as investors, we shouldn't have to pay. You know what I mean? To get the answers to this type of stuff. It's $36,000. It's peanuts.
I have an attorney that will write the letter for $7,000. We're not paying for this, Spence. As great as you are and as an amazing ape as you are to this community, and as much as I appreciate you, I will not let you pay for something that is the job of the millionaires on this damn board.
Yeah, because no one asked Adam Aaron to invest into Highcroft with millions of dollars, so I don't see why we should have to pay for it. I think he could bet.
Terrible investment.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, if he could spend millions of dollars on that, he could at least spend $37,000 for the shareholders.
Nicole Kidman could kick back and give us $37,000.
Yeah, she's already a millionaire. So I mean,
I thought she was getting paid for another round of commercials as well.
She probably got paid more than that to do the first commercial. So
I heard 20 million.
So were you trying to chime in?
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, it's funny though how some guys, they jump on other guys there, and looks like, I don't know, they are not on the same page. I don't know why they argue about all these things. Regarding Adam Aaron, I think he didn't do the blockchain system for the first round because they didn't have any extra shares to sell. And if the squeeze will happen back then, we will make the money and they will make nothing. So now they have APE. They can implement something like that on APE, and now they can squeeze APE basically, and they're gonna make the money. We're gonna make the money. AMC gonna make money. Everybody gonna make money. So I don't know why everybody's freaking out now. I'm kind of deep as well.
Hold on. Are you saying that you think that there's a chance that they would do sort of like a STO 1-to-1 for APE? Is that what your thought is?
Why not?
That would be.
Why not?
I mean, that would be genius. Then it would be
And now
I would have to take my hat off to Adam and say, "Wow, you really were playing 4D chess." But I haven't thought about that, and I think I think it would be amazing. What makes me think that it probably isn't going to happen? Just a moment. Is that he said it was likely illegal, so it makes me think that that's probably not going to be the case. Although I think it would be amazing. I think everyone else would be really happy. And I think we would squeeze to astronomical numbers, especially with the fail to delivers on day one of trading, $430 billion worth. But yeah, I think it's wishful thinking as well, especially when he already came out and said it was likely illegal, unless that was just jargon. I don't know. But go ahead, Sosa.
Isn't it a 1 to 100 scale though?
What do you mean?
Like APE to AMC, isn't it 100 shares to get 1 share of APE if he was to bring it back to AMC? 100 APE shares to 1 AMC share.
This is what
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so because it was literally half of
No,
AMC.
that isn't the case. The 1 to 100 was how he got so many shares of APE, leveraging the number of preferred shares that he already had approved from, what was it, 2013, when they created the preferred shares, which allowed Wanda to be able to buy in to AMC because they owned preferred shares. And then when they exited in January, or most of their position in January, they converted those shares from preferred shares to AMC shares. I believe at that time that was a 20 to 1 ratio that they allowed them to do that with. So really that 1 in 100 number was just the amount that they valued it as those original preferred shares to derive APE from. So 1 to 1 is the amount a preferred share is to AMC based off of the vote. Your voting percentage and your ownership stake in AMC is the same. So right now, like basically for whatever it's trading at, sub $2, you can buy as much voting rights as you can buying a AMC share at whatever the current price is, $7.
Because when it split, it was 60-40, right? Because 60% of the value on the Friday close.
Well, that's just what brokers assigned valuations for. There is no actual rationale for that 60-40. The actual value is equal 1 to 1.
Because I've spoken to multiple people. Some people own APE for a penny, and then there's some people that, if you break it down, it was literally 40% of their cost average. Other people were different. I know a few people in Canada. They literally own all their APE was their average cost was 1 penny. So that was confusing. Also, why there was so many different, average prices across the board, depending on which brokerage and all that stuff.
Maybe he wake up now and maybe he gonna let it go with that illegal whatever. Maybe he gonna look again, and if they have how many billions they have in APE on the side, maybe with that kind of money, with that kind of shares, it's a lot of money. I mean, how much if he get paid off by somebody else to stop the squeeze? I don't think they pay him enough comparing with what he can make in the back. I don't think so.
So just to update, I filled the letter. I emailed it to Investor Relations, attention, CEO Adam and John Merriweather. And in the letter, I put AMC common and APE preferred. That is out. I'll wait for my response. If I do not get one, I will be personally driving to Kansas to get a response in person. I'm done with this shit. What you said about the security token on the APE is a great thought process. And I've actually hit on that before. And I thought he should do a physical silver trust dividend serial numbered, because I do believe he will not use T0 after the exchange between Mark and Adam Aaron. I do believe that is actually off the table after he said it's likely illegal. Now, APE may not be restricted by certain debt covenants that common stock may, but that's all just a guessing game at this point. Right now, the board of directors and Adam Aaron need to address the obvious fraud that is happening on our common and our preferred shares of stock. It needs to be addressed very clearly. And I think as publicly as he was about making or saying the statement that doing a security token is likely illegal, he can probably come out and say something about what's happening to our share price right now. I mean, hell, he was talking about short selling, the stock being short sold back in 2019. And we have multiple other CEOs coming out publicly saying this is bullshit. So it just needs to be addressed. I still believe APE will serve a purpose. He's He could sell every ape right now for $1 and raise $5 billion, right? At the worst possible scenario. But as we sit here waiting for some type of confirmation, watching an 80% devalue, we now run the risk of ape being delisted under $1. It's absolute crap. They can address us as shareholders.
And they weren't gonna let it delist it. They have a couple of billions in the back room. They weren't gonna lose those money. You have to look. They are
we're
not
more worried about AMC than we are. I mean, Ape. And if you read the filing, whatever that guy's, what's that guy's name over there, Mr. Swim or something? It says literally right in the filing that Ape units represented an interest in 1/100th of a share of the company's Series A preferred stock. Each share of the preferred stock is initially convertible into 1/100 shares of the company's common stock. So, but whatever. I mean,
they're gonna sell them. They're gonna make the money on them. They won't gonna just keep them.
Yeah,
that's the whole purpose. They come up with 5 billion because they want to make money on them. It's a new product for them to sell to us, to institutions, to everybody. They want to make money as much as I want to make money. On the first squeeze, they didn't have any more shares to sell to make money. If the price will go 5,000, 10,000, they wouldn't make any money. Now that they have the ape, they can drop when the price go up. They can drop and really make money on something because they have no more AMC share, as far as I understand.
The problem is, I mean, how long do we sit and wait before something from either CEO Adam or the board of directors is done about the manipulation and the corruption in the stock? Or do we just watch Ape go down below $1 and then hope maybe that he dilutes at some point if it does make a run up and like, you know, we can just,
it's $1 anyhow.
Here's the outcomes of this, you guys. We would have squeezed if the stock wouldn't have been manipulated by the market makers and institutions. They stopped the squeeze by taking away the buy button, and then they got the go ahead to sell endless amounts of phantom shares into the market, which is addressed in the letter that I just told you about from West Christian. They call it phantom shares in the letter. That is the proper terminology for what we call synthetics, phantom shares. They stopped our squeeze by diluting our stock with phantom shares. Now, Adam Aron knows he can come in and sell real shares into the market and make continuous money. But it doesn't fix the point that the squeeze was robbed from us because of this process. If anything, it's the biggest Ponzi scheme in history. They can sell more ape and more ape and more ape, and these market makers will keep selling us synthetics and creating more retail bag holders every year who give up and leave the market because they're disgruntled. And now we're sitting here waiting for some type of message from them on, have you sold ape? Have you not sold ape? Are we buying phantom shares or are we not buying phantom shares? And in the process, it's destroying people's fucking lives. Christmas is coming up fast. And there's a lot of people sitting here at an 80% loss who are going, what am I going to do while my rent goes through the freaking roof and I can't afford to put gas in my car? Luckily, I think most of the people up here are blessed to be financially stable enough to be up here fighting. I'm fighting for the little guy who's being fucking frauded right now because we have a board who's not confronting the illegal activities that is happening on AMC and APE. It's obvious. It is open daylight fucking robbery is what is happening to us in the daylight in front of the police.
You know what, Spence? I have to tell you, you said it, man. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. Excuse my French. It's a Ponzi scheme. And you know what? The DOJ gets involved with Ponzi schemes. 1 week. This guy has 1 week to do something. I'm so done.
I literally have someone, so now I'm to the point where like I don't even know what to believe anymore. Someone literally just DM'd me and said, they sent me the link to CFR.org, which is the Council on Foreign Relations. Larry Fink happens to be on the council. I was unaware, and I'm still unaware, is Adam Aron actually on that council of foreign relations? Can anyone confirm? I haven't gone to the link to check.
Don't forget, this is the guy that ran with Harvey Weinstein and praised the guy.
Yeah. Well, Larry Fink is literally with BlackRock. I mean, we know BlackRock's trying to take over the world. We know that that Nicole Kidman was paid $25 million and then did the ads, and then also told us we need to start eating bugs as well. My wheels are really turning here. Like, wait a minute, who's actually getting rich here?
Everybody's getting rich, and you know what? We're paying everybody to get rich. It's amazing.
Here's the interesting thing. This is I put it in my video. It got 18,000 views across platform because it was right on point. They have APE. He needs to raise cash. The bondholders want paid a premium. They've destroyed the stock. It's the bottom of the market. They're getting a 24% annual yield, and they'll get paid a premium for the bonds that they bought back who knows when, right? So Adam Aaron needs to raise like $1 billion to pay these off by November 7th. That's when they're callable. So chances are we see the APE dilution hit the market before November 7th. And then a day later, November 8th is the earnings call, right? So there's a lot going on there that I believe will be beneficial to move the stock price up. But the problem is, as soon as the stock starts running back up to $10 again on APE, the market makers can come right back out, start selling phantom shares again, and start the process all over again, creating new bag holders. They're going to try to prevent this from ever running back up to $60, $70 a share. And they have the tools to do it until Adam Aaron, the board of directors, the DOJ, and the SEC shut down the ability to sell phantom shares out into the stock market. Do we want to keep playing volatility in an illegal market day after day while people who are not as savvy traders lose their money? It is theft. It's morally inept. It is illegal. And more than worse, if anything, the U.S. is hip to it. The markets around the world in Europe, Canada, and other places, those traders are getting absolutely freaking robbed blind and can't do anything about it whatsoever. It's up to the American traders, retail investors at AMC to fix this problem.
Yeah, it's just mind blowing that nobody from the director or the board or CEO has even stepped up to try and do anything about this. Just sit back. It's just depend on the retail investors to do it all.
And here's what makes it worse, Kay. I called out not John Merriweather. I called out Stephen Colanero back a year ago in November on a space call and got my throat ripped out because you're not allowed to question the board. Guess what?
Always.
That fuck sold all his shares, left the company, and he's the one who helped put Radio Shack and Blockbuster into the freaking ground.
Yeah,
it's insane to think that you can't question the board of directors at this point.
100%, especially with their actions so far that we've seen. It's just mind blowing.
Here's what the true checkmate would be. If we want to play 4D chess, 3D chess, I don't give a frick if it's 2D chess. If you want to play chess and call it checkmate, here's what the real checkmate play would be. Listen up, Adam Aaron. Listen up, any CEO of any company out there where your SP is well below what you have in liquidity in your chest troves of cash or however you say it. Okay, we have $5 billion in debt. We know this. But we also have $5 billion in cash. Isn't Adam Aaron going around tooting this? What's our market cap right now? If we only have 516 million shares legitimately out there, why doesn't AMC do a share buyback? Buy back all 516, maybe buy back 515 million shares and see what happens. I guarantee you we still won't own, or AMC would not own 100% of the company, or they would have to prove it in court because everybody else out there would still be holding on to those phantom shares, claiming that they have some type of ownership rights. Think about it.
You know what? A buyback would be a simple thing for them to do. And I have to ask myself, why haven't they done it? Why haven't they tweeted, we're thinking about a buyback?
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it because they know about the phantom shares. They're not going to do it because they know about the naked shares. They're not going to do it because they know about whatever terminology you want to use, fake shares. They know there are counterfeit shares out there, and they know it would be a SHIT storm to try to buy back 516 million shares. And that's why they don't want to share.
Do the debt covenants prevent them from doing that? From buying back the shares?
If it does, that was horrible, toxic debt for them to have taken to begin with.
Well, what they should have done right now, right, with you know, the banks going through what they're going through and lenders going through what they're going through, they should have diluted, APE larger, right, sold a large portion of it off, and then because of the situation that the whole country's in, right, you can call a lender and say, hey, you want to work out a deal on, that, loan or whatever, and how about 60%? How about 70% right now? How about you got to work a deal with these guys because they're willing to do that type of stuff in the situations that we're dealing with in the country right now. But instead, nothing was done. It doesn't look like anything was, and we're still paying $300 million a quarter in fucking just in interest. So
companies do it all the time when they see an opportunity, because the company as a whole, as an entity being run by the board of directors and a CEO, any company should be looking at this asset the same way you and I are looking at it. Like, oh my gosh, this is dirt cheap. This asset's only at $1. This asset's only at $6. Whatever the value should be at, it's well undervalued. I should buy this up now because it's Black Friday, get up as much ownership in this company as we can. Maybe we will even go private. We'll wait for the market to heat back up again when inflation goes away, whatever it is, when deflation goes away, I should say, rather. And then we'll put it back out into the open market again through a share offering. But we'll have control, and then we'll get our company out of debt off of the difference in value that we bring into the company on our books because we bought 500,000 shares of our company back at $1 or at $5 or at $6, whatever it is. And then we were able to put it back out into the open market at $20, at $40, whatever it is. That's how companies with real CEOs and real board of directors operate. That's how they run a business, whether it's private or public. That's how you do business.
what's the daily cash burn? Does anyone know what the updated number is?
I don't know. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
So I think I just popped the mic on everybody with that checkmate, and everybody's just silent, like wondering what the heck. But it's true. That would be your 4D checkmate move right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sometimes I think, I remember when I used to tell people and remind people that Adam does hear what we say. He does hear our voices. So that's why, it's worth it to sit in here and have these conversations, because it's important for these ideas to be allowed to be expressed, and without kicking people out of the room or without telling people they're bad for thinking anything that could push things forward and accelerate things or help the situation that we are all in together. So yeah, I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you all feel safe and okay coming in here and speaking.
So another thing that's always kind of I don't know, I wouldn't say concerned, but I was just like, that's weird, is why isn't his account verified yet? You know what I mean? You have so many people that their accounts are verified, and why isn't his CEO Adam's account been verified yet?
I mean, I don't know. Twitter's pretty bad with it, I'll be honest. But yeah, I don't know. I remember when Adam first came to Twitter, a lot of people thought it wasn't really him, and it wasn't, you know what I mean? But obviously it is, because he takes pictures with shareholders. And actually, I don't know if I've ever seen him tweet out a picture with shareholders, but he's taken selfies with Tom Cruise and picture of the prince and princess and in London and all that. So, I mean, I'm pretty positive it's really his account. I don't know why he's not verified.
I mean, that could be on Twitter's end, but
I know
just
why,
like,
because he's 70 years old and doesn't really understand the value of being verified. Like he's got other things I think to think about than
but
trying to get that blue
nobody on
check.
that board is like, hey, Adam, you want me to just set this up so you can get your check mark on Twitter, and it's like the board has like no interest in, you know what I mean? It's just like sit
Maybe
back.
he violated Twitter rules in the past.
He could have.
Because once you violate their rules, you can't get verified.
No,
So
I didn't know that.
yeah, it sucks. Twitter, I mean, maybe you can after a certain amount of time, but they'll remove people's verification checks as well. So, like, if you violate their rules, they can take away your verification. Like, oh, now you're not a real person. Sorry. You broke the rules. It's pretty crazy.
Like the day after Elon Musk made his announcement that he was buying Twitter, and then Michael Burry didn't have a check mark anymore. I thought that was hysterical.
Dang. I didn't know because I'm so significant that Michael Burry blocked me.
Oh, that's right. I forgot, Tara. Yeah, you missed it.
Now I miss his tweet and deletes. Sucks. I wonder if he realizes that even when he deletes his tweets, like, they're saved everywhere. I don't even know why he bothers deleting them.
Everyone has screenshots of that stuff.
I know. It's weird. I don't know what it is. Like, he's covering up his paper trail, but at the same time, like, there's a record of everything. It's just funny. Is Spence still in here? Or am I just seeing him, but he's not?
I see him. Spence, can you speak?
Maybe he can't speak at the moment. He keeps getting like kicked out of these spaces all day. But yeah. This has been a productive conversation. I mean, I don't know, what else as shareholders other than, trying to fill out that form and pursue that avenue, and just continue to express ourselves. I don't know what else we can do. It feels like a stalemate, not a checkmate, a stalemate. It feels like we're just in waiting. And I mean, I don't mind waiting. That's not an issue. I just wish it wasn't coming after, all of the checkmate talk. Like this is a done deal, because it definitely doesn't feel like a done deal at this point.
Couldn't agree.
Feels like blatant robbery. It feels like blatant robbery.
It'd be the largest robbery in history without anyone having to use a gun.
Well, yeah, like any typical Ponzi scheme, right?
Hey, Tara. Super big fan. Always buy cucumbers every day at the grocery store. Love you. So, got a quick question. Super easy. Just in regards to the Adam Aaron situation and his decisions as a long holder investor. And I have a definitely different point of view than most folks, where I believe that the money raised by APE in the future, when they do dilute, with board director only approval, no shareholders. And that money that is acquired, that's generated from the sale of APE shares via Citigroup, I've always said that they should pay debt. That is my main goal as a long-time investor. By paying debt, I know Kay discussed about the interest rate cost that he pays to hedge funds and banks that have loaned him money to the tune of $300 million every quarter, $600 million every half, or $1.2 billion a year. $1.2 billion a year, folks. That is a cash cow for hedge funds and banks. Remember that. Okay.
It's not even the premium.
Correct.
That's
just interest rate. But for some reason, they thought it was a great idea to invest $56 million in HYMC, which is fine. Pocket change, fine. I don't care. What my concern is, as we invest, as the money comes in, and he goes and buys another company out there that has nothing to do with AMC and only delayed the launch of the popcorn business, which can generate revenue. It's a great new stream of revenue. Don't get me wrong. Okay. But what is your opinion, Tara, I would like to know your opinion. Okay, as the CEO of Cucumberland, what is your opinion on the world of AMC and what they should do with the money?
I think that they should start selling cucumber slices as a snack to go with your popcorn.
Deep
I'm
fried
long
cucumbers.
on
Deep fried
cucumbers.
cucumbers are delicious, by the way. Let me tell you
I
right
think
now.
those are zucchini. I think those are zucchinis.
Hell no!
Or
Here in Canada, they're
pickles.
deep fried cucumbers, girl. I promise you.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I
absolutely.
put vinegar and salt on cucumbers when I cut them up. People say it's weird.
But no, seriously, this is
No,
something
legit.
that
Bowl, you
Tara.
let the
This is
cucumber
something
soak
that
into the
I
vinegar.
have.
Delicious.
I had problems before, and then I was able to have a long conversation with Twisted, and then he came around. He kind of understood my point of view as a long time investor, and I know Josh doesn't get it, and I know the dude with the apple face doesn't get it, and the dude with the Keanu Reeves picture doesn't get it. I'm sorry, I don't know the names, but I'm not into all those folks. Like, I don't follow them, so I don't know their names.
You don't even follow me. What the heck, man?
Well, I actually did. This is my 4th account in a month. I use some terminologies and some languages that sometimes get me blocked, and people block me. So, sorry, not block me, but make me delete my accounts because I have.
Oh, Twitter hates you. I see. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're like me. We're like the same then.
Yeah,
Tara. It's
this
like
is my
your
4th
17th
account right
Tara.
now.
Don't lie. It's like your 17th.
Well, what's your specifically? What is your question? I
My
want to know.
question is, what would you like them to do? Let's say they sell 400 million shares right now at a $2 each equals $800 million. $800 million plus the $900 million they have right now left. Okay, he started the fiscal year with 1.5 bill. Right now he has $900 million left. Okay, 900 million plus the 800 million. What would you like them to do? That's all.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Buy BBIG and ban TikTok.
Oh my
Go to
God!
Congress and
Mike
have TikTok
downstairs.
banned.
You see Mike over there on the orange shirt. He's gonna love you so much. But please don't buy that, okay? No.
Hey, you asked me. I'm telling you. I appreciate their platform. I appreciate what they're going for and freedom of speech. Look at you. You're on your, what'd you say, 5th account? I mean,
Yes.
wouldn't it be nice to have a place where we weren't suppressed or censored or suspended
Absolutely.
for speaking our minds?
Yes.
I mean, obviously to an extent,
Yes.
there should be some level of
So-
rules, but anyway, yeah. So
Can I
I
share
don't
you
know.
my
I
opinion?
honestly don't know. I don't
Can I
have.
share you my opinion? My
Maybe they
honest
should
opinion?
put Tesla chargers in their parking lots and solar panels on their roofs to
Great.
pay their electricity bills
Great
too.
too. That's great too. What I would do, okay? May I share my opinion? And it for the
Yeah,
people that
you
don't want
asked
to
me.
care.
You asked
it's
me
for-
mine, so I was just answering. But yeah, go
No,
for
absolutely. But may I share what I think as
Yes,
I don't
go.
work anymore. I'm retired at 36, and I enjoy life with my kids and my wife. But when in May of this. But when I decided to, it went on to basically reorganize and sell it off. It was important and key to clean up the mess and the debt and everything. And what and how one of the ways that you can do that is, of course, negotiating. I know he's negotiating right now with landlords. I know he's negotiating right now with the folks that are holding the coupon bonds that he sold in 2020. I know that. I see his comments, and his CFO has mentioned. I understand that. But when you have that much cash sitting around, and then you have more incremental cash potentially coming in, what you can do is grab $1 billion debt and inform that holder that, hey, I'll give you 600 million for the 1.2 billion, and you get a 50% discount there. You can't do that, and they will take that. They will,
especially right now.
Yes, right now, because not only AMC is bleeding cash, other hedge funds and other institutions are also bleeding cash. Okay, like if you think about it, right, you have many hedge funds out there that are down in their positions just like we are, and it can need cash infusion, and they will do deals like that. That's what I would do. That's what I think a CEO should do, instead of playing around with small penny stocks, and that has, for some reason, which I still till today nobody was able to correlate it and explain to me, why is it that he bought HYMCA, who had Mudrick in it, and Mudrick is the one that fucked it up with the March 2020 run up. You know, like, it's so funny how these people, they come back to their little dog master, right? And sorry to call that, but Mudrick was a dog master of AMC before, when Vanda was around. So, and how Mudrick manipulated the situation with Vanda. But that really pisses me off sometimes. That really pisses me off. Is that, all these folks, you got over 600 people in here and listening, and with the hopes of a squeeze. I don't even hope of a squeeze. I just hope a well-managed company that will last 100 more years. And that's one of the biggest difference between me and Twisted, that I said to him. You, Twisted, you go for the squeeze. I go for long hold growth of a company that they one day in the future get back to pay dividends and buy share backs. That's my goal, not the squeeze play. Some of them are, but not me. That's all. Now I'm gonna go feed my 6 and 4-year-old kids with some delicious meal. Thank y'all.
Yo, I'll talk to you later on. Well said. Even though you're a POS.
All right, Thyra, I see you. Thanks for coming in and talking. Thyra, you're up. Go for it.
Hey, what's up? So just real quick, I got Spence's whatever this is, the issued AMC board hire share intel for 37,000. So I took the liberty to start a GoFundMe for up to 40 grand. If you guys want, you can share my my link, and I'm gonna try to raise as much money as I can to get this
Wait,
thing
I'm
going.
sorry. I don't promote GoFundMe's in here. I'm sorry. The only one I've ever done was cats. And yeah, I don't shill for GoFundMe's. I'm sorry, Thyra. If you want to talk to Spence privately about it, if it's in regard to the West Christian deal, that's totally up to you, but I'm not gonna do that here.
We've had that plenty of times, hasn't
And
worked out
Thyra,
well.
I will add, if you don't mind, that West Christian will hold any money in escrow at his law office. So we don't really need, well, it's a beautiful gesture, really, and I do appreciate it, and I'm sure we all do, but we don't really need a GoFundMe. If it gets to the point where we need to donate, we can just call up and give West Christian a credit card, donate just like that.
Yeah, I mean, and the account was just created in October, so it's kind of strange. Oh, last year. It's like Chad 17.0.
No, I'm not going to go and assume that, because I think people are just desperate and trying to help, but also you can't put it past anyone to be desperate enough to want to collect money from people and then, pocket it or pocket some of it. So I just don't promote GoFundMe's in here. I'm sorry. Anyway, this has been productive. I think by filling out that form, which is 100% free to do, that could be extremely helpful. Again, it's pinned at the top. You can retweet it. You can, if you want to, you can comment on it. Anyway, if anyone else wants to chime in at any time, I am extremely exhausted, so feel free. PJ, it's telling me that there's 12 requests to come up and speak, or 13 actually, and I see 0. Do you happen to see anyone requesting, or does anybody else?
Yeah, I do. Hold on a sec. Yeah, Swing. That's a good one. JK. Run AMC. Pennies. Squeezy. I think that's it for now. Okay. We have 7 left, but I don't think we have any more spots.
Dang, I didn't know all these people were waiting and we're just sitting here dead air. My bad.
Oh boy, just one thing. Everyone, RIP BlackRock, because Jim Cramer just tweeted out in defense of BlackRock. So feel bad for everyone there.
I think someone unmuted me. This is Glenn from Orlando, and I have several 100,000 shares of each. But so you can imagine how far I'm down. I think the letter writing is a great idea, and I think more old school would work better. Like they're more likely to open up a FedEx overnight or second day or whatever ground than they are to sift through tons of investor emails. That's just a suggestion. And also, fintel.io/SRO. You can, if you're comfortable with Plaid, you can connect your brokerage account and for free, and it will show retail ownership. That's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? You can just chime in whenever.
I have a very simple thesis to what's going on with the APE situation. APE was their do or die. It was their checkmate, because within the next 2 years or so, AMC possibly could have gone bankrupt because they don't have enough money because debt is too high. So they had to figure out a way how to do this. And their way of doing this was basically taking shareholders' money to pay off the debt. In return, we will be rewarded, but everyone is freaking out short term because they've lost 40% of their gains. I understand that.
It's a little more than 40 at this point.
Okay, but still, the point is, though, and that's not just because of AMC. That's also because of what the market is taking a shit right now as well.
I have to interrupt. Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic was on. I do apologize. I've heard this many, many times over the past 2 weeks. The market is down. The market is down. What do you expect? What do you expect? The market is not down in proportion to AMC and APE, especially APE. The indexes are not down 10% a day. None of my other stocks are down 10% a day.
Okay, but the difference is there's a 425 million dilution going on right now. It's going to take a while to sell all those. It doesn't
Wait, do you think the dilution is currently happening or already happened? Is that what
No,
you're
it's
implying?
currently happening. That's what I think.
When do you think it? You think it began today? I'm just curious.
No,
when
not
do you
today.
think it?
Not today. I think it happened when they made their announcement of like their AK filing, and it's been slowly diluting ever since. So, yeah, that's the reason why.
That could be what's putting the price in the hole right now, currently.
Exactly. That's my thesis on it, and that's the reason why it's down. Eventually, they're going to announce, hey, our dilution's over with. We've raised this much capital. We plan to pay off our high interest debt. That's going to make the stocks run again. It's just solely based off of fundamentals right now. That's what I think Adam Aron's move is. It sucks that we had to take the hit for them to pay off their debt. Basically, it was on us. We did the heavy lifting. But
the crazy part to me is just the thought that, the day that APE was issued, it was trading at over $10. And then the idea of them diluting at this low of a price is wild. It's wild to me. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me. And I'm wondering, how much money can they even raise from that if they are doing, indeed doing what you're claiming that or what you think that they're doing. It just feels like they're taking a massive hit.
What was the price when the 8K came out? $4, $5?
I thought it was $10.50.
No. The 8K filing just came out just recently. with a dilution of 425 million shares. That's almost the entire float. Pretty close.
So I guess, Squeezy, what I'm saying is, like, let me give you an analogy. Like, let's say you have a bunch of debt. You have a house that you want to put on the market for $500,000. You put it on the market. There's a huge bidding war, and then all of a sudden, someone comes by and just says, "Sorry, you can't sell your house today. There's no selling. We're halting all sales. You can't sell." Like they halted APE day one, and then the value of your house just drops massively. Would you go ahead and sell it at like over a 50% loss from where it was initially? I mean,
Do you have a choice if you're going to lose your house anyways in the next 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, you could hold on to it and, you know, pursue legal
But that's
action
what I'm
against
saying.
the people
Does
who
AMC have
are
time
hurting
to
the
hold on?
price of your house. So,
You know, I don't feel like AMC has time to
you
hold
think that
on.
you think they don't have time because they would head into bankruptcy? Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion. Yeah, I
Okay,
believe
so
that because that's what I feel like the dilution, what they're doing right now is to save their ass.
yeah. Well, I mean, you could be right. No one truly knows. You could be right. They could be diluting, and that could be why we are where we are. And they could be, you know, selling shares dirt cheap. And yeah, I mean, I guess it would be quite a steal at this price, considering where it was just a month and a half ago.
The outstanding shares would change, though. I imagine.
Well, it hasn't come out yet. You know, nothing has come out regarding them selling anything yet. So it's just a matter of waiting. You know,
Hey,
we just
PJ,
gotta wait
someone
it
said
out.
they've been requesting for like 45 minutes and I can't see any requests. I don't know if you can, but if we could pull them up here, that would be awesome.
I love Tara's analogy about the house, and I believe you guys are both right on both sides of that analogy. Tara's absolutely right. Why would you want to sell your property for 50% of the value just because you were stopped? There was an estoppel put on you from closing that escrow today, and then tomorrow it drops 50%. Why would you want to continue with the sale? But then I see your point, which is, well, if you're going to lose it, then you got to sell it. But here's the thing. I don't feel that AMC is a company that needs to go bankrupt. Yes, we have $5 billion in debt. We also have $5 billion in cash. We could easily just pay off that debt if we chose to. But I think there are other things we could be doing outside of looking at the debt and worrying about the debt financing at this moment. I think there are other things we could be doing to help the SP, which would in turn give us Class A debt financing. And one of those things I brought up yesterday in the call was utilizing all of our theaters, all that real estate space, all those seats for other things besides just waiting on the studios to bring us blockbuster hits. We could create comedy shows, we could have live performances, whatever it is. We could sell tickets, which we would be able to keep 100% of the revenue at the box office. The way the theater industry works right now, and I've told you guys through these space calls, I did this, I did that, and I have a long life history of a lot of different things. I'm middle-aged, okay? But I used to manage theaters. And we, as theater owners, theater managers, theater shareholders, whatever you want to call us, we do not keep the majority share of that box office ticket sale. The studios do. Our only bread and butter, so to speak, is from popcorn, hot dogs, whatever the concession is. Sometimes we only collect 10% of a box office share. So if you're selling a ticket for $20 in a theater, I live in Hawaii, tickets are expensive. You're selling tickets for $20 to go see Avatar, most of that money is going into the studio's pocket or in James Cameron's pocket. It's not going to the theater that you paid that money to. The only way they get revenue is from concession. But if you were to use your theaters, your auditoriums for other things other than just movies, but if you were to use it to create comedy clubs, for upcoming new comedians that aren't good enough yet to make it onto Netflix, and then you were to broadcast that out. And now I'm not talking about the AMC channel. I understand AMC channel is different from AMC theaters, but we do have a production company that AMC owns. Okay, if we were to record those, keep the rights to it, broadcast it, and we paid these up and coming comedians, $1,000, $5,000, and sold 500 tickets at $20 a pop, $10 a pop, whatever it is, sold alcohol in those auditoriums while people were able to watch the comedy show. Those are winning ways to make more revenue outside of just putting movies on a screen and selling popcorn. These are things that a board of directors and a CEO should be considering. These are things that upper management should be having discussions in their monthly meetings, if they're having them, trying to figure out, how do we bring in more revenue? How do we bring down that $5 billion in debt through new cash, through new forms of revenue, other than trying to mine for gold or other than trying to trade NFTs? But what can we do with our current assets, with what we already have? Now, in the olden days, people might have thought of, oh, well, you rent out the space for birthday parties before you actually open the theaters. And a lot of our theaters, we did do that. We still do that. Rent out auditoriums for birthday parties, rent them out to corporations that want to have PowerPoint presentations, rent it out for private parties, whether it's a bachelor wedding or whatever it is, some type of baby shower. People will rent out an entire auditorium for somebody retiring from their corporation or their company. People will do that. They'll drop a couple grand. Radio stations will rent out an entire auditorium so they can screen a new movie. Those things happen. But I'm saying, think even further out of the box. Adam Aaron, I know you're listening. Any CEO that runs a theater, I hope it's a CEO of a theater that I own stock in, that I'm a part owner in. These are things that will bring you revenue. Start getting into the comedy club scene. Start going up against Netflix in other ways than just showing movies.
Yeah.
Well said.
If I can chime in here for just a second, if anybody can hear me, let me know, please.
I can hear you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Fairly new to the platform and everything like that. I've watched both of my parents, invest over the years, and I've watched my grandfather invest, and all three have been very successful. I had no interest until all this, came about, and GME and everything like that. And I watch and I listen more. And then I see these tweets. I'm very new to all this, but I pay attention, and that's the most important thing. So, having said that, is you have to remember kind of the basics and the fundamentals of where we're at. We're in essentially a game. This is something where people play with other people's money. You can't have diamond hands and a diamond heart and base everything off of emotion. I see over just the past, week, things spoken out of emotion rather than your investment. And, that it's frustrated me to a point, because I see people that do it that are in the upper holding of this movement, so to speak. So you have to choose your words carefully when you're this far vested. Like the amount of shares that I'm vested, it is what it is. It's a lot. It's not fucking pennies. I can guarantee you that. Between my account, what I've given both of my parents for their advice over the years, and being a silent player, that's fine with me. But everything is a calculated loss to me. You can't come at this with the approach of, I'm putting all my eggs in this basket and it's a make or break. Because, guys, come on, let's be real. If that's the way you're approaching this whole thing, it's so far off basis, you can't do that. But if I'm way off base, in touch with myself, I'd like to hear it too, because I like to be silent, but I can't no more. So slowly but surely I'll come around. And I actually made a tweet to Tara out of emotion in this past week myself, that I was like, I wish I didn't do that, but it was my emotion playing off of her emotion. Is this making sense to anybody? There's the people that are in this chat right now, the host, the co-host, some of the speakers, like So-So. I really like what he had to say about it. EM Dub, I'm very much on par with everything that you've said. But when you have this fan base and this following base and everybody, you know, is as much as you'd not like to think so, you have a following. And things that you guys say can have an outcome. So you either have...
So here's my argument.
Sure.
Adam Aaron also has a following. He actually was, you know, boasting about it the other day when he put up a poll about a 4-day work week, saying that he has quite a large reach and quite a large following. In your opinion, does his silence also speak?
It does speak, because where we're standing at, yes, we might have a lot invested, but it takes big money to make big money. And we have no idea the phone calls. Hell, here's the thing. We could all be getting played, or we could all about to go to the moon, or we could all write it back to zero. But at the end of the day, that's our choice. If you're coming at this with the $500 to pay your rent for the next month, I'm sorry, but if you haven't researched enough, or if that's your last option, sometimes it is somebody's last option. And this isn't somebody that's just sitting around doing nothing. But yes, silence can speak volumes. It's not like
I'm just going to say, Jacob, really quick, especially silence that comes directly after today we pounce, today we pounce, today we pounce, and checkmate.
Sure.
Okay, because what I'm feeling is like I got pounced on and checkmate on me. So, and I'm not saying that was the prediction or that was the intent, but I'm saying that's essentially what's taken place. And then the silence is what is speaking volumes. And I'm not saying anyone needs to give their game plan or 100% lay it all out there or say things that could get them into any sort of legal trouble. But you could at least say you hear your shareholders. You could at least say, you know, you're paying attention. I mean, he said publicly in person that he was, you know, contacting the NYSE regarding FTDs on AMC. Day one of trading APE on the NYSE, there were 43 million FTDs. You know, it's something that it wouldn't be difficult to allude to. It's not game over, you know, or something, like anything. Literally, it's not game over, or we're not done here, or anything. It literally doesn't need to be anything specific. But I mean, to start just tweeting about other things and then, hey, come meet me at the theater, like, I get it, but it feels like someone is acting as though, you know, the game is over, but we're all still here, and we're not just here, we're literally getting pounded.
Completely understandable. I get that to a T.
And my only fear in regard to that is if they haven't diluted and we are pounded this badly into the ground, what are they even going to get out of this APE dividend at this point? So the whole point of the APE dividend was to raise liquidity for the company to pay off debt. And that comes from Adam himself, and was also going to act as a share count. It's done neither of those unless they were effectively able to dilute at a much higher price. I mean, we're under $2. We closed at $1.84 today. That's not an effective delivery of a checkmate, in my opinion. So that's where my frustration comes from. And it's not just mine alone. And yes, you're right. I do have a platform. And fortunately enough, I don't accept money on this platform. So therefore, I can use it to speak my truth to power. I can say what I am feeling, and I can speak for other investors who reach out to me, other shareholders who have DM'd me, who have commented on my stuff, who have come here and spoke out against what they're seeing. So therefore, you're right. I don't have to toe the line. I don't have to sit here and say, you know, I trust, like, I hail, you know, Adam because I'm paid to say this. No, I'm not. I accept $0 on Twitter. I accept $0 on YouTube. I don't take super chats. I don't take super follows. I am never going to tell people what they want to hear just because they want to hear it. Even if my follow count goes down, I don't care. I'm not here for that either. I am literally here because I invested in AMC. The buy button was removed and no one spoke up. No one.
Right. I 100%. And that's why I follow you. And, you know, so the tweet that I made to you, I'm not trying to delete it. I'm not trying to, you know, none of that. And it's the freedom of speech. And just because I don't believe in one person's thing doesn't mean it's wrong. Maybe I could be wrong. And that's the great thing about all of this. but it's, when you have a position in something, and when a person has the power to sway in one way or the other and use that weight, I think a person of such stature should just be careful of certain things that they say, But yeah, I mean, as far as questioning, the owner, the CEO of this company, we have a right to. And for a moment there, I was debatable on even that, to be honest with you. Then I was like, you know what? People do have a lot riding on this.
I just want to clear the air here. Adam is not the owner. He didn't create AMC. He was placed on the board just a couple years ago. So I just want to make sure that people listening know that he is not the owner. He's the chairman and the CEO. So you're right about that. And it is his job to do what we, the company owners, we own the company actually, and he said this himself, ask. If we stay silent and don't use our platforms as you recommend, then how is he going to know that we even take issue with the things that are happening? I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, I didn't recommend that we stayed silent. I come from a stature of, I want to hear everything. And then I seen that he was not coming back. And essentially at this point, I wouldn't even call it reassurance. It's, usually you have the light at the end of the tunnel, but that tunnel I could see for people is still going. I understand that. It's one of those things where, I don't know. I'm still relatively new, so I don't want to speak out of my boundaries. I think everybody here has made some really valid points. I'm just here to express
It's just
myself.
very difficult for me to hear the low key, like, hey, you need to be careful what you say with your platform. Or, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I do have a platform. And yeah, it was given to me by the people in this very call, the people who chose to follow me because they appreciate the fact that I stand up and that I don't cower down and that I don't just sit back and let things play out and say, well, I guess we're just going to hope for the best. So, I mean, yeah, I could do what you're recommending. And yeah, I'd probably have like maybe 100 more followers because I could just toe the line and say, I trust Adam, like, yay. But at the same time, there are a ton of people questioning what is going on, and they have the right to do so. And they have the right to say, Adam, we want answers. Do you feel there is anything happening at this point with the stock and with the new dividend that was released, taking away half of the stock value, AMC's stock value? I mean, I think it's just silly to sit back and say, give it time. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 months almost since APE was released, and it's been complete silence since the ultimate checkmate. So APE has not been mentioned after this huge buildup of what it was going to be, and then a huge letdown. So, I mean, I don't think it's crazy to think that people are frustrated. And I don't think it's crazy to allow people to express that frustration. I mean, I guess I could be one of those people that says, guys, I'm done talking about AMC. But I'm not going to do that. I'm never going to do that. As long as I'm invested in the company, I'm not going to do that. And if I don't like the way the company is being ran, I'm not going to sell and leave like people keep telling me to, because I still like the stock. I still believe in a squeeze. I still like the company. Just because I don't like the silence from Adam and the fact that he is treating it like the game is over, and by saying checkmate, game over, doesn't mean I don't want to be here and don't want to be a part of what I initially started with these spaces. Like, I think it's just a bit silly at this point to tell people, oh, if you don't like what the CEO is doing, then leave. Well, I don't like what the CEO is doing, but I'm not leaving. So try again.
Right. And, that's where I was saying that I had misspoke to you earlier this week was out of emotion. But just to clear the air, I wasn't recommending anything. I was just stating that I was actually in the wrong. Just so you know, it was the fact that, I was touching off of my basis, where I like to listen, then I like to play, and then I like to chime in. But you're right. You're right. Everybody that has participated and bought a penny worth of this should question. So that's not where I was going with that. But I wasn't recommending that anybody do that. And I love the fact that you have this and that you have quote unquote the power to throw around to lead this, and that you've done so.
There would be no power if there weren't people feeling the way I'm feeling. This call would be empty. I would be preaching to nobody. I would be sitting here alone in my own misery saying, oh my gosh, what's going on, guys? Like, no, this is literally just the opportunity to be able to communicate with other shareholders about ideas. What I'm interested in hearing your ideas and people's ideas about why do you think Adam could be not saying anything? Like, you know what I mean? If anyone has anything that they can bring up here to reassure people, that is amazing, because it reassures me too. So this isn't like other people are out there trying to make some sort of, they're just bashing Adam. Don't go in there. Oh my gosh, watch out. They're so evil. No, this isn't about bashing Adam. This is about, if you stay silent, what you allow is what will continue. If you sit back quiet, then how is anyone in the leadership role, Adam and all, the board, going to recognize that we take issue with anything? I mean, at some point, like, yes, you were given a platform. Now don't walk away when the work isn't done. Don't walk away from us when we need you the most to stand on your own 2 feet and say and speak up. Please, we want answers. Like, that's it. At least something saying, we hear you. That's it. It's nothing more than that.
Would you mind if I touched on one more thing?
Go for it.
All right, I appreciate it. But and as far as that goes, the silence with him. The unfortunate part, and most of the reason that we're also having this conversation though is we don't know what the households like. It's like showing half of their cards. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have half their cards shown, but we also don't know the phone calls he deals with, everything he does. I'm not making, just let's be clear, I'm not making a silence or an excuse for the silence at all. And but the thing is, like, when you're playing against the house, and it's a big house, right? We just don't know. I'm sure the guy's stressed out too. We did, like you said, we did the heavy lifting, right? I know my portion of the share. I'm not going to bother to say it. It's just a hearsay. If ifs were fists, we'd all be drunk, kind of thing, right? I know I put in enough to make a difference. That's where I'm saying. But that's where I stand back and I look at that fact. I don't think one tweet quickly to give some reassurance is out of the question. I don't think somebody asking for that is out of the question. But I also look at we don't have these people's kind of money. We don't have that. And that takes a big factor into account. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. I love the platform. I like following all you fun, crazy people. I'm glad that I got involved with this movement since I sat out with GME, and everybody, some of my best friends since I was a childhood, told me, and then I know what the cause is, and I get it, and I'm glad that I'm finally here. But thank you. My kiddo's getting out of football practice, and yeah, thanks. Just you guys are doing great, but I also, at the same time, my point being, I don't think we know. I don't think we know what they go through also, but at the end of the day, a quick tweet, hey, wouldn't hurt from them either. I get it.
Then we would definitely know more, wouldn't we? Like, the game isn't over. We're still out here. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jacob. And yeah, thank you for keeping it respectful. And I understand people's emotions getting the best of them. And I'm not perfect. I'm a human too. Obviously, I have emotions too. And I have a lot of money on the line as well. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it with the rest of you. But we're here and we're talking, and it's nothing more than a discussion. And hopefully maybe bringing something forward to the board to say, this is what we're hoping for. Can we get an accurate share count at this point on APE or AMC? I think it would be effective either way. So thank you, Jacob. I think it was Rob next.
Hey, Tara, thanks for having me up, if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Great. A couple things. It always drives me batshit crazy when I hear the wrong facts being proposed. I should come at this firstly. I'm generally skeptical. I don't really think kind of the equity writ large at AMC is worth much. I do own more APE. I actually have an APE position that is larger than an offsetting short AMC position. But I've heard a couple things over the past hour or so. Like, I guess I would like to correct, just for the benefit of your listeners. Number one, AMC does not have $5 billion in cash. They've got $900 million of cash at the end of the last quarter. Probably, $700 million perhaps at the end of this quarter, which is already closed, which gets to the second point, which is, why the silence from Adam, which I've called him out on. But, they're in a little bit of a tough spot right now, right? They've issued APE, which I own. It's highly unlikely to date they've issued any APE off that shelf. They filed that shelf at the end of September, and because it's the quarter end, I don't think they're going to be able to issue any of those until after the earnings report. So I know you've talked about, and other people have talked about, the possibility that dilution's already occurred. I think that's probably highly unlikely. And sorry, my AirPods are dying here, but I think at the end of the day, they're really the board, Adam, CFO, other people are really looking at a quarter that's probably going to be very, very bad if you look at the box office. And it's a highly leveraged company with bonds trading at 50 cents on the dollar. They have no access to capital. APE has pretty much failed. And they're kind of like looking around like, what are we going to do now? So I know everybody wants to squeeze. Everybody has conspiracy theories. But personally, I look at it from a fundamental basis. I say there's no equity value. What's the next move in this market? There are not a lot of outcomes, alternatives, and it's not pretty. So that's just my view. Assuming I'm still being heard.
I'm just curious. Wait, are you short AMC?
Yeah, I'm short fewer shares than I'm long APE.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why would you be short AMC and long on APE? I don't understand the logic.
Well, I view them as they're functionally equivalent. I mean, I guess flip that question around. Like, why would you be long AMC and not long APE? Like, if I was long AMC, especially if I had a loss right now, I'd be like, I'm going to sell AMC and buy APE. I mean, at some point they will converge. I mean, APE, if you read the disclosure documents, I mean, it's set up to be functionally equivalent, financially equivalent to AMC. At some point, it will be AMC. So, right now it's trading at a 70% discount to AMC. Like, why wouldn't I buy APE over AMC?
It's just interesting. Well, but you're shorting AMC. So if you're longing APE, you're essentially trying to help AMC, right?
Well, I mean, it's a hedge trade, right? It's chain nose trade, right? It's just like if you short one share of AMC at $6 and buy an APE at $1, you've got $5. I mean, those aren't the exact dollar amounts, right? Of course, but you've got $5 at play. I mean, frankly, I want to go much bigger. I mean, given the way it's traded, they are stuck. I mean, APE is AMC. Like, we may disagree, but like at some point, whether it goes to 0 or 10,000, they will be equivalent.
So how does it work with a preferred equity like APE as far as going to 0? Can it get delisted or will it always just exist?
Well, I mean, my personal view, which is not advice, of course, being a finance guy, former CFO, blah, 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 whatever. But, I mean, the company's in a tough spot, alluding to my earlier comments. this quarter will suck. I mean, I think we should all agree this quarter will suck, right? Like, let's just agree. Whether you think, there's failed to delivers or whatever this stuff is, like the quarter, just in terms of box office and losses, will be bad. I mean, just look at where the bonds are trading. So, without access to capital, which the APE was supposed to enable for them, which has failed, they're really stuck. And at some point, it might
Unless
not be
they've
this.
already diluted, that would be the only, because that was.
I mean, I think that's almost a 0% chance. I mean, and that's one of the reasons I came up when I heard people talking about that. I think that's almost a 0% chance. You can't sell stock at the end of a quarter on a shelf on this type of a quarter without any update. You just can't do it. And just look at the trading volumes. I mean, this thing trades. I mean, today it traded $20 million worth.
Rob, I don't want to cut you off, and I hope that you can stick around a little bit, but I really want to give Tony an opportunity to speak. He is someone that I admire here. Yeah,
go for it. I got to recharge my AirPods anyway. I'll hang out. You bet.
Okay, cool. Tony, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for getting me, and I'm just about to walk into a movie, Terrifier 2, so you got me, I got a couple minutes.
Nice. Have fun.
I've been listening to you guys all day. Thank you for hosting this, and as many of you know, I don't agree with everybody on the call, and that's cool. We all have the same end goal, and I value hearing different opinions, even if I don't agree with them. And I think you guys have done a good job of keeping it fair and balanced today, letting people speak their mind. And I definitely understand everybody's frustration that is on this call. I am a shareholder also. I'm not short anything. I've been buying APE since it came out. And I agree with the previous speaker that they are functionally equivalent. But I don't agree with him that they're not selling APE right now. So I'm just going to lay out my case for those that don't listen to my long evening live streams where we talk about this stuff.
Speaking of that, if you guys aren't subscribed or following Tony, he's amazing. So I think you should be, is my opinion. But go ahead, Tony. Thank you for coming in and speaking, by the way.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day listening to you guys while I was getting other work done. But I think that, AMC, like the previous caller said, is looking at a probably not very great third quarter, which, third quarters are always a little bit slower. And they have debt coming due 2023 and 2024. Here's what I think, and this is just my opinion. There's no basis of fact because we won't know anything until the November earnings, if they issued any APE or not, if they sold any. No one will know. But I think they looked at the lay of the land. They said interest rates are going up. We're not going to be able to raise debt or restructure debt at favorable terms compared to what we have now, considering, the quarter that we're about to release and rates going up. And even though I'm not very happy about dilution this early or at these prices, I'm guessing that they can probably by the time the full 425 million is sold, raise between, well, let's just ballpark it, 700 to 900 million, which is more than enough to pay off the 2023 and 2024 debt. That gives them 2 years of breathing room, even though it's very upsetting to all of us to contemplate them doing it at these prices. So for those that were saying the price is going down because of the bear market, well, that is largely a part of it. And then we all know there were lots of people who came and said sell APE, which deflates investor confidence, and that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's part of it. And I think that the slow daily selling of APE, whether it's in the market or off the market, is also having some, causing the price to go down. And then if you are short, you're going to capitalize on all of the three above to push the price down even more. So we got a lot of headwinds that we're facing that are affecting the price. So that's my short view on it. I agree with you guys. There's a lot of corruption and bad things going on, but I try and focus on the basics. And that helps me sleep at night and stay non-emotional.
I appreciate that, Tony. And honestly, I think it's a really good kind of cap to this conversation, you just saying just that, because I think at this point, that's what people need. And I think that's why people are so frustrated with me. And I get it. They don't want to see me succumbing to emotions or giving in or saying I'm done, it's over, or any of that. And I'm not going to, because I don't believe that to be true. I believe there's still a lot of fight left in the apes. I think that, there's a lot of work left to do. And the intent is never to leave people with this feeling of doubt or, high emotions or high strung after a space like this. Hopefully it's been helpful. Hopefully it's answered people's questions and sort of calmed some of the energy out there. I know it's helped me. It's helped me a lot today to just hear different perspectives from different people, and honestly, just good adult conversation, and not, bashing and not name calling and being, just mean to each other. I think it's important to be able to communicate our ideas, our feelings, our thoughts in a productive way, and then move forward from there. And I think that's hopefully what people take away from this and from everything you just said as well, and all the other speakers who have come up and been a part of a productive call today. It's been a long one, but it's been worth it. And I appreciate all of the support. Again, I can't say it enough. I mean, there would be no reason to sit and run spaces like this if it weren't for people coming and actually listening and caring to be involved. So appreciate you coming in, Tony. Again, you guys, Tony has awesome YouTube videos that he puts out. If you haven't subscribed to him, if you want to, that would be awesome. And on that, I'll go to So really quick and general, and then I think we're just going to end it. And Tony, I hope you enjoy your movie. Oh, Tony, if you want to respond, I just saw your mic was unmuted. You can go for it.
Thank you. I was going to add one other comment about wanting Adam Aaron to say something. I'm not a securities attorney, but I think if we have one, in the audience, it would be good to hear from someone. I know that there are certain things the company or executives can and can't say before, during, and after a prospectus is filed. And I don't know if that has any factor in, what he can or can't say. But if we have anybody who is a legal expert in that area, it would be good to hear from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love that. So if you want to chime in real quick,
Yeah,
keep
can you
it
hear
quick
me?
and keep it quick if you
I
can. I really gotta jump off.
I gotta make it quick. What I can say after Tony Donato, to make sense. But listen, Tara, you look a little bit down. Don't be down, because if you're gonna go down and you're gonna feel like, oh, everything is done, I'm gonna sell everything, even the loan. I'm gonna sell the sword and put everything. Because when everybody's down, if I sell tomorrow, won't gonna be long until everything gonna come back like usual, and everything gonna start going up. You guys know the game. And for people who feel down, like, oh, we are down from 70 up to whatever is now, look at the people in Upstart. They are down from 400 to 20. And nobody's crying about Upstart, because they are not looking at people who are stuck in Upstart. So yeah, everybody's down. Okay. But look at this way. How many competitors we have? Not many. We're going to be the only company. They weren't going to put it to the ground. We're going to be the only company in this kind of business. It's an entertainment. They're going to make clubhouses. They're going to rent, like the previous speaker said, like comedy clubs and whatever. They're going to do something. They did this one for a long time. And Adam Aaron, he's friend with the big boys, like the other speaker said. Yeah, they're big boys, and they make money first, and then the company going to make money. They are in the business to make money. Everybody gonna make money. They won't gonna put it to the ground. This is my gut feeling. There is no interest in their mind to put this company to the ground. They are milking it. They're going to milk it. But in the end of the day, they're going to put it back up. They suck the money from the company, then they push the money back. And whoever is on the wave, on the wrong side of the wave, it is what it is. I've been on the wrong side of the waves in many companies, and I've been in the wrong side of the wave, on the right side of the waves as well. So when you are on the right side, nobody's coming and complain, oh my God, the price is overvalued, the company is overvalued. Nobody's making space calls for that, you know, but we like to complain. The only thing what I'm seeing, a lot of people, they are down. This is a sign that things gonna go up, at least for me. This is for the people who are feeling down. Be careful, because when you are feeling down and the majority of the people feel down, you know what happened with the stock market. Everybody knows. And if you don't believe me, ask Tony. All right, have a good night, everybody. That's it. I keep it short.
All right, thank you, General. Go for it.
Thanks, Tara. Okay, so I wanted to respond to what Rob said. I actually appreciate him bringing that up, because while I was speaking last and I mentioned the $5 billion that we have in the coffers, a gentleman named Jared, I got to check real fast. He was real nice enough to remind me that it's no longer the 4.5 billion or the 5 million that we had, and he was trying to get the information for me. I guess I had a little bit of brain fog. My CD in my brain was skipping, but I forgot about all the acquisitions that we made with Pacific Meritage and the other theaters and IMAX. So I appreciate Rob actually mentioning that, because I don't want anybody to actually base anything they do off of that comment. I would need to actually go look at the current financials to keep up with what's going on with AMC. My response to Jared was, I pretty much bought the stock, set it and forget it, because I know I'm holding this. I didn't really consider anymore where the financials were, what Adam was doing with our money. I made my suggestions about the share buyback. I'm glad he actually bought some theaters. But yeah, we don't have 5 billion. We have less than $1 billion, is my understanding. Rob will probably give you more accurate numbers. Appreciate it.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming to the call. Sorry I left it open a little longer. I was just outside with a puppy. Really appreciate it. Please like and subscribe. I am getting reports that my DMs are being blocked by Twitter. If you're trying to DM me, people are telling me they're getting an error message. I'm going to have to try to figure out what's going on Twitter. Thank you guys for coming. Please consider filing the letter that I tweeted about from nakedtruth.info to the AMC board of directors to try and confront what we call phantom shares. They are being sold in the open market right now on AMC and APE. It is crushing our stock. You guys all have a great night. Much appreciated.